लेट्स गो। शीश। शीश। ओ तैनो रियल आईडी से आ। तैनो ये साउंड चेंज किया आज रे लोग ने।
हाँ
आज साउंड बदला लोग ने। डन 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 डन। सब आसपास के टेडी बेयर है, सब वो एक एक को लाने बोलते हैं साला। आ जाए ये लोग एलो ना लाए, सबका एलो ना लाए ये लोग का।
वही
लूजर्स।
वही।
लूजर्स। लूजर्स। कितना दो दो वो सड़क दो दो टेडी बेयर लेके आया बेंच। भाई वो आसपास ने कितना टेडी बेयर लाया है। एक केऊर टेडी बेयर देखा उसके हाथ में।
देख रहा देख रहा।
अबे पहला सबको एक एक देने का, अभी देख एक दो चार पांच। पांच तो सिर्फ पीछे और खुद के हाथ में चार पांच लेके आया वो।
ट्रेंड बना दिया अभी।
बूस्टर कल आएगा 5 बॉल के साथ। कल 4 बॉल के साथ आया था, उसके पहले 4 की 3 बॉल से 4 बॉल के साथ आया शायद भाई उसके पहले। अभी कल आएगा 5 बॉल
हम्म,
लेके। एक दो। इसके हाथ में चार पांच है बेंच। आसपास में थोड़ा एटीट्यूड दिखता है ना शक्ल से, थोड़ा ऐसा लगता नहीं है।
क्या?
वो आसपास में थोड़ा एटीट्यूड लगता नहीं है ऐसा।
हाँ लगता है वो
दिखता
है
है
थोड़ा।
एकदम।
हम्म।
उसमें कैमरा तो कैसा बिहेव कर रहा देख, थोड़ा अलग बिहेव करता
कट
है साला।
कटली नहीं चलता है, ऐसा लगता है।
हाँ हाँ मैंने देखा उसको। स्ट्रीम पे भी
हाँ।
वैसा ही है, और जब कैमरा उसके मुंह पे आता तब वैसे ही करता हो। हेवन और लोटस बैन है बच्ची, हेवन और लोटस। सब मैप दिखने मिलेगा अच्छे अच्छे। वॉच। एक मिनट आ रहा हूँ। 1 मिनट आया था मैं। I can control.
Yes, the battle.
Let's go back. लोटस और हेवन मैंने फर्स्ट मैप कौन सा बोला, कौन सा है रे क्यूर? एसेंट?
लोटस नहीं,
नहीं
पल
लोटस
पल
बैन है।
पल पल
पर्ल है।
पल पल।
आरबी दिखेगा फिर हार्बर पे। आरबी लेता ना, हार्बर कि स्टैक्स लिया था? स्टैक्स लेता शायद।
देखते हैं
अब
अभी।
हाँ स्टैक्स ने लिया। अरे वे लोग ने दिखा नहीं,
Please
एजेंट
stop
सिलेक्ट
the
दिखाया।
agents. Top four
दिखाया था
guaranteed here.
अच्छा ओके, मैं देखा
The
नहीं।
journey from title contender
Let's
to
go,
trophy
बे।
lifter can be an arduous one.
क्या क्राउड चिल्ला रहा
And
है
they're
भाई?
here to
ये
fight
उनके
for
माइक से आवाज आ रहा है क्या?
redemption.
जो प्लेयर माइक का आवाज आता है क्या?
Allowed an opportunity for them.
नहीं,
To get
नॉर्मल
one
माइक
step
होता है ना।
closer to potentially claiming that back-to-back
प्लेयर जब कॉम
trophy,
से
something that
तभी
nobody
उसका
has
आवाज
ever
जाता है
done
ना, इतना
in
झूठ का आवाज
VCT
देगा तो
history.
थोड़ा
And
तो।
this fast approach you're seeing it.
वो
Bounce
तो
up
नहीं
top.
पता अभी।
The Dax
सड़क,
played up draft
सड़क,
and he
hashtag
shut
सड़क।
down. Sadak was aware of it. No flash from RB there to try and
देखा,
help him taking that duel
इससे
on
प्लांट
top.
हो जाते हैं बे, ये अच्छा है, ये एक अच्छा एजेंट
Before in
है
the past. Remember him dueling Navera from that spot. See how the battle goes on the flank
भाई।
though.
चार जन आ रहे।
Incredibly fast flank. And Zest is going to have his work cut out for him right now, being swamped and swarmed. There's 4 players now waiting to match him. Flash. That's a connection.
ओ शॉट रे।
A chip damage there, decaying down, making it ever so slightly easier still. Holding it down, and Zest is dealt with. All down to RB and Mako. The reposition is there, but it's not planted for them, and they still have to deal with Sadak from the high ground. Walls on walls, obfuscating this one. The tap onto the spike, running forwards. Reloading the clip, time's down in the run low. And Loud clean it up.
क्राउड देखते हैं ना, फुल क्राउड उनका है बे पूरा।
A massive pistol
उन्हें
round.
पागल चिल्ला रही थी का औरत कैसी।
Loud have been so good on pistols. All of these top 4 teams have though. We truly do.
वो बस ऐसे मर गया पहले।
in the semis for
इतना
Lock-in.
एग्रो नहीं जाना
But
था।
Loud have been so impressive, picking up their coach that focused
ये बस
super
को इतना
heavily
एग्रो नहीं
on
जाना
pistol
था।
rounds where they dominated a
मला
chance.
वाटलं नाही मला।
And you can see
क्या मालूम क्यों
that
अल्ट्रा मारा
actually,
उसको।
even though DRX have adjusted their composition to play a mirror match in this game,
बहुत
still
एग्रो
those
गया
B
वो।
close
वहाँ पे ब्लाइंड भी नहीं डाला था
causing a
कुछ।
problem for DRX.
ब्लाइंड होता कुछ।
भाई क्या
Ruined
ब्लाइंड
them
इस
in the
हद
game
डालने के
against
लिए।
Cloud9 and led to a massive failure on Pearl.
अरे बैन।
It's one thing being able to just pick the comp, it's another
It's
thing
a big
entirely
spam, but-
to match up against the team that started playing it here on Pearl. And Loud strike early with another first death onto Buzz. Not one that he could have
हार्बर की
particularly avoided.
यूटिलिटी तो देख तू।
Not quite, still being
ये
beaten
जान
down.
लिए।
This is a Loud
दैन
squad.
जान
बहुत
लिए।
है,
ठंडी है थी।
Throughout their run at lock-in in that alpha bracket, they've been quite fiery, passionate plays, sometimes a bit of overheating, I won't lie. Possibly the crowd playing a part in that. Gets the excitement going, gets the blood pumping, but with this week to prepare for this on either side, we'll see if Loud can temper some of that fiery passion.
क्या 2 राउंड हो गया? रुक देख।
He's RBE. Surely he doesn't get
अरे वहाँ गया।
Cowan's ready for it and building up towards the Seekers too. Could be a big ultimate, especially when Loud are going to be playing retake B most
फाइनल
of the
स्टार
time.
आता थोडी ना
Sadak
तुला।
playing in those back positions, anchoring the site.
बिग्स पण चाललाय ब्राझीलला,
Sadak
तिकडून
has
त्याला
been a
बोललाय
weakness
स्ट्रीम
on the
करायला।
defensive side.
हाँ
Felt like when
Biggs
Loud played
बोला,
against NRG.
पुढच्या वर्षी
I mean, do you remember that game, Brent? Feels like forever ago at this point. But what a game it was. And on Pearl, NRG seemed like they had a heavy focus on putting
अभी
pressure
पहिला ही
below
राउंड है।
and trying to punish Sadak.
उसको क्या वन टैप मारा
See what
जेस्ट ने
game
भाई,
plans
भयंकर वन
DRX
टैप
have
मारा।
cooked up in the last 10
हाँ
days.
पहिल्या राउंड में।
There's going to be a lot of importance
Full pushing
placed on
चले,
this one.
pushing.
Loud obviously with the bonus round.
शर्म भी नहीं थी ना,
Weaponry
4
is a bit
जन पुश कर रहे
weaker.
हैं।
Flash play through the wall, trying to take the fight with Zest. Holding it down.
गन दे
will
दिया,
not be
गन
able
दे
to
दिया,
claim the
मेरी
second
जान
though.
गन दे दिया इसको एक।
Great instant response, and it's going to hand the rifle over to the hands of one of the Loud players. And an immediate pivot here, called from Stacks, taking the rest of his team through to be long. And here's where pressure starts to be applied to Sadak. What's his choice? With Cowanzine falling, those Seekers that I mentioned in the prior round are nowhere near. Off the table entirely. Sadak's looking worried about mid, actually. He could have been compromised in the moment still. Cove's going to go down. Should offer that safe plan for Stacks. And you can see there was
Hashtag
an that
Sadak.
was laid down
तू
earlier.
तेरा देख, तू एकदम कड़ा।
Trying to predict where the plan location might be to push them back, but
मटका दे
Let's see if
भाई,
DRX
कान
can
की
hold
इधर से
on
गोली
now.
गई उसके.
These post plants were ruinous for DRX. It's a 4v4 with better weaponry, but look how far back some of their players are always positioned. Stax and Mako cannot help these guys on site.
So far back, and now that that wall goes up, it's going to make it ever so slightly more difficult. Buzz claims the one in instant trade. Players are weak though. RB still active, still around, and he's going to be that final layer to this fight right now. And what timing can he take? No one clearing horse through. Anybody going to be watching this smoke? Snakebite though buys them a bit of time. 2 years taken out. As the time chips down,
निकल भाई.
it's a deafening gloom enters the arena, the crowd. No more noise going to be made.
That's a big one. And I think Loud have got some learning moments from that round for sure.
दो
They've
शील्ड टूट
looked
गया
at
बे.
the bots clearly of DRX, and they know that a lot of people are
Huh?
going to be playing off-site.
कौन?
DRX post
Me?
plans on B. They have
केवू
a couple
रहना.
of players pillar, a couple of players all the way back towards the
रानर
A-core.
बोलते एक बार,
They
उधर
like
ऑफिस
to
है.
play off the site. And Loud assumed too much there.
अरे
based
म्हणजे
on
ऑनलाइन
looking at the bots
ऑनलाइन
and
चालू
didn't
होतं.
actually clear the site. Sadak ran forwards, instant prey to Buzz, and RB was
ही
never
गांडे लोक
clear, never noticed
गांडे
it.
लोकांना आताच आहे सकाळी लवकर उठायची आणि लवकर
So
झोपायची.
as Loud go into their B post plans, their B retakes,
सर्वांची
they're
नसते
going
भाई
to have
तशी
to pay
भाई.
a bit more attention and not
कोण-
just assume everyone's playing
की
those
कधी
spam
किती
angles.
पण व्हॅलोरंट खेळला 12 12:30 धावणारच घरी.
Cascade pushing back that one angle. There was a flash as well prior.
हम लोग इधर मालूम है
Kind of
क्यों?
space that they were looking
क्या
for
क्या?
there, and an
हम
alarm
लोग इधर
bot,
जो
so
गुजराती लोग हैं ना भाई, दो दो तीन तीन तक सोएंगे नहीं और सुबह 7 बजे उठकर काम पे भी भाग जाएंगे.
Stax gets his ult
7-8
online
बजे.
here, and this is a good one
तो
for
हम लोग
pushing B.
समझते नहीं लोग सोते किधर
Honestly,
है,
it's
कौन सी
pretty good for both
जगह जाके
sides.
सोते हैं.
But it seems to me like they're
4
going to be
घंटे की
running into
नींद कैसे
Aspas
कंप्लीट
here.
होती है मेरे को समझता है. 4 से 5 घंटे
Aspas could be
काम पे तो थोड़ी सोते रहेंगे
difference maker.
दुकान पे.
6 घंटे 6 घंटे इनफ है.
नहीं भाई मेरे को 8 घंटा लगता है. 6 घंटा बहुत कम है.
Make the most of it.
तेरे को गेम भी खेलना है, तेरे को जॉब भी करना है,
With
तो
this new
फिर
setup and new
सब ना होगा
composition,
ना.
the Viper Orb can get bloomed at any time from Mako, and it's
तो भी
going to
3-4
stop
बजे
Aspas
सोएगा तो
from
10
having
बजे
an
उठना ही
idea.
पड़ता है
Cascade to
सीन.
follow as well. He
Well,
takes an
that's
early peek, an aggressive one.
Yep, activation
अल्ट
dash
मारा
directly,
मारा
though.
4
That is definitely
बाहर बाहर.
forcing it.
ए
Can't really sit and wait, and well, they'll just wade right into him. An easy one handed to Aspas, an opening. It's going to be good for Loud. We'll see how they play this retake though now. Once
किसी
more,
को लर्न
post
करना
plan
पड़ेगा
positions, the
यार.
back of halls. To be held by
नाइस रे
DRX, a bit of
44.
raw spam there from the Phantoms. Reload, top up the clips once more. Still a couple of bullets left waiting for them. Snakebite though, that's the supplemented. Being
क्या
squeezed and the
मस्त खेल
timing
रहे
just
हैं
not
दोनों.
good. Sadak, there was nothing else to follow that up. Cove dropped down, bursted down, a swing from Les as he hears the reload but can't claim the kill.
आसपास आसपास
What
घरी
is
जा
that
लवकर
from
घरी जा
Stax?
घरी जा घरी जा.
He's
एटीट्यूड बॉय
mid-reload
घर पे
there
जाओ
getting
जल्दी.
pushed
एटीट्यूड बॉय
and still comes out on
घर
top.
पे जल्दी घर पे.
अच्छा होल
These
किया.
DRX players
अच्छा
that are in passive
बैक साइड
positions,
मस्त लिया दोनों ने मिलके.
Mako, for example,
वो लोग
as
हागे भी
well,
नो डाउट वो
they're
लोग
not
हागे.
even being required. Loud can't get
Retake
through
था
the
उनका,
first
पर हागे
layer
वो
of
लोग.
post-plan, which is just to flush out the people from backside.
Yeah.
Fantastic utility being used there from Mako as well. The snake bites on the floor, helping fend off the Loud players, break up the spacing there.
इको में हिको.
But it still looks dangerous to me. When you look at how RB's positioned in backside there with Stax, they're isolated, they're on an island. In theory,
ये हगा देगा लेस कितना क्योर.
guys 4 or 5
पूरा रिलोड मार दिया अभी बंदे ने वो.
and take 2 separate
Did the
fights
chart
where
hold
they're
it?
favored in both on the retake, and yet they cannot coordinate it properly. These DRX players are holding on
Bhai.
so strongly.
कोण आला असेल तर मला घंटा नाही
Be
दिसणार.
the gravity of the situation.
सब भी जा रहे हैं. बी पे कोई नहीं खेल रहा.
Here
देख
in
वही वो.
uproar, of course.
अरे
Speaking
बाप.
to Fraud about it, he said, you know, listen, we got some young
अजीब
guys.
वो गजब खेल रहे हैं भाई लाउड वाले.
Sometimes that
बस
वो
kind
लोग
of
बहुत
passion,
एग्रो
it bleeds into
बहुत
moments
एग्रो
like
खेल
that
रहे
when
हैं
they
बहुत.
just have a little bit of a misstep. They don't play like they have
उसको
been in
समझा नहीं रहेगा.
practice.
अभी समझा देख.
People don't mention it very often, but the crowd absolutely can be a double-edged sword. Bait you into being greedy and going for one more, perhaps, or... Of course, the sound itself isolating and
इनको इंग्लिश नहीं आता है बोलने के लिए.
confusing footstep
Kisko?
noises,
पैसिफिक वाले माँ को
Not
अगर
always just straight up a home field
कम आता है.
advantage. So
आता
now
ही
they're
नहीं
not
है
only
भाई.
getting
ट्रांसलेटर
behind
रखते
all
कमेंट
these
उसका
players
उसका वो
out.
इंटरव्यू लिया उस दिन ट्रांसलेटर लगा था बाजू में.
Little
Get
bit
it, get it,
of
get it,
pressure
get it.
upon RB.
देख रहा
One flash over the top.
देखा तूने
Oh,
भी?
no,
देख रहा
that's the
उड़ी मार रहा
movement.
देखा.
And there's no
भाई.
punish in sight. Maybe with a rifle in a couple of
बढ़िया
hands,
था भाई,
but
ये
RB
बढ़िया था.
still locking down the angle, still good for it.
ओपी
And now they've
ओपी.
got a real problem on their hands here.
काई को अंदर है समझा नहीं मेरे को आसपास.
Even with pistols in hand, you would expect RB to fall. And he
Ultimate
dances,
आएगी ना आज पे.
dodges, and makes a fool of the Loud players.
आ गया टाइम आउट आ गया रे वाह वाह.
Timeout now called then, as Fraud, the man you were mentioning in the coaching seat, Bren, gets his chance to talk to the players on Loud. And
Loud का repeat title का chance है ना? Repeat title का?
I would agree.
I think they're not going through their protocols of retake very well. And I think also the gap between
VCD,
the player that's furthest forward and the second or third
उधर
player
तभी
to
लिख
follow
क्या
up,
था? Loud has
way
repeat
too
title
large. Bit of
chances.
miscommunication in the ranks
Okay.
perhaps. Sadak's been caught out early on the retakes too.
ये लोग L for loud बोलते हैं, मेरे को L for loser सुनाई देता है. L करते ना मेरे को ऐसा लगता है loser क्यों बोल रहा है?
You know, they're certainly getting the
हाँ ना
openings,
भाई, ऐसा
but
लगता
they
है.
aren't, sorry, 3 first deaths, let me correct myself there. But they're certainly getting the openings. And they're putting DRX into
काय
a
वाजतंय का
box,
काय?
and then they're not able to capitalize.
Yeah.
Whereas DRX, on the opposite, look like they've been in this spot before. And wow, what a difference that is compared to the DRX of old, where we would see them at this
क्या
point
लिख
in the
रहा है?
tournament,
गिरास
and you
आसपास.
just knew in your bones the crumble was coming. No more.
No, this is a different DRX.
Vamos
squad.
DRX.
They've been tested in the fires of many of these global events now, and it's most recently in
कौन?
these months as well, having a bit of that breakthrough, making sure that they don't.
That guy, that हाँ बच्ची एमी घर पे आ गया क्या?
Time and time again. This
रुशिंद्र
time
वगैरह घर पे है?
grander sights in this match.
रुशिंद्र तो Q&A कर रहा था, बोल रहा था आके मैं राजमा चावल क्या वगैरह वगैरह बोल रहा था.
मेरे को बोल रहा है?
हाँ मेरे भाई को और देखो दोनों को बोल रहा है. DRX एमी है कि नहीं है? दिखा नहीं वो.
मालूम नहीं है.
दिखा नहीं आज. नहीं आया, नहीं देगा फिर. ये देख. अच्छी टाइमिंग भाई, क्या टाइम, क्या टाइमिंग. वो उसको भी भाई, उसने भी रीड किया, उसने भी रीड किया.
वो लोग पे भी वो है कि ये लोग आएंगे ऐसा करके.
वो देख रीड तो है भाई, रीड तो है.
अल्टीमेट भी ओपन कर दी ले.
A safe position from RB.
They're really quite far back there. Looking for some sort of indication that they could be pushed deep, and Aspas, well, he has to respect that. He does back away from the angle, and this is the time to strike now for DRX.
ए वापस अल्टीमेट आ गई.
तो लल्ट पॉइंट ले रहा है ना केवरो वो हर बार किधर ना किधर.
कितनी अल्टा ये भाई.
वीसी टूर्नामेंट्स में लोग लल्ट पॉइंट उठाते भाई सब जगह.
मालूम है मेरे को.
ये आ गया रे बेचारा बस भाई.
आगा नहीं वो चेंबर ने.
अच्छा उसने ओके हाँ रियल टाइम ओके.
Lockdown going to be used close. Someone has to break this. No one's on the spike. It's getting a bit panicky.
3 D10 2.
Where are the protocols? Where is the plague being made?
2 detained leaves it down to a 2v2 here, and suddenly DRX might have saved themselves.
It's looking dangerous.
Timing तो कर दिया बे almost.
The crowd is cheering and chanting. It's a maelstrom of emotion right now up top, up close.
यार नाइस ट्राई बे. एक स्पॉम ग्रेनेड रहता ना थोड़ा और डिले करता था. एक ही डालना उसने उधर. नैनो स्पॉम भी डाला. एक ही था उसके पास.
एक आई थिंक वो लोग ने पहले यूज किया होगा वो
लाइनअप में. हां वैसा रहेगा. अगर एक रहता ना और डिले हो जाता मस्त.
ये इन लोगों ने भी किलजॉय अल्ट मारी ना. कितनी अल्ट मारी ये लोग ने भी.
इनका एक ही अल्ट है ना सड़क का. अरे सड़क क्या बोलते हो क्या हार्बर का.
हार्बर का भी गया
और स्काई का भी है.
Similar to the way that he plays Breach on Haven. Do Loud realize? Can Loud adjust? The second layer to that too is that Loud actually found those picks beforehand, and they're going aggressive again.
Yeah, there was a flash around the corner, but there was a slightly delayed with it. Fantastic opening for Aspas, going to be waiting back, doesn't even have to activate his dash, of course.
Timer काम आया लगता है.
In good time,
and he's certainly getting the better end of Buzz here. While it looks like team nerves from Loud,
right से
Buzz
Brandon भी डाला.
out of sync with the rest of his team on DRX. Going down as the first pick actually in the prior round in the post plant was the thing that opened things up for Loud. But now 4 players stacked towards the B side, leaving Sadak alone. The 4-1 defense frequently leaves the team captain and IGL isolated on an island for this Brazilian squad.
it's really quite.
ओ महा लर्क हैवी लर्क.
Given to DRX in mid.
लेकिन ये इसके पास भी रीड है भाई.
ओ भाई नहीं भाई. तू आगे. अच्छा तू मेरे आगे चल रहा है क्यों?
मैं तारिक पे देख रहा हूँ.
वैलोरेंट से आगे थोड़ी तारीख चलेगा आगे. वैलोरेंट से आगे चलेगा.
तो तेरा रिफ्रेश कर एक बार.
क्या 32 है अभी 31 30
मार दिया वाइपर को.
भाई वो हगा ना रे.
हगा भाई लिटरली हगा वो. 3v3 कर दिया.
Stacks had no idea that Aspas was on the flank. But Aspas is
क्या भाई
alone.
क्या भाई.
एक ही नहीं पहले.
There's going to be that cascade in his face. Where's the rest of the team? Sadak moves his way across. Great flash timing off that one from the alarm bot. And Nana Swarm's buying the time. The tap of it forces the fight, forces a peak. RB goes down, but it is still running low. And now finally they're getting on top of it. Having a defuse all down to Stacks. Smoked off right around the corner. And the bullets just...
अबे उधर बैठ के डिफ्यूज हो गया बे.
हाँ अंदर बैठा था.
Consolation prize towards the end for Stacks there as he picks
अच्छा
up
राउंड था,
both
ये भी
Loud
अच्छा
players.
राउंड था.
But Loud has what matters. A fourth round on the board.
टाइम आउट आ रहा है, टाइम आउट आ रहा है. आएगा.
And really nicely played from Aspas too on the flank, just applying pressure. The threat that he could be there, stop the DRX players from being able to focus their full attention forwards. The economy has been kept honest though. Aspas can afford an operator, but it's only a Spectre for less. And less does the vast majority of the trading for Loud on this map.
I have to think that might be a difference maker. See the round getting played out.
Look at Stacks again here. He's one away from his third reckoning.
ये देख ये A पे भी ऑफ लेके आया, अभी B पे ऑफ लेने जा रहा है.
Build and prioritize that ultimate.
And I think also Stacks could start using these in the post plan to stop the retake happening, because Loud are giving them a lot of space around the map there in 7.
नहीं लेने का.
They were getting onto site fairly easily.
Time to strike is nigh. Leicester has to try and stop this now. Updraft, straight across. Buzz. They know he's into the side. He's cut this one up for them, but isolated. Nano Swarm's at their feet. Another snake bite placed down. But Stacks with full disrespect barrels his way through onto the side.
अल्ट मार दे. अच्छा नहीं बाद में मारेगा.
Going to be difficult to deal with. Kamanzine does not have
Wow,
these
भाई
trailblazers.
wow.
No informational abilities whatsoever. They've just got to walk inside.
It has to be a miracle, and a miracle might just be it. Mako on the corner. Kill claim, but 30 health remaining. And Alliance are flying through. Stacks lets loose of the reckoning. And positioning is known. No one can stand still. No one can remain but a mistake.
रीटेक अच्छा कर रहे हैं भाई ये.
Awesome play by Loud there too.
कितना 3 अल्टी वेस्ट किया लोग ने, तो भी नहीं
New
निकला.
player for Loud drops the cove.
3 अल्टी डाला ना
And
टोटल.
they know that forces Stacks to spam it. And they're essentially kind of trading the cove
I think spam में मर गए.
as Stacks is forced to unload bullets into it. Aspas swings.
3 अल्टी
Now
वापरा
it's DRX on the back foot. Just a couple of moments that have gone wrong for them. I think the game plan is actually perfect from DRX, to be honest. They're farming ult ops correctly. They're getting into good post plan situations. I mean, in that round,
में मार गए वो
they
लोग.
have a 4v3, I think, with a pit down and a reckoning to play with. Everything should be favored towards them.
मेरे को नहीं लगता 350 नहीं.
And yet Loud skill and
I'll take a
confidence to
उसके
just
पास,
get up
वो
inside
कुछ
the Viper ult.
बस के पास
And the way
अल्टी.
that DRX are dropping off sight, it
स्टैक
seems
का
to
स्टैक
be
ना अल्टी वापरा.
all favoring Loud there. You can't give
वापरा
them
ना
that much
लास्ट में.
space.
लास्ट में हर बार अल्टी वापरा ना रे.
So does
हाँ.
narrow margin
लास्ट में आला.
being led here by Loud in map number 1.
काहे पिक कर रहे हैं क्या
Our
मालूम
best
नहीं.
of 5
उसको लग रहा है डिफ्यूज हो
semi-finals.
रहा है बेचारे. साउंड नहीं है उसको सेकंड बार डिफ्यूज होने का.
Winner getting to move on, move up
मतलब
to
साउंड
the
वो
top.
बैठा नहीं ना डिफ करने के लिए.
Pedestal,
इतना
opportunity
chaos हो
for
रहा
us to
होता है,
lift an even
कुछ
more
आइडिया नहीं रहता
grander
इतना.
and greater trophy.
मैं पर तो भी
मतलब तेरे को मालूम रहता है
टैप तो
कि
करेगा ना टैप सेकंड बार टैप किया उसको.
हाँ टैप किया तेरे को मालूम, लेकिन कितना सब चलता है मालूम है तेरे को. तू भी खेलता है तो तेरे को तो मालूम रहेगा ना.
हाँ वो तो है.
बहुत चलता है रीटेक पे तो. और ये लोग जो हिसाब के रीटेक कर रहे हो उसमें तो बहुत चलता है.
भाई आ रहा है इन पे सब पे.
5 first deaths out of 8 rounds
मेरे
played.
को लगा DRX इस पे.
That's quite spectacular.
इको पे क्या
You normally
सब
expect
पे बाहर
most.
एक को छोड़ के.
भाई हाँ.
On the giving end of that, not the receiving end.
6 सोल करना चाहिए अच्छा मैच.
Definitely a player that needs to adjust his tempo based on the opponent.
It's all going to be used
ये अल्टीमेट
now,
ओपन नहीं
pushing
किया.
through. Getting a bit of space there to Art. Making sure that nobody was ever so slightly close, but the defensive setup of Loud, they've got Aspas holding that one deep angle on the A main choke with
They
the
तो almost
operator,
players
so
of
it's going to be
Phantom
giving
ही
them
वापरते हैं.
constant peace of mind.
हाँ तो लैन में फैंटम ही चलती है अच्छी.
This round is everything
क्यों
for
ऐसा?
DRX.
क्या डिफ है?
One away from
तेरे को
Benito
स्पैम करना है तो तेरी वो बुलेट स्टेशन नहीं होगी ना.
to a terrible first half after what they'd accomplished
समझा
early on.
वेंडल में तेरे को मालूम रहता है तू स्पैम करता है तो कहाँ से बुलेट आ रही है फैंटम में नहीं चलता और रन एंड गन फैक्टर भी आ जाता है ना
And it's allowed Leicester the peace of mind once more to rotate over here to help them out.
Yeah,
Reinforcements.
Peace of mind is absolutely the correct term to use. Loud can commit so many players to be a preemptive Viper's Pit as well off a tiny amount of utility, but the time is ticking and DRX have got to go in.
Yep, they know that this is being committed now. Dash through off to the side. It could just be that spam. Cove down, exchange of fire, back and forth, but the spike on the floor. With 24 seconds left, this is looking like a bit of a disaster. Leicester is going to be the target that needs to go down, but the Seekers from Kawazine earned. Going to be expended, well used now, 13 seconds left. Zest catching Aspas. Time running so damn low. The gravity of the situation really just layering itself down. I don't believe this time the spike was picked up. And there
हो गया प्लान
प्लांट हुआ
still
नहीं बे क्लच हुआ
that's it.
नहीं हुआ प्लांट क्या तुम लोग बोल रहे हो वही तो बोला टाइम 3 से 1 सेकंड था 1-2 सेकंड बाद में प्लांट करने का आवाज आया ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हो
8 सेकंड का डिले आई थिंक 0.1 था
नहीं रे एक 2 ही सेकंड बचा था जब टर्रेट डाला था
How do you get the spike down in this situation when Les has the presence of mind to just drop the pit early and it covers the entire site? That's a dagger to the heart of the Korean squad, searching for their first spot in a grand final. It's not an eco round actually. They still managed to pull a buyout with knives and scraps and odd ends.
Yeah, really just clutching.
मैं साइफर के खेल रहा इधर कैमरा डाल रहा
They're able to make here, but
कैमरा मस्त दिखता कोई पकड़ते ही नहीं कैमरा
this first half.
पहले दिन से खेला तो जम 3 बार मारा कल खेला कल हगा गेम में पर कैमरा लगाया मैंने अरे मेरे को क्या लगता था मन में कैमरा कोई भी कितने भी लंबे से लगता था फिर बाद में मान बोला कि पास में जाके लगा कैमरा
No one going to be waiting for this one. But it's going to be that 5v5 and a lockdown
5v5 retake
on the opposing side. This is going to give so much space. Trailblazer instantly destroyed. RB, sole player left into the corner. Slight little cubby to play inside of, but he's alone. Needs to try and survive. Needs to get more done, but just one kill will be it.
Nice.
The rest of the team playing those post plans. Operator angle laid down at his feet, and it gives Tuyas the ability to start sticking this now. Where's the spam? Where's the answer? It's util, but half on the board already. And the pressure is on. The pressure is mounting. Spam, anything can happen. It's down to the He wins it out. Time ticking away. Will he have enough? It's down to milliseconds. Surely he will do it.
क्या retake
क्या retake कर रहे भाई क्या ही retake कर रहे
Perfectly played retake from Loud there. It's the same punish on
9-3 कर सारा बच्ची
when they
9-3
leave too many players playing that long range spam.
9-3
हर
कर
बार
सारा
retake कर रहे हैं भाई ये
gobbling them up.
ये हार्बर का बबल बहुत बीटी देता है भाई सही में
does so much.
स्मोक ना
The high tide allowing Les to get tucked into a close position and the Cove as well managing to get them
तो
half
फट
on the
जाता
spike.
हाफ डिवीजन में
Look at that frustration and almost disbelief.
लाउड अच्छा खेल रही है लेकिन
Buzz 2 and 9 having an absolute nightmare here on Pearl.
ये लोग भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं पर रीटेक नहीं
अनलकी रह रहे हैं अनलकी रह रहे
ऐसा सीन
The
है
attack side, Jet players usually struggling to get that kind of impact. They need to be set up well for it.
मेरे को लग रहा है कि लर्क करना चाहिए अभी इतना वो लोग रीटेक देख पीछे कोई नहीं देख रहा है एक बार रहेगा ना तो वो बिजी रहेंगे वो लोग
सैसी पैन घर पे इधर के काश में उधर ही खेलता काश में भी सही फिर से होता
Zest was previously playing Sova on this map and it was his
ये वो तेरा रिफ्रेश हुआ
utility. It feels like with this
अटका था क्या रे क्यों रवि
adjustment, it's now nobody's responsibility.
टाइमर क्या तेरे में
There is no one stepping up and wondering about where the
59
killjoy
58
utility might be played.
57
This is round 11 and DRX still don't have the read. Buzz has to face check it in order to get rid of the thing.
So it is removed with 50 seconds. On the side of DRX, but maybe they can make the most of this one. Flash around the corner, high ground angle, turret. It watches it. Starting to see them take that space still. Les will anchor it. Lovely kill to find one after another.
इको राउंड है सभी कोई ना
Just not enough time to really make any sort of plays here. Up to Stacks and Zest, seeing what they can do. Being swarmed and approached from every position. That was in from the spam down angle is common enough. spike, but a double face. That'll clean it. Finalized.
In the 10 days that DRX have had since they played their last match, they've clearly come up with a game plan here. You can see what they're going for in these rounds, but the execution is just not
ये सब
there.
जगह लगेज
The
मार्क करते
firepower
लगेज टैप
overwhelming
कितना
from
फास्ट
Loud.
कर देना लोग टैप
Everyone's
टैप
got a
टैप
plan until they get punched in the mouth.
अपन सोच
And
अपने को
DRX
सोचते ही
look
नहीं
lost
सब
out there.
मैच बदल कि नहीं
क्या
Now
वो
it is
प्लांट
in
करने
the
का
final round
उसको
of
मालूम है
this
प्लांट
first
करने लगे
half.
कोई किसी ने तो मार्क दिया रहेगा मैप पे फटके से मारना चालू किया देखा
They can
मतलब
scrape
कितना फास्ट
together
कर दे वो
a
लोग
round. The battle
मार्क
to be taken
मैप
place
मार्किंग
here.
बहुत
Looks like
करते हैं
all
लोग
5 members of DRX waiting right into this one.
इसके तो स्पैम ज्यादा मारते हैं मैप
ये
मार्किंग
देख
करने
ये
से।
देख भाई क्या चल रहा है
Flash trying to push through the right click. No one's cleaning it up. Aspas. And they all fall.
क्या मारा बे उसने सिर्फ शेरिफ मारे बे सब
9-3.
अरे लेकिन क्या चल रहा था कुछ मालूम ही नहीं पड़ा उन लोग को अच्छा ना अच्छा खेल रहे
It
हैं
is
लाउड अच्छा
Loud
खेल
in that driving seat.
हाँ बॉटम से टॉप फ्रैगर
Such an explosive beginning that we've seen.
जेट है ना भाई वो उसको किल मिलता ही है
And it was
किधर
a
से
9-3 half the last time these
और
two
उससे
teams
वो आसपास से अच्छा लेस खेल रहा है लेस निकले जस्ट निकाले अच्छे
and then threw it
बचकाना
away. Do you believe in curses? Loud just looked too
लेस मस्त खेला लेस ये स्पेस कैसी
हाँ
ये डेस्क में जो लेफ्ट में लड़की बैठी है ना सबसे
हाँ
लेफ्ट में डेस्क में लड़की बैठी थी वो चश्मे
हाँ
वाली भाई बहुत ज्ञान है उसको वैलेंट को बहुत भयंकर ज्ञान है
अच्छा
बहुत बोलती रहती है भाई रुकती नहीं बोलते रहती है भाई ये शॉट मस्त मारा उसने आसपास ने भाई पर वो हर बार कैसा बच रहा था डिश से बे देखना हर बार बच रहा था हर बार जेट डिफ तो है भाई पहले मैच में ए भाई जेट डिफ एकदम हैवी जेट डिफ है कमबैक देना पड़ेगा बच्ची हैवी जेट डिफ बेबी हैवी जेट डिफ देखा सो रहा है जो शर्म है उसको शर्म एटीट्यूड देख उसका एटीट्यूड देख सब पीसी पे भाई माउस रख के ना घुमा रहे हाथ गरम कर रहे पर उसको नहीं घंटा फर्क नहीं सा कर रहा है मैं इंशो VCT Sao Paulo Loud currently have a 2-1 record on Pearl at lock-in. DRX are 1-1.
Matter how veteran you are, doesn't matter how many global
कर्स
events
आ रहा है क्यों
you've been
कर्स हो
to,
रहा है
nothing can quite prepare you for this.
देखते हैं ना पहले राउंड पे डिपेंड करता है
And the newer players on Loud are still putting on excellent performances too. You saw the results there for both of these teams on Pearl. DRX had one map on Pearl where they looked immaculate and one where they got stomped by Cloud9. Loud being a little more stable, only lost in OT. Could DRX possibly bring this to OT though? It would require the pistol, I think, and much more besides.
Yeah. Many rounds after the fact. Let's see though. Goal of this round going to be that A split, pushing forward. Zest get his attention. Just taken away for but a moment. A bit of frenzy spam exchange. Stackster will stay alive still. Eventually falling. Aspas just claiming so many kills, so much damage done. Top flash play. Bit of false information. Mako still claims one. Now the answer though. An instant swing and my goodness. 3 in a round for him. And Mako, we've seen this guy pull off magic before, but this might be a little bit too much.
GG, go next.
4 in the round for Aspas, putting on a masterclass out there. 18 and 7. It's unreal. I mean, long range with the frenzy, mid range, close range, doesn't matter. 4 health, whatever. This guy gets it done. And he's a big game player. That's what's incredible. That time on Loud has taken him from being a rookie to a veteran so quickly.
Yeah. It's been Aspas who's the one who has to really step up. It's been said in a couple of the interviews as well, you know. Title last year, like you said, Josh, he was a bit green to it. Obviously, many belts, many titles under at least the competition. But he's had to really step up for his team.
Yeah, and listening to Sadak as well after they completed the alpha bracket, he said that he gave big credit to Aspas, and he said Aspas is talking a lot during the games. He's giving him a lot of ideas for what to do in terms of the calling. So he's not just there fragging. He's offering a lot more to this Loud squad and stepping up now that he is one of the veteran presences.
Next evolution of this young player.
Just showcasing that he's got it all.
Hot flash play, but yeah, Loud ready and waiting. A couple of them playing anti, making sure that they weren't falling prey to any of that. And DRX not even offered that luxury of trying to die to the spike to deny those ults. Loud are going to be vacuuming it all up.
This is absolutely dominant from Loud. With DRX now not picking up the pistol in round 13, this could be over in a flash. And what a statement it would be to open up one of the semi-finals in this kind of manner. Remember that this is the last chance for the Pacific region as well. DRX, they're only representatives left in the tournament. And that's what this tournament is all about. The winner of lock-in, they get a spot for their team at Masters Tokyo. Sorry, a spot for their region at Masters Tokyo. They're fighting for the Pacific.
Huh? For the
region as a whole.
Lovely
util laid down early here by DRX, but again, just maneuvering away around it, and it's a pincer.
इन लोगों का लर्क देखा तूने?
देखा.
The defense once more crumbles. Bit by bit, the supporting elements are just being taken out. DRX.
एक गलती माफ है, 2 गलती माफ है, उसके बाद माफ नहीं है.
Aspas still alive, 5 bullets. And backup is there. Down to Buzz and Zest. Smokes off one of the angles, but the crossfire is too potent.
W दबाता जा रहा है सिर्फ.
Shift W कुछ नहीं कर रहा है. मर भी नहीं रहा, देखना ऐसा W दबा रहा है.
Phantom लेके सिर्फ W दबा रहा है सब.
Aspas sat at 22 kills to Buzz's 2. If you wanted a jet diff, if you had that on your bingo card, oh my God, you've gone and got it. This guy's on a different level right now, and that is going to be tough for Buzz to comprehend. Heading into Icebox, I've got to imagine we're going to see more of this, probably on Split 2. It's got to start going the other way for DRX to have a chance in this. Aspas with a double updraft, but nobody giving him a look.
The final boss made manifest. Let's see what he does with this. Dash, enabled, knives, ever so slightly missing. There was a flash delayed. And there are trades online, still 3 on 3. And all the pressure, the gravity of it all on the shoulders of DRX. Lovely utility to clean this one out. It's down to less. Is that 1v3? So much to do, yet already he's made it one step easier. Kill found, jump peek. Knows nobody's on it. Waiting for the push, but a double swing was going to be there.
And it says a lot to how dominant Loud have been in this map that we're all collectively holding our breath, believing that Les could do it. He's been their best performing player so far at lock-in, and not somebody that we talk about too much, but he is so consistent for this squad. He takes a ton of fights, he wins a lot of them. He's the biggest trader that Loud has. He's just always out there, doing what his team needs. And that is the first of 9 map points that DRX need to dodge in order to take us to OT. It just seems impossible.
When you think about what's stacked against them here, it really does feel insurmountable.
But we know the DRX are not the team anymore to crumble, to fold under the pressure. We've seen it now a couple of times over 2 different tournaments when the pressure's on and they still have what it takes to come back.
मारा तो भी चलेगा पर और प्ले क्या होगा मैं
वही ऑफ नहीं छोड़ना कुछ भी हो जाए.
A bit more long term.
Definitely.
देख भाई टेला है मस्त देख रहा है.
I think another thing that we're just seeing demonstrated here is that the Americas region is clearly the best on Pearl. We haven't seen an Americas team lose on Pearl except for when NRG beat Loud, and that's 2 Americas teams fighting against each other. Something about this Americas region, they've just got the read here. Doesn't matter what comp is being played, they get this map.
भाई पांचों फ्लैश हुए.
Seekers parting ways on either side now. Trying to lay claim to this side. A dash forwards.
Nice रे एक बैक साइड कॉल नहीं.
बस ने मारा बढ़िया.
He's got another one online, but Aspas has claimed some space.
Nice.
बस ने मारा भाई बस.
He will be shut down.
गरम हो गया अगला मैच खेलेगा गरम हो गया.
And so one of the rounds once more claimed, I suppose. Long road to try and even it up, but no room for error.
Rounds.
Not at all.
बस मारे इसने दोनों पे ये.
The DRX are going to start to build themselves up a bit of a buffer in terms of the economy. Obviously not something that they can, use when they lose a round because they're one and done right now. But as the rounds get closer, if they're down to, a scrappy 1v1, they'll still be able to buy up for the next. These are all important things, big ults to rely on too. If you're going to go through this long, arduous journey of getting us back to OT,
वही कर रहे थे इसके एक राउंड पहले गया था ना.
with how you use those resources.
It could all go wrong in just
वो लोग अवेयर हो तो अच्छा है. नहीं अवेयर.
It's Sadak who's taken point. He's got the stinger. No worries whatsoever, and a squeeze into the connector.
This could be it.
Arby is next, one after another, all down the buzz, and with just the operator.
Yeah, timing हो गया.
Good luck, son. Would have to be the play of your career. Flash active, but the players are rapidly approaching his position. And they all tumble. 13-5. Map number.
And 1 मिनट आया मैं वॉशरूम जाके. बोट अरे लोग ना W सब जगह दबाते हैं मालूम तेरे को. एक और you there? तेरे में मेरे में फर्क भाई असली में फर्क. भाई वैलोरेंट चैंपियंस टूर वाले ने डाला है। किसने डाला वीडियो? वैलोरेंट डाला और आगे क्या? ये फोन का? हाँ फोन का है। कॉपीराइट नहीं बैठेगा साउंड का? अबे ये दिखा है इस पे तभी थोड़ी देर पहले। ये दिखा है इस पे वीसीडी पे। हाँ ये लड़का था उधर वीडियो में, उधर इसके पहले। इतना नहीं देखा मैंने, ध्यान नहीं दिया मैं ब्लर से। क्या आएगा इसमें, मतलब क्या है ये? मेरे को नहीं समझ रहा है। टूर्नामेंट है ये तो? मैं साउंड नहीं लगा सकता, साउंड आया तो कॉपीराइट दिया तो? हाँ देखता मैं, रुक जा। फोन के लिए कि किसके लिए हो तो बोल। किसके लिए? फोन के लिए? हाँ 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 तो
अच्छा यहाँ पे है प्लेग्राउंड के ऊपर। कैसे हैं यूफो भाई आप?
क्या बात है,
कैसा
4K
हाँ
तो ये बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होने वाला है कि
अच्छा
बेस्ट
यहाँ
ऑफ
पे
3?
है प्लेग्राउंड के ऊपर। कैसे हैं यूफो भाई आप?
क्या बात है,
कैसा
4K
रहा
वर्मा
आपका
incoming, yes,
सफर
4K वर्मा।
प्लेग्राउंड का?
बहुत अच्छा, मतलब सबसे अच्छा
ऑडियंस से बात कर, मेरे से नहीं, ऑडियंस में ये तो बात।
क्या बात है,
आवाज
क्या
कहाँ से आ रही है
बात
इसकी?
कैसा रहा सफर, कैसा रहा?
गालियां नहीं खानी होगी।
सुनने में आपने बाला का गाना भी नहीं सुना अभी तक।
नहीं नहीं, अरे मेरे को लगा कोई दूसरा गाना बना होगा, पहले वाला
आयल ने जो लाइन बोली है
सुना था।
बालाजी ने,
नाइस
वो
एक्टिंग, नाइस एक्टिंग,
फाइल
नाइस।
यूफो आया क्या?
हाँ यूफो आया,
हाँ।
यूफो आया। कुछ बोलना है
भगा
मामा?
दो उसको।
भगा दूं? रीजन दो एक।
12 लाख रुपए उसने बर्बाद करे हैं इसलिए।
12
बात तो 100%
12 लाख मिले थे
नहीं
लगता जिम वीडियो बिगिनर्स को
भाई।
कैसे start
12
करेंगे?
लाख में बिका तो
जरूर
यूफो।
नो
अनफॉर्चुनेटली
Unfortunate.
भाई इतना भाई
Yeah.
लाओ पार्टी लाओ भाई यूफो भाई। वो तो बिकने के तो चलो कोई नहीं।
कहाँ है आपकी
बालाज वाले हर जगह
मेरी
जाके
घड़ी का
नाटक
क्या
करते
करेंगे भाई?
Oh,
पार्टी
हाँ
किधर है?
क्या करे मामा?
गाइस 12
आओ guys,
सोचो
moment flexing
12
क्या please? Flanks
हैं।
बता
तू
दो।
ट्रिगर हो रहा है, तू तो पिज्जेरिया वाला है, बालाज वाला तू।
हाँ? अभी रात को
और पॉट क्या
Shorts देखिए
वालों?
आप, शॉर्ट्स देखिए।
हाँ आफ्टर स्ट्रीम होता तो मैं भी आता।
मामा ये मैच आप बस फ्लैंक देखना मेरा बस।
हाँ ठीक है, उसका कोई प्लान बनता तो एम इन
Short
जल्दी खेलना
के
चाहिए।
राजा
यूफो भाई बोल रहे हैं सब लोग। यूफो को भाई बोल दे
Short
खेल रहा है।
शॉट का राजा।
नहीं 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 नहीं, मजाक नहीं, इससे मजाक नहीं, इससे मजाक नहीं, नहीं इससे मजाक नहीं। जा जा जा, नहीं 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 नहीं, और नहीं चला जा, मत कर।
तू ऐसे कर, डोलू दबा ले, मैं माउस।
नहीं 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 मत कर,
पहला
मत
pick
कर यार,
लेने दो मेरे को बस,
मत कर
राइट में
यार,
चले।
बजा यार। हाँ दिक्कत है तेरे को स्पेक्टेट करना।
तो तू क्या करता? रोटी को चिप्स सब्जी बना के खाता, क्या करता तू?
तो फिर आफ्टरनून में मैं क्या करता, उस रोटी को गरम करता, उस पे घी लगाता और कॉर्न्स लेता, कॉर्न्स को बॉईल करता और कॉर्न्स को रोटी के साथ रोल करके अंदर नमक मिर्च मसाला डाल के उसका मस्त रोल बनाता और चिप्स को एज अ स्नैक चाय के साथ खाता।
चाय के अंदर डुबो के?
ना डुबो के नहीं, साथ में ऐसे एक चाय के सिप और फिर एक चिप्स, एक चाय की सिप, एक चिप्स।
अच्छा, कौन सा चिप्स रहता है?
मारा था उसने वन
चिप्स वैसे मैं पसंद नहीं करता चिप्स। वैसे अगर मैं करूँ का तो सबसे मेरे को पसंद है वो कुरकुरे के येलो वाले आते हैं ना, एक येलो वाले,
कुरकुरे के येलो वाले
ट्विस्टी
पसंद ही
वो
नहीं।
मेरे फेवरेट है, वो मेरे फेवरेट।
अच्छा तो तू
Pure hello, you there?
रोटी रहेगा
Hello?
घर पे तो तू पालक पनीर मंगा के नहीं खाएगा। तू
कौन?
उस कॉर्न को बॉईल करेगा,
मेरे को
उसके
लगा
ऊपर
अच्छा
घी
तो हो
लगाएगा,
गया।
उसको रोल करेगा
हाँ
और
तो मैं खुद से कर सकता हूँ ना उसमें फटाक से।
पालक पनीर भी खुद ही ऑर्डर कर सकते हो।
पालक पनीर आएगा 45 मिनट्स में, ठंडा आएगा, फिर उसे गरम करो।
लेकिन रोटी भी तो तू गरम कर रहा है।
कौन भी तो बनाना है।
कॉर्न को बॉईल कर रहा है।
बनाना है।
अरे तो कितना टाइम लगता है कौन को boil करने
नहीं, चलो,
में?
मैं
10
चलो।
मिनट्स में बन जाएगा डिश वहाँ 45
तो मतलब
मिनट्स wait
कौन
तो करो।
तुम्हारे घर में भी
तुमने
है?
भाई को एक रोज
हाँ,
करने
है।
बोला, अभी क्या चल
हाँ,
रहा है?
कौन रहता है?
अच्छा
अच्छा
स्वीट कॉर्न। हाँ
यार फुटबॉल गेम तो
तो आरपी पॉसिबल नहीं है।
Where's the solution? Is it
एक कुकिंग व्लॉग बनाओ ना, मेरे को नहीं आता रे कुकिंग।
where is the spark? I think the solution is in stacks in the IGL lane because I think
ऐसे एसके वासी का स्टोरी देखो। हाँ क्या?
when they're initial
एक भी नहीं खाता गाइस, मैं प्योर वेज
they
हूँ।
are not the strongest team at making an adaptation, making a plan on the fly and coming up with that.
मेरा फोन चालू नहीं हो रहा 13 Pro Max
At coming
हो
out
गया।
with the ideas
प्योर
early,
वेज हूँ गाइस।
when that initial contact hits, we've seen in this game, we saw in their game versus Cloud9 where they got countered, where when they are countered, this team struggles to get back into games, and that kind of worries me for the rest of the series.
2-3 बजेंगे मेरे को भी लग रहा है।
I love the swing, right? But it was a miss, and I think we can acknowledge that on map 1. And so again, it's about how you recover and reassemble here.
एक सेकंड रुको, एसके रॉसी का स्टोरी देखने पड़ रहा
Turn
है।
our attention now, Achilles. Talk about this icebox and what is available as an option for DRX to maybe turn the momentum of this.
DRX का पिक है भाई आइसबॉक्स, और DRX में अच्छा खेलती है आइसबॉक्स। DRX आइसबॉक्स में अच्छा खेलती है। इसके रॉसी इसके रॉसी ने तो कोई स्टोरी नहीं डाली यार। रॉसी ने तो कोई स्टोरी नहीं डाली भाई, क्या बातें कर रहे हो? कुछ भी बोलते हैं चैट, क्यों बकचोदी कर रहे हैं? रुको, एक लड़की का डीएम है।
देख ना भाई, ये मैटूड कितना भैंस चो,
और वो लड़की मेरी बहन है, मेरे को गाली दे रही है। मेरी बहन मेरे को गाली दे रही है।
Love that they're not changing comps and they're putting the
L for Louch.
Let's
Let's go, let's go.
Aggressive on the defense. Is he hitting his shots? Is he confident enough to even go for it? And I think there's another layer to this too. Kawanzi not having access to the Hunter's Fury should open up RB's ultimates a little too. So there are positives here to pull from. And like the Des was mentioning, it was DRX that had been playing this comp a lot. Whereas it's the first time we've seen Loud's Icebox.
और लड़ के लिए अच्छा रहता है बे, वही अच्छा रहता है।
apart now as we get deeper into this best of 5. Moving forwards though, Loud not going to be dissuaded just yet. Wall's going to be used, but they're going to be claiming space and planting up top. Anything to try and disrupt this one doesn't look likely.
It's a different harbor wall compared to what we're going to see from DRX on their attack side. Unless, oh, he gets away with it there.
Yeah,
facing into 2 players, but not punished.
Very good information, even just manages to strike a little bit of a blow there, and damage done. Exchange of the bullets, the weaponry, even a snake bite up close, Sadak.
Nice,
oh my goodness. Comes out of that 1v1, but he will eventually fall. Now, how does the play get made? Skip it a hop, Zest almost granted an opportunity to claim a kill. It's a deep push into screens though, and Loud doubled up. Taking scalps, taking names.
And they take the pistol. Tui's with another great wall there actually that stops people from being able to get deep. I like that. You can see that Tui's has put time into his harbor. We already knew that based on what we've seen from him on Pearl. But here looking comfortable too. DRX dead on the wrong end of another pistol round. Great play from these guys on site too. I think there's a real temptation once the flank is given up to just give up sight and go and fight super heavy behind you. But Loud decided to push forwards. Really nice reaction from Sadak with the call.
Big 5-stack gamble play. Stacks, he did claim the orb, that was his goal. Pays for it with his life though.
He was going for those orbs all the time on Pearl. They constantly had reckonings online. And this is one of the first times where Loud's aggression has actually challenged and punished him. The spike is alone on Sadak here. Okay, the Loud guys are starting to come back.
Oh my.
But that's it dropped. There was a moment of danger, but I don't think DRX is going to be able to capitalize.
Still swinging wide. These classics are Actually making quite short work, I think. Still, Mako ended up taking a chunk of health away. Trying to contest and fight that one. Now a close angle. Flash the right click over the top. How does he duck and weave and dodge this one? The answer is he doesn't. That's not particularly dangerous. And RB now.
Late in, board.
He's the leading clutcher of the tournament, but Les is watching for it. Oh, he turns away.
Turns away. Now will there be a double face? Not quite still.
Timing over, must timing था.
Significant damage going to be done.
हाँ, timing तो हो गया था almost.
To the economy.
कोई gun वन रहता ना थोड़ा छोटा मोटा, तो अच्छा हो
It's
जाता.
an uncomfortable decision that they have to make here. But there might be some low-level investment that still works. And as we've said, first time we've seen Loud on Icebox at lock-in. Loud have only been forced to show 3 maps up to this point. And they've been very clean. Only dropping that single overtime pearl against NRG.
Phantom गिर गया उसका.
It's actually still a pretty decent bonus round for Loud. They're going to be able to invest fairly heavily into this. And they're trying to apply pressure over towards B. So using the Cascade. And I think this makes a lot of sense. With that Cascade online, I don't think you need the Sova drone as much. Kawanzin can rely on the Sky, which he's been playing at this tournament alongside Breach. We haven't seen any Sova from him.
It does relieve that necessity of having the drone, like we were discussing, you know, to push players, oppers off that angle when they are just walled off like that. Now there was an early approach. A bit of that space. There was a deep flash now, but look, the reason why. Control slowly, steadily gained.
I think.
Interesting turret, isn't it? Gets posted while the high tide is up, and after this wall drops, it kind of controls the area, or at least gives you good information if people are going to swing through the wall as to where they're coming from.
Oh, and they're moving up deep into position. Flash push forwards, reckoning as well. Positioning known, and guess what? Laying claim to this one, less from the sidelines. Just creating moment after moment for his team. 4 players left up for Loud, and they do not feel like they're dissuaded, despite the fact that they had the weaker weapons. Still, there is that answer. Zest, good kill to find. Left down to that 3v3 now.
And this looks dangerous and very well planned out by Loud. Can the post plant hold on? It's not planted in a great spot.
Dash forwards though, cuts up the angle, and that's Sadak out in the open. 2 years, Sheriff shot does find itself. Kawazin, he's got the rifle, but it's not quite planted for him. The angle, half on the defuse, says sticky, but it does not matter. Absolute insanity.
मारा क्यों नहीं पर वो half plan करके?
And Loud looking immaculate again. The bonus round strategy is so nice. The way that they take B control and then lurk less up. And that's the value from the Sky, is the flash through the wall, getting deep and allowing for that post plant. Kawanzin looking deadly in the clutch, and Buzz has his chance, right? That's the moment where you want Buzz to step up, win a round for his team, hold the momentum of Loud. And he falls again in a duel that you would normally expect him to win.
Updraft up top, that's to try and punish this. Aware that they're trying to grab these orbs.
And Buzz gets it. That's the Blade Storm. Can he be the difference maker?
It's all going to be broken. Sadak is aware of this, knows that there's a few players close, and space being gained. Buzz only to 1 before an instant answer back, but this crossfire, despite the weaker guns, despite the pistols, it is DRX who are making the most of this one now. What is the call? Aspas, kill claim, dashes back. The space still going to be vacuumed up.
And it's gorgeous. The way that Aspas' dash backwards plays 2Es into the angle. This does not look like a new team. These do not look like newer players. I know Sadak said that we're a new roster, you know, we have to prove ourselves again. But when you watch the teamwork of the newer players, Kawanzin and 2Es, they have been integrated so well into this squad. The fundamentals look, to me, just as good as they did with the old Loud squad. And maybe that means 2Es doesn't quite get as active in the round as somebody like Pankara or Mako, but it doesn't really make too much difference. So here we see it again, the Cascade to take B long control. Buzz, his confidence certainly hasn't waned after Pearl.
And still, Seeker spots the target, Sadak moves forwards, where's the kill? Dash up top, kill still found right as he's evacuating. And he needed to be the difference maker, just cannot land that second shot.
He'll have another chance, though.
Unrelenting is what it feels like when you're on the opposing side of this one. Loud, not willing to give anything up, and the spike was planted in the middle of all of that. Less now with the pit. Drops that one down. Yeah, this is going to really start to put that time pressure on DRX. What can they do with this? Off angle is magical. Not a player aware of it. 2v3. Buzz, what can you find? Zest in the pit. Gets the first obstacle down, but the angle's watched for. And it's just too much to do, isn't it? Tap of the spike, doubled up, decaying all the way down. 1 kill from the Tracers, but time far too low to make the most of it. And Josh, this map, we were talking about it, the desk was talking about it, it needed to be the time for DRX to strike back, to show that they had what it takes to really compete. And so far, it's not looking good for them.
I think it's a must-win. It's the first map in the series that DRX had a chance to pick, so it's up at the top of their pool as well. They've demonstrated how strong they are on Icebox against some of the other teams they've played. And also, once you get deeper, once you get to Split and Fracture, Loud have already showcased that they look incredibly scary there. If Loud can't get punished on a map they haven't even had to show so far, where can DRX even win?
Where is the limit? That's the big question.
And I think at the moment, Buzz is actually doing a fairly good job of applying some pressure, but the whole of DRX's defense is getting steamrolled by the pace that Loud are playing at. Here again, less up through tube. Looking to get aggressive. Now last time RB was the one that died early and opened the gap as the turret went down. This time Les bullies his way through and pulls RB back towards him for another cheap kill.
And he won't be dealt with. Pop flash play, Mako just so unaware.
I love this from Loud. And to think that they haven't even had to show Icebox so far in this tournament. And it looks this drilled. They're getting all of the benefits of the KO in terms of the flash through their wall. But they also have the reconnaissance of the dog too.
Rifle upgrade. But so much to do for Buzz. And Aspas, short work, isn't it?
6-0 lead for Loud on the second map after dismantling DRX 13-5 on Pearl. And it feels like they could still show us more unique strategies.
Yeah.
We've seen heavy B pressure. And I think the addition of the Harbor into these comps, playing Harbor Viper, makes it really difficult for Buzz to get aggressive. He's always got a cascade in his face. And it's not like any other wall where you can push through. You're getting slowed as you go through that. You're not favored. Trying to go for a classic jet play of poking yourself through a Viper wall, let's say, or an Omen smoke, getting one and dashing out. It just doesn't work as well against Harbor.
Can't do it. It's designed to punish you in that aspect.
And so what I'd really like to see from DRX, strategically, is for Buzz to continue getting aggressive at B main with at least another person with him, or possibly fighting, you know, pushing pipes early in the round. But I still think it's going to be very hard for him to get value against that, because that Harbor wall is going to always be there.
Right up in his face, mitigating any sort of impact. And this is Loud, such a commanding lead. And you can feel it really building as well, just all the energy. Crowd at their sides. You know, at times we were a little bit critical of Loud, you know, maybe overheating, trying to play to the crowd a little bit too much, but they spent the week, they've cooled down, tempered themselves. It's a cold fire that's burning right now, and that's what's being showcased. Loud determined to get one step closer.
So here's that interaction we were talking about. Buzz with his operator comes forward, and with the cascade, he's not quite sure where everybody is, but that is a perfect way to open the round. A first kill for Buzz.
Aspasto just, he's unrelenting, man. There's no time wasted. Skipping a hop, jumps up to the box, and he just rips away the opening that Buzz earned for his team. And Sadak, of course, there's no reckoning going to be used. Ultimate popped off. That's a bit of a spam kill that was found somewhere. Still, Sadhak moves forwards, and they know where Zest's positioning is. The indicators are around still. Arby's been doing the most, but Util in his hands, caught unaware. And 7-0 is such a commanding lead.
Champs, they were able to claw themselves back into a 5th map after going down 0-2. The team has demonstrated that they're not out of series this early, that they don't crumble instantly when they face adversity. And yet, today, I feel like what I'm witnessing is just Loud utterly outclassing them. Loud have a different strategy for every time there's a gun round, and DRX are left reeling. They can't even use the lessons of the prior losses
to try and claw their way back into it. Orbs available, prioritized onto 2 years. Try and build up that reckoning. Now a dog clears the one side of it. Interesting cascade, but it is that weaker buy for DRX.
And Aspas just trying to get as aggressive as humanly possible.
And look at how deep they're pushing. I mean, the wall just gives them all the space into the back of Snowman.
New strat again.
Yep.
A new flavor to it, and DRX with poor weaponry this time.
It's constantly DRX who have to react to it.
And I love the flexibility that adding the harbor to this comp gives them.
High tide round the side. Sheriff in the hands of Mako. Makes the most of that one. Seekers, though, popped off. Pointing out a positioning precisely known. And it's less with 3. Wants the 4th. Will he get it? The answer is yes.
Loud are mixing in some safe rounds where they play a standard post plant on Icebox with a lot of these more aggressive looks. This time the wall allows them to take Snowman control. Previously they've been flashing through it and getting aggressive on people waiting to play the retake. There's always something different being thrown at DRX. And I mean, just look at the players, look at the coach. They're out of ideas.
Speechless. Best case scenario is going to be 4 rounds for DRX, but with the current momentum, the pace of which this game is being played, it just looks so unlikely. And look at that. All those orbs that were being prioritized for 2 years once more grants them all the space in the world to get a free plant, and less has been this consistent thorn in their sides.
That's nice, well done. Drone coming down mid from Zest. Looks back up tube and sets up for that kill, but they've taken Snowman control again.
Dobbin up crossfire. Mako's good to claim 1, but it's an immediate trade. Lockdown for a lockdown now. This is where things get scrappy. Moving across. It's Aspas. Still going to deal with him. Buzz does step up to the challenge. Lockdown going to be catching, and Sadak, well, out in the open. Buzz going to be able to stick this one without a care in the world, and there will be no silly business, no knives to be found, but eventually it is DRX able to claim that first round on the board.
Can DRX string this together into any form of momentum? This time, the ult's being very important. But I also think that DRX had a nice idea there at driving a wedge in on the retake and separating one half of the post planners from the other. The crowd there genuinely looking disappointed that this wasn't a 12-0 half.
Yep, things you not be used to, honestly, but listen, when in Brazil.
A push down the tube here from Stax, following his cascade and a recon dart. Looking maybe to add a different flavor to this as Buzz finds another first kill. Things starting to go the way here of the Korean team.
But are the adaptations going to be enough? They've been left reeling is what it feels like. Still, flick of the wrist up top. That's the angle to try and watch for. Aspas really being pushed onto the common angle now. Top of the box, Mako. Vandal in his hand, doesn't want to spray. Snake bite at the floor though. Should keep him safe for but a moment. Now though, it's going to get difficult as the smokes start to fade away and dissipate. Kawazine, Flash was waiting. No play off of it, but that's just spam. Aspas catching it. Zest is low. Stax does trade. But this is very quickly getting out of hands right now for DRX. One of the sole opportunities for them, but Stacks, the wiggle with the movement, he makes himself an elusive target.
So well played by Stacks, the trade, the anchoring, and shuts things down with a 4K. A major round for Team Captain and IGL when DRX need it most. 4 rounds in this half is the bare minimum to get things back on track. For our podium team, bronze plays gold from champs, and right now you're seeing that gap between 3rd and 1st. But of course, Loud with those 2 changes, you expect a different result here, and instead it has been just as dominant. Stacks looks to try and turn the ship, and Loud take a timeout to hold that momentum before.
Buzz, believe he spotted a body. Moves away. This is an angle that he has been playing, but Sadak, okay, a bit brave from him. Not expecting that angle to be watched for. Dog round the side. That's time to the cascade, so it can't be broken as easily. Clears away the 1-box. Tap of the plan.
Close.
Stray shot.
And it looks like Stacks might want to challenge over at Snowman too.
This fight is about to be taking place at the back of Snowman. Feels like it's going to be important. Stacks out in the open. RB does collapse from the side, but Kawazin felt like he was fully moving. Still claims the kill, and it's got the pit online. Danger time. Retaking with the operator, but how do you do it? Zest clears one of the obstacles out.
You could try pushing a Hunter's Fury in here and seeing if Buzz can follow it, but he's only 1 player.
Doesn't have the dash, shock dart.
Seems better to just group up.
Tap onto the spike, forces the snake bite. 2 years moving forwards, and it's a flick of the wrist. Locks on, down to Buzz, no time left. Decay gonna be building back up here, half under the fuse, percentage play gets off of it, re-smokes all the way, you gotta be joking. So calm in the moment, and Buzz, he silences the crowd.
And I think he's done a great job at silencing the doubters too. Horrendous performance for him individually on Pearl, but he has bounced back. His operator and that clutch being about the only thing that DRX have got working for them on Icebox. 12 and 9, stepping up to Aspas and providing one last lifeline for DRX to hold on to here. If they get the 4th and get the pistol, maybe they can make a map of this. The economy still not challenged for Loud, of course, after 8-1 rounds in a row. But the adjustment has come, and so much of it has been based off Buzz.
Holding his corner. Is anybody going to be there to try and break this Trailblazer that's being used over and over again? Shot out of the sky.
But
Dash
the supporting high tide allows Buzz to get back up on the angle, because he knows that they are going to struggle to get through there without that piece of utility. And like I said, the adjustments, they really are coming. It just takes it just takes DRX, my apologies, just a bit too long.
We'll see a pivot now from Loud. They've got a good ultimate to try and cleave their way into this site. The Seeker's online. Kawazin wants to lead it over Flash, is what it seems like. Now the Reckoning. Right into the back. Sadak not scared of taking this space. Even the fight as well wants to be the point of contact. Nanoswarm laid down on his feet, and DRX, no attempt from them to try and refight this one. They had plenty of ults to do so. There's the Reckoning, used up close. Aspas forced to move. Hunter's Fury as well, spots them out. 1 tag onto Sadak. Will there be anything else? Kill found still. Loud, still alive. Aspas trying to take the fight to them.
What a great
Mako,
reset from
difference
Mako.
maker, and yes, a reset. Viper's pit down, but brought down out of it. Reflanked by Yes, and Les just finalizes it. 9-3, familiar sights for Loud and DRX dating back all the way to champs.
Exactly the same result from Pearl. The same level of dominance. And the first time we've seen Loud on Icebox. What can't this team do?
Just seem impossible, doesn't it? And unstoppable if you're thinking about Loud. Absolutely fluid as the gameplay, great adaptations, but I'm curious, the first half done, let's send it down to the desk to find out more.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's another 9-3 first half, and it comes in our first look at Loud on Icebox. And Mimi, this team has just owned the B site for the entire first half of the game.
Yeah, and I had questions about how they were going to be able to play without the Sova, but I think the executes they've had thus far with this Skydog, the way that they're playing that space has been really good. You see in this round initially they're providing some pressure towards A, but eventually pivot back towards the B site in the late rounds. They're able to use the Dog to take space back yellow, and then they use the Reckoning to push really deep. When DRX played this comp on attack, they very much had an emphasis on the A site, taking that with the Orb, whereas for Loud with the Sky in the mix, their emphasis is a lot more on taking space on B, putting up their smokes, and then flashing through them and continuing to fight in their post plans, which adds a lot of complexity to the comp.
Now, we put a big spotlight, of course, on the Jet matchup in match number 1, but this is the guy I want to take a look at here, Les, for Loud.
He deserves the spotlight right now. Les has been performing out of his mind on the Viper. Mako's doing his damn thing.
Platinum 3,
Les is coming
Platinum.
out here feeling a little under the weather, but deciding to persevere through that play here on the stage in front of the fans, and my God, is he delivering right now. Some of the clutches that he's been able to pull off, some of those plays, especially in those last couple rounds, have been absolutely immaculate, and you could not tell that he wasn't feeling 100% right now.
Now, Doug, there's no two ways around it. It's looking dire for DRX here. It's their map choice to go down at 9-3. They were lucky to get 3 rounds, in fact, when they were looking at an 8-0. So what do you want to see on the second half?
Yeah, I think it could have easily been an 8-4. You think about that second to last round, the op going down, the Bulldog is... I'm very concerned.
It is still the map that they have to win, I do believe. Icebox. Brennan side.
This pistol for DRX, just how important Icebox is to win for them. And look at that, even that 75% attacking round win rate at Icebox. Maybe the stats do back them up, but did the stats take into effect and account the fact that they're going up against Loud? I mean,
yeah,
it's a different beast entirely.
It really is. This pistol so important.
Aspas is disrespecting it.
That's
Look
insane.
at this, contacting through. Oh my goodness, ship's in the night, and Aspas claims the kill. He heard the updraft, he knew the positioning was there. There
There's
was
so
no
much
follow-up.
confidence. It's outrageous confidence from Aspas, disrespecting every part of what DRX are doing. And now things are forced to go quiet as DRX reassess. Which areas of the map do they really control here? Practically nothing. RB is making a prod into A with his turret. It's unlikely anyone's pushed up because they've already seen Aspas. He's the most aggressive player on Loud.
Have to clear it though, look at that. Drone being used from a very far back position. We'll get that tag on Aspas, so space gained. Aspas looks like he wants to have another go at it.
This would be
behind this wall. There's a dart that doesn't even clear him.
This would be absurd. But the real play is happening in Tube and under Orange right now.
Yep, split play. So important. Les spots it out in that Viper head-to-head. That's Arbido from below. Flash play.
He's back in.
That's in main. Oh my word. And containment. It's the name of the game. Aspas. Absolute gremlin just lurking around B main. And Mako, too much to do.
Loud with all 4 pistols secured. And you talk about containment, sure. Yeah, DRX are just getting stuffed in a box right now, but how do you contain this guy? How do you stop Aspas when he's getting a flash through a wall for him to repeat for the 3rd time in the round? And this is the problem when a player gets that level of confidence, when they feel like everything is working, suddenly they're going to disrespect your utility. Suddenly you're going to have to deal with them. And if you can't win those fights, if you can't preempt them and shut them down, Aspas is going to have 20 kills in 13 rounds.
20-8 for Aspas. I mean, a commanding scoreline, a commanding KD.
And I feel bad for Buzz because he's been playing all right this map, but he just can't hold on. He can't keep up. No one can.
Different high tide now. Separates a lot of the side, gives a bit of space to the defenders here, but I think the goal is to try and get that plant down. Util, though, stops that. Stacks!
Wow.
Oh, he tries to go up the rope, but Sadak was spamming it.
That's so good.
Hopes and dreams resting on these shoulders. Trying to hit these shots with the pistols, but Loud far too good. Never a missed opportunity. Never any signs of weakness so far in this series.
DRX not going for the force, just happy, allowing Loud to get up to that 11th round. And this, I mean, look at the score. 13-5 map 1, 11-3 lead for Loud map 2. They're not joking this. They look insane. And I want to cast people's minds back to the lower bracket final at Champions, where DRX met against, you know, the NRG core, then known as Optic. They lost 13-8, 13-5 on the first two maps, and they still pulled it to map 5. So it may still be too early to count DRX out of this. They might still make a match of it. But so far, this has just been a flattening.
Yeah. It's
a tier gap between these two teams.
It's just a dismantling. Loud have turned up here. The sole representative of the Americas left in the lock-in tournament in this top 4 between our teams. And oh my goodness, I mean, the representatives of the Pacific region just left absolutely scrambling. And so a timeout for DRX, the last one being used in this map.
And the DRX players were coming into this talking about revenge. We spoke to the owner of DRX as well. He was saying, oh, we're looking forward to it. That revenge match, redemption for us. And instead, it looks like the continuation of a rivalry where DRX are getting trodden on. And it's only going to fire them up into the future, I am sure. But for now, my God, how those players must be feeling. The fire they had coming into the game getting quashed.
Yeah. Loud in firm control. Drone to push them back, clears off that angle. But it is that high-low setup. It looks like at least Loud ready to take a fight if necessary. They have their weaker guns, weaker weapons. Still, Dart's going to be cleaned up, and they do respect that util. Must-win round for DRX. It's a little bit shaky. Spray downs there, shots being fired, and Zest is really just being caught out in the open, down to 48 health now. Spike will go down, though, in that 4v4, but the way Loud have been playing, anything could happen. They don't have rifles, but we'll see. Moving forwards now, waiting for the next wave of that utility.
These passive post plants really hurt DRX on Pearl.
Mako needs to spot this. A wide swing, Aspas, how do you win that? Way all the way through, good movement from Sadak. Still, he will get his head ripped straight off. Now Aspas, 18 health. And a dream. Not much more offered to him. And so DRX, another round claimed, puts them at 4. But it's a long road to try and pave their way to any sort of semblance of victory.
But the more they start getting onto the board here, the more they may turn me into a believer. You saw the stat earlier that they were winning 3/4 of their attacking rounds on this map. And the way that they load ult orbs onto their players will allow them good opportunities. This one is so crucial, though. Do you hear the crowd?
Yeah, that's booze for, what was that,
for the watch party in Korea.
They can't even hear you.
These fans are making it personal. But DRX, this has to be a round for them. They need to punish Loud and send them into an eco. DRX are going to have big ults online. If Stax gets the orb or the plant, they can use that Reckoning to make it so much more difficult for Loud to retake.
So leading the charge, less common angle, the spam, it pushes Stax down onto the ground.
So much damage. That's through the cove as well.
And so, a suboptimal plant location for DRX to play this post plant. Buzz, Clawbass pushes them back. Will he survive? Yes, that's going to be a Reckoning. Good timing on that one. It's a refight taken, Dart not being found, and they clean it up. Rifle spam, crossfire setup. Maka still alive, still kicking in the fight, 45 health. Dodging, weaving, ducking. Comes down to this. And it comes down to 2 years. But even he can't quite manage those expectations. So DRX break the economy.
Gorgeous post plan by DRX. That's what you need to see from this squad. Getting the fire back underneath them and pushing Loud down to an eco. The crucial play there being that Stax has been generating these ultimates really quickly. He's got the spike on his shoulders, and the Reckoning comes through exactly as Loud want to go for the retake. And that means these players are uncomfortable, they can't stay in the same spot for very long, they can't trade for each other as easily or hold angles properly. It rips apart the retake, and DRX are using utility at the same time, like that recon you saw coming through.
Diligent play. Sort of a util combo there. They know that it's going to be Loud going for those ult orbs, just like DRX were when they were on their defensive side. But how do they get through this one? They've made it well known. The push coming through. Buzz receiving a friendly shock dart is what it feels like. Up top! Oh my goodness. Narrowly spots that one. Still a retake to be taken. Push all the way in, and Stax, he just doesn't even know what's happening. Into the cove. Got to be a recovery now for DRX, but this is looking so damn bad. Handed over the rifle. Sadak taps the spike. Right now baiting out of position. Moving forwards. The flash is good. Zes does claim it. Receiving his eyesight back into it. No more tap onto it. Sadak again trying to bait the swing, but RB shuts that one down. Unless he's got the energy up. Wall going up. Sticks in half. There's no way you can't get away with this. Dart pushes him back, but he's already done enough, surely. In between the legs, positioning known. Less hunting for the kill, but gives up on the round. Or does he?
No, he doesn't quite have this one. It's a, it's a nice idea, cute play. But DRX, they play it fairly safely, but at the same time, there was danger in that round, and Loud only had pistols. An investment of the Reckoning, though, from 2Es certainly makes things doable. A recon dart is lovely, even if it doesn't hit less, though. It's still good to be able to get Zest into a position where he can push the spike on the next tap. Still, though, I think we saw some really good things out of the retake there. Cow and Zine going for an aggressive flash play to create space for the rest of Loud to stick. Yeah. DRX are going to have their work cut out for them when Loud have rifles.
Which is right about now. Aspas, close angle, wider swing actually, damage is good. Drop down to 30 health.
Big punish.
Gotta respect that now, pushing all the way through. DRX have a timing, they have an opening. They don't want to let this one slip. That's gonna be util used to clear that path and get that plant down in the close corner.
And look how Stax saves the high tide for the post plant. That means that Loud have so much more space to go for an instant retake.
Hunter's Fury, Zest using his close, still how does Buzz fall there? Lockdown's going to be removed. Still, there's the danger. The danger is here, right in the pit. RB does not get cleaned up.
Oh, this is ridiculous. What a reposition from RB.
And what is going on here? What is occurring? How does the kill get found? Sprays down, position known, and just backs away at the perfect timing. Turning them into mincemeats. Re-swing. Don't let this get dangerous. Time ticking, which still afforded. Loud could play this one if they wanted to. At this point, as Aspas hunting for those kills, he knows economy's getting stretched, but still it should be him saving the rifle. He's going to go down with the spike.
Yeah, strange there actually, because Aspas isn't going to be able to save that into the next round. No operator online. Still, perhaps he wanted to use his Blade Storm. It's not going to be immensely damaging, that decision. I think the real one is RB's reposition. Just looks immaculate there. But I think looking from an overall strategic point of view, as Loud decides to take a timeout here, you're seeing DRX with a really different approach to a similar comp. Instead of using
मुश्किल लग रहा है, हो सकता है 11-7 है। हाँ, तीन राउंड निकाला, हाँ 3 की 4 निकाला इनमें। हाँ
Now we see an approach. It's an attempt to push away, and he sort of plays away from a main drone. What does it really see? Flash to try and as well hide information. Gets the tag though, and Aspas pushed up off of it. Tries to take the space back. Mako swinging wide. Top of pipes, a bit of spam, that'll do it. Kill found, and so the big pain point is going to be removed with Aspas falling. Buzz pure reactions. Flicker the wrist up into a common angle to just spam.
And that's great work. Stax is still 2 away. I'd like to see him hunt for this final kill, to be honest. His is the most important ult to get online for the next round. But even so, it's possible that with an ult orb and a plant, they'll have that still to play with.
Oh, the spam.
Almost.
Moving across. Great reactions from Buzz to contain that.
As a prime game in Flawless, that round could have got dangerous, but they neutralized Aspas, the big threat, very nicely. 2 players facing at the same time, and Aspas missed a couple of shots. The difficult ones for sure, really difficult ones. But sometimes a player of his caliber might still be able to grab him. If DRX win the next round, I'm believing in the comeback. Their attack siders look strong. The way that they're manipulating the ults is fantastic too. I think there might be a way that they can get into this round with a lockdown and then play Reckoning post-plan. But there is going to be a massive clash here on B.
Oh, Aspas, you've got to be joking. The balls to push up, make a play like that. He's tagged up though. Up draft, there was a punish attempt by Buzz. And he used a ton of his own util just to maneuver his way around that one and potentially collect that kill. Still moves forwards, now dashes up. Watch for, double up. RB moves around, blind, but to the angle, and he is fully blinded up. Swinging around, coverage is there. And it is just that hammer strike one after another.
ये राउंड नहीं करना था भाई।
Kawanzin's Sky looks so phenomenal, man. Utilizing both of those flashes, knowing that the first isn't good enough, relieving the pressure. I mean, he just looks immaculate in these positions. Such a phenomenal pickup. I think DRX rushed that though. Once they had control of B and they pushed Buzz back, and they pushed Aspas back, RB had the perfect time to go for a lockdown. You stick a lockdown there and you wait, you apply so much pressure to Loud. And instead they just ran it into the maw.
And it has set Loud up. Map point for them. And a margin for error that is allowed for a team like DRX. No longer available. Lockdown going to be used up close though. This is punishable if they have util for it, but I said it's just going to be a pit.
I don't know how Les is going to stay in sight here. He's going to have to evacuate his pit. Is he just going to allow himself to get detained?
Yeah, apparently. Once he pick it up, obviously the Viper nerves, meaning he has to maintain that. Dash has to be used. Disengaged by Buzz.
And no punish on Les.
No punish at all. It's backup remaining. Spam.
It's dangerous from Stax. If Stax falls here, they lose their big ult for the post plant.
Cove just barely keeps him alive, and here's the flank from Aspas. And what an answer! Shots landing. Warbank damage, and they are weak, missing the second one. Everyone falling low, but Buzz, he answers for it, but Loud, moments away now. It's a 3v2, and it's just over like that.
Anti guys, anti boys. Inshallah boys played well. authentic लौंडा तेरी वैसी टांग
DRX to try and
the same as that lower bracket final against Optica champs. They lose a map 13-8, 13-5 and head into the third. That time it went to 5. So we see
मस्त है तो मैं ये क्यों लगा मैं उधर भी देख रहा था fuck मैं easy बे easy
हाँ एंड बनाना चाहिए यस
अच्छा
हैवी ब्रेकफास्ट खाता मतलब राका भाई हैवी
हाँ हैवी ब्रेकफास्ट बिकॉज मैं यूजुअली हैवी ब्रेकफास्ट इसलिए करता हूँ क्योंकि मेरा लंच लेट होता है और डिनर भी
क्योंकि
late।
तुम लंच टाइम पे उठते हो
तो हैवी
brunch
ब्रेकफास्ट
होता है
कैसे खाएगा वो लंच पे उठेगा तो
नहीं फेवरेट
वो lunch
ब्रेकफास्ट
हो गया
यही
ना।
है वैसे मैं ब्रंच ही
अच्छा।
करता हूँ
ओह
देखा देखा देखा
अच्छा राका तेरे लिए एक सवाल है
बंस
ठीक
भाई
है
एक गिलिच में मिल जाती तो श्रेयस
सपोज
लव
तू
यू
ब्रेकफास्ट लेट खाया ठीक है
गिलिच में
उसमें
गाइस
तू
10k
आलू का
में
पराठा
सिर्फ
बनाने गया ठीक है
500 लाइक्स कम है
और
जल्दी
उसमें
likes
थोड़ा आलू बच गया
ओनली 500
ठीक है
लाइक्स
फिर
अच्छा
बनाना
आलू
शेक
के परांठे वाला पिट्ठी वाला आलू पिट्ठी आलू उसे पिट्ठी
आलू
कहते हैं एक्चुअली
हाँ वो मैश्ड वाला
हाँ मैश्ड वाला हाँ मैश्ड आलू
हाँ
और
मैश्ड वाला बच गया हाँ
थोड़ा
ओके,
ऐसा
बच
आधा
गया।
आधा आधा पराठा जितना ठीक है
ठीक है
ओके
और आधा
लाउड
बनाना
हो गई,
बच गया
बहुत क्रेजी खेल रहा है
ओके
ठीक है और पिछले रात का तू नॉनवेज खाता है क्या
हाँ खाता हूँ
और पिछले रात का ऐसा एक कटोरा चिकन चिली बचा है ठीक है
चिकन चिली बचा है ओके
तो अगले दिन
तो हाँ अगले दिन
क्या करेगा ताकि वेस्ट ना हो खाना
देख बेस ना हो
कौन
बिल्कुल
उबालेगा?
ऑर्डर में बताऊंगा मैं ऑर्डर में बताऊंगा मैं आपको बिल्कुल ऑर्डर में
बोलो, बोलो।
ठीक है जो आलू की पिट्ठी बची है ना
हम्म।
उसको मैं ब्रेड के अंदर रख के उसको टोस्ट करूंगा और सैंडविच बना लूंगा
तो
ठीक है
तो वो
ठीक है।
सैंडविच इज ऑफ इट्स अ आलू पराठा सैंडविच
आलू
आलू सैंडविच
नहीं,
पराठा
आलू-
बांट नहीं
आलू
ना
पराठा खा लिया
सिर्फ
आलू
आलू।
बचा है
पराठा
अच्छा,
खा लिया,
हाँ,
आलू
हाँ,
बचा है हाँ
आलू
चलो,
बचा है।
तो वो खा
हाँ,
लिया ठीक है
ठीक
अब
है।
केला बचा है केला तो ऐसे ही खा लिया
अच्छा
क्रीम
तो
का जा
आलू
रही
का
है
सैंडविच और
खाना
केला
में जा रही है
हाँ और जो चिकन आप कह रहे हो चिकन चिली उसको गरम करके फिर खा लिया
दाल और
Chicken
फ्राइड
chili।
राइस के साथ
नहीं वो तो रात को खाया ना
अच्छा तो उसके बाद एंड में तू जेल्यूसिल तो खाएगा ही ना
ये क्या होता है
वो क्या होता है
थोड़ा
डाइजिन,
वो
डाइजिन।
समझो ना, मैं
डाइजिन
आता
डाइजिन
अच्छा।
नहीं मेरी डाइजेशन बहुत ही अमेजिंग है
हाँ जिस हिसाब से खाना खा रहे हो लग
अरे
रहा है
आपको पता है ना धन भाई नॉर्थ वालों का फुल स्पाइसी फुल हैवी ब्रेकफास्ट लंच डिनर वैसा और मैं एथलीट भी हूँ एक तरीके से सो हैवी चलता है
कौन से तरीके से
एथलीट
कौन से तरीके से एथलीट है
मतलब
अरे अभी क्रिकेट खेला था?
स्पोर्ट्स में भी अच्छा हो
मैराथन भी क्या था स्ट्रीम का
क्या चची पकड़ दी
अच्छा
राका भाई
वैसा
ने?
वैसा स्ट्रीम का अच्छा ठीक है अंकिता तेरा
मैं
हाँ,
बोनविटा
अंकिता।
पीती हूँ बस
फाटू से पूछो ना प्लीज
अरे तन्मय भाई ये जेलोसिल ज्यादा इफेक्टिव है डाइजिन से
हाँ तो वो
आ,
हैवी एसिडिटी होती है तन में
अच्छा हैवी एसिडिटी होता है क्या?
एकदम हैवी
हैवी
एकदम
बहुत हैवी एकदम
हाँ,
क्रेजी
मतलब
है
crazy।
वर्स्ट एसिडिटी कब हुआ है
Crazy।
तेरे को फाटू वर्स्ट एसिडिटी
Daily
मेरे को
basis।
याद है मेरे को याद
तो एक
है
ट्रिप पे
बीन्स
हुआ
तुमको
था।
याद है
मुझे पूरा याद है
मेरे को तो याद है
हाँ
लेट्स नॉट टॉक अबाउट दैट बस एक ट्रिप पे हुआ था बस वही बोलना चाहूंगा
वो वही
अच्छा
क्या
अच्छा तो जेल्यूसिल और
वही।
डाइजिन के बीच में ना कौन सा बेटर है तू बोल रहा है
हाँ
तो दोनों एक साथ खा के देखा है क्या
नहीं
जो तीसरा आएगा उसका फिर
एक काम कर तू ना राका जैसा एक ऐसा 2 ब्रेड ले ठीक है उसके ऊपर जेल्यूसिल का जो लिक्विड आता है ना वो मल फिर उसके साथ डाइजिन अलग से
मैं वो सच्ची कर लेगा भरोसा नहीं है
और एंड में ना
हाँ।
एक्चुअली जो बिंग्स करता है ना बिंग्स जो धीरे से बनाना खाता है ना
हाँ।
वो एक्चुअली एक डाइजेशन ठीक से होना चाहिए उसका सोल्यूशन है वो एक्चुअली खाना धीरे से
धीरे
वो
खाना, धीरे
एक्चुअली
खाना।
है वो
तो
फैक्ट है वो
तो बंग्स भाई तन्मय भाई ये बोलना चाहते हैं खाओ कुछ भी धीरे से खाओ डाइजेस्ट होएगा ही होएगा बराबर
हाँ
तो डाइजिन में वो केला डुबा के भी खा सकते हैं
इसमें डुबाने का?
डाइजीन ऐसा कटोरी में लो, फिर उसमें केला डुबा के खा सकते हैं ना सर।
थोड़ा रूह अफ़ज़ा फ्लेवर नहीं आएगा?
आ
ट्राई
सकता
कर
है।
सकते हैं।
तुम लोग
पांडे
ऐसे
पांडे
कोई
जरा
मत
एक मिनट
करना,
जरा
मैं
डिस्कशन
बोल
को डिविएट नहीं करते हैं। अच्छा सीरियस
हाँ, हाँ,
डिस्कशन है, ठीक है।
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ।
अंकिता तू तो बॉर्नविटा पीती है ना?
हाँ हाँ।
और फिर ट्यूशन से आने के बाद
ये भी ठीक है।
फिर कॉलेज
क्या हो गया?
क्या?
अच्छा ठीक है। और फाटू तू ब्रेकफास्ट में क्या खाता है? अच्छा
मैं अभी तक उसमें
ठीक है,
ही
तो
हूँ।
लंच पे
ब्रेकफास्ट क्या है वो क्वेश्चन था ना
फीलिंग
ओरिजिनल।
फॉर
हाँ
नावी।
फेवरेट ब्रेकफास्ट क्या है?
डाइजीन को ब्रेड के
Well,
ऊपर
लग रहा है
I
कि
prefer मसाला डोसा।
नावी जीतेगा कल।
मसाला डोसा बहुत बढ़िया चॉइस भाई।
इधर
Although
जा
I
रहा नहीं है
love
इधर।
fanatic, but मेरे को
मसाला
लग
डोसा क्या है?
थैंक यू।
बहुत सेक्सी चॉइस है ये। मसाला डोसा काय को पसंद है देखो?
क्योंकि
मसाला
सही।
अच्छा मेरे को फाटू का चॉइस सबसे बेस्ट लगा।
थैंक यू।
फाटू सबसे बेस्ट।
तन्मय भाई मेरा केले का क्या?
तन्मय भाई लेकिन जहाँ से मैं डोसा खाता हूँ ना, यूजुअली आप डोसा खाते हो तो कितनी चटनियाँ मिलती है आपको? 2 मिलती होंगी सिर्फ।
हाँ एक ऑरेंज और एक वाइट।
और सांभर।
वाइट कोकोनट और एक ऑरेंज और सांबर।
सांबर हाँ।
जहाँ से मैं खाता हूँ वहाँ पे 3 चटनियाँ मिलती है।
अरे वो जेल्यूसिल को चटनी नहीं बोलते रे। वो जेल्यूसिल अलग है।
वो पुदीने की चटनी होती है। जेलोसिल बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि उससे भी हाजमा सही होता है।
तू ग्रीन चटनी के साथ डोसा खाता है?
भाई उनकी स्पेशल चटनी है वो।
क्यों ग्रीन येलो दिखती है?
ये ग्रीन दिखती है।
बैंच ग्रीन चटनी ग्रीन ही दिखेगी ना फाटू भाई।
क्या यार फाटू?
स्पेशल क्या है उसमें?
बिंग्स अभी तू डिनर में क्या खा रहा है? तू अभी स्ट्रीम पे देख रहा हूँ मैं, क्या खा रहा है?
अभी कुरकुरे टाइम पास।
कुरकुरे?
येलो वाला?
नहीं वो कुरकुरे नहीं है, वो 2M का वो करारे वाला।
मतलब वैसे ही।
2M। ओके। सबसे खराब खाना ऐसा does anyone remember any like the worst meal you ever had?
Worst meal I ever had नहीं, खराब खाना तुम खाते हो? पास कर देता हूँ।
सबसे गंदा मेरे को लगता है साग।
साग मेरे को भी
क्या है?
सरसों का साग, मक्के दी रोटी मैं भी नहीं खाता।
ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल।
सेम है।
साग की जगह
स्पिनच
गंदा।
हाँ like what food do you not like? ऐसे जेनेरिक रखते हैं।
यार साग मेरा तो ऐसे लाइन बहुत लंबी है यार।
मेरे को मालूम है इसके बाद क्या आने वाला है। मेरे को लग रहा है
क्या आने वाला है। मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम रे।
नहीं मालूम, मैं बोलता हूँ क्योंकि इसमें मैं फंस चुका एक बार तन्मय भाई इसमें।
अच्छा मैं बस मैप 3 के लिए रुका हो रे।
अच्छा वैसा
तो तब तक मैं कंटेंट कर रहा हूँ।
मेरे को लगा आप बोलोगे खाने को डिसरिस्पेक्ट कर रहा है।
कौन सा सब्जी पसंद नहीं है? मेरे को बैंगन बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है।
I don't like। बैंगन
मैं खाता हूँ, करेला भी
नहीं पसंद मेरे को।
हाँ वो तेरी उम्र पे होता है अंकिता।
बोल पिंकी बोल।
मैं भाई एक बात बताओ यार, कभी ऐसा हुआ है जो आपको जैसे बैंगन सब्जी है बराबर आपको पसंद नहीं है, लेकिन आपके पास कोई चॉइस ही नहीं है और बैंगन ही पड़ा है और आपको ऐसा है कि खाना ही है, कुछ और ऑप्शन नहीं है, तो आपने खाया हो कभी फोर्सफुली?
हाँ खाया, फोर्सफुली तो खाया है मैं।
फोर्सफुली खाया
पर उसका ऑप्शन हमेशा लाइक बचपन में जब मम्मी बनाने का तभी बैंगन और रोटी अगर है डिनर में और बैंगन नहीं खाने का है तो फिर अलग अलग इन्वेंट करना पड़ता है, जैसे राका इन्वेंट करता है ना, तो रोटी को दूध में डाल के शक्कर डाल के खाने का।
क्या?
हाँ
रोटी को
बहुत
दूध
यम
रोटी।
लगता है वो। मैं खाती थी बचपन में।
भाई वो दिल्ली में लोग
शादी के
specially
पहले
खाते
किसने
हैं
बोला
भाई।
तूने?
हाँ भाई, पर ये
दिल्ली का ओके यार, ची यार नाम डुबा
मैं ना
रोटी दूध में।
हाँ
रोटी दूध में और
रोटी
शक्कर।
दूध में, हाँ।
रोटी तो मस्त होता है।
स्पेशली
नहीं,
वो ट्रायंगल वाला
Best
परोठा
है
बनता है
वो।
ना, वो खा
हाँ बहुत टेस्टी होता है वो। इसको
ये
खिलाओ।
उसका कट्टू बना के होता है, उसमें शक्कर डाल के।
ये यार का भाई नाम डुबा दी यार।
मैं ना रोटी में ऐसा दूध
मेरे को
में रोटी
actually
डाल
दूध
के
नहीं पसंद
शक्कर
होता,
डाल के
plain
खाता रहा।
दूध।
फिर मैं मेरा कजन के घर पे
हमारे
गया,
वहाँ पे गुजराती
वहाँ पे मैं डिस्कवर किया कि उसके कुत्ते को भी दूध
बाकरे
में
have
रोटी
seen
डाल के
in
दे
movies.
देते
हाँ तो वो
वो वाला
भाकरी
थोड़ा
उसके
फनी
साथ
मूवी है
respect वाला
जिसमें
feel
बाकरे खाना पड़ता है, चबा तक दांत टूट
उतना ठीक
हाँ
नहीं
मेरा
है।
कुत्ता भी दूध और रोटी खाता
वो
है।
भी
देता था अपने
दूध के
कुत्तों को
साथ
वैसे
बहुत सेक्सी लगता है।
दूध और रोटी
Sexy
ना।
नहीं, यम्मी लगता है।
तेरा लीस्ट फेवरेट सब्जी कौन सा है?
मेरा लिस्ट फेवरेट कौन सा है?
किसी का भी, कोई भी बोलो, मैच चालू नहीं अब तक।
नहीं मैं ये कह रहा था कि ऐसा कभी हुआ है, क्योंकि मेरे साथ ऐसा बहुत होता है कि मेरे को बहुत सारी सब्जियां नहीं पसंद, जैसे गोभी हो गई, ठीक है, बैंगन हो गया।
गोभी तेरे को पसंद नहीं है?
नहीं है पसंद, पता नहीं क्यों, पर हाँ।
ए द वन वे
गोभी
recently
बाकी
made
सबको
no
पसंद है क्या?
that cabbage
गोभी में
and
भी दो गोभी होता है ना,
मतलब
गोभी
न्यूट्रल
no no
पत्ता वाला
cabbage no
एक पत्ता गोभी ना, वो मैं पत्ता गोभी में चाउमीन में खा सकता हूँ, वैसे नहीं खा सकता।
पत्ता गोभी
वो ऐसा
गोभी
no
मंचूरियन
but that specific dish
नो उसका डिश का नाम
तो
नहीं है,
ऐसा
पत्ता
कभी हुआ
गोभी
है
की
कि
सब्जी
जैसे
होती
मेरे
है।
को ये सब्जी है ना नहीं पसंद, क्योंकि
यही
बचपन से ही नहीं पसंद, तो मम्मी बनाती नहीं
करेला
पसंद।
पसंद है, मेरे को करेला बहुत पसंद है।
मेरे को करेला फ्राई बहुत पसंद है, करेला फ्राई।
इसकी
मैं
मॉम
बस चाहता हूँ कि फाटू का सवाल कंप्लीट ही ना हो।
मैं वही
अबे
तो ये
बड़ी लाइन है, मैं ये पसंद नहीं है, वो पसंद नहीं, क्या
बाकरी
रिश्ता है?
plus milk is equal to yummy combo. Also बाकरी plus
Plus
क्या
one,
है?
plus
मेरे साथ
one.
ऐसा होता है, मैं बाहर
देवा
जाता हूँ
titties.
मेरे को
और
भाकरी
तुम
खाने
लोग
में बनूंगा।
बचपन में स्कूल के डब्बे में क्या
ठीक
लेके
है
आता था?
यार,
भाकरी खाने में
यार,
बनूंगा मेरे
खा
को।
लिया था ना भाई।
मैं यूजुअली वेफर्स लेके जाता था डब्बे में।
वेफर्स क्या?
मैं हाइड एंड सीक बिस्किट।
बनाना चिप्स।
हाइड एंड सीक बिस्किट।
यार मेरे को सारे बनाना रिलेटेड क्यों पसंद है?
जस्ट एक तरह में भाई,
It's a fact.
टिफिन में अगर कोई गोभी लाता है, मैं दूसरे की गोभी खाता हूँ,
हाँ?
पता नहीं क्यों।
दूसरों की गोभियां खाते हो फाटू? ठीक है।
एक्सक्यूज मी, सब्जी।
राजमा ऑन टॉप।
और क्या हो सकता है गोभी यार?
हाँ मतलब मैं तो ऐसे ही बोल रही थी।
And this map here is split. See if there's going to be that extension of play for DRX or allowed. Going to be sailing relatively uncontested all the way to that grand finals.
And of course, I shouldn't call that third grand finals appearance too early, but it feels like it's on the cards right now.
The way that Loud are playing certainly does. A bit of damage there. That's some loose play. Sana going to be pushed back, but his double duelist comp is so fast and loose and aggressive. Dropping down, though, there's containment. Flash not ready for RPE, jumping, dodging, weaving. An attempt at a trade with Buzz. Well, he's going to meet his match at Heaven. And it comes down to this, TRX.
Stax was
Swarming
hiding
these positions and down to 2 years. Flash round the corner, completely blinded up, and so a pistol round claimed for DRX.
And that's massive. First one on the board for them all series long, and it's exactly how you need to start. Loud's team composition is going to be constantly applying pressure to you. And I think RB is going to be is going to be the main focal point for that pressure, in my opinion. You saw Stax just kind of baiting him here in order to get into a really crunchy position where he can wait for the retakers to come through. Holding on against the Jet Rays takes a lot of effort. Taking the pistol is so important.
So DRX are going to start on that right foot. We even put that potential of a comeback into the air and mention of it. Expectations obviously on the shoulders of both of these teams. Dog's going to get some good info. So Stax spotting 3, I believe, with that one.
Yeah, that's huge. Because one of the things that Loud does is take control behind this Viper setup and then force you to peek into them.
Mako, potential to be overwhelmed. Flash deep. Gets the information, but contact play lurking up and strikes them down. But does he? No. Does Mako know about Sadak's positioning? Looks through. It's a reactive play. Stack's forced. Just bring him down with a spike at their feet. Pop flash as well clears some space for them. So just farming up a couple of these ult orbs now onto the DRX side and making it a rather clean and flawless anti-eco round.
Really nicely done. I feel like DRX in the last couple of maps, I'm including, you know, Split and Icebox here, have actually been much better at shutting down Loud's economies. They finally found their moments to be able to punch back. And when Loud get onto the eco rounds, they don't look as dangerous. Here you're going to see, though, that explosion. Kawanzin is almost always using his Trailblazer at A, and it's often followed by Sadak. This time, everybody on Loud behind it.
Yep, 5 grouped up. Orb to smoke the cross. Throw some uncertainty into the mix for the Boombot. Leading forwards, Fragment Nade drops down, spam inside of it, Aspas! You can't be getting away with that! And yet he does! Angle watched for, will there be a trade? Buzz just getting that one pressure in a bounds.
And RB's left in a 1v3. He'll take a duel early against Aspas here and lose it. Loud responding very quickly. And despite the fact that DRX were ready for that hit to go through, their pull nade combo was still late. That's the pace that Aspas and Sadak are going to be playing with here. That's the tempo. They're so quick with their blast pack engages, with their dashes, that if you're anchoring a site, you can get overwhelmed very quickly, caught with utility in your hands, and forced to take duels on unfavorable angles. You can see here how Zest and RB were designed to hold onto A. The knife shutting down a lot of the supportive utility, grabs a ton of info in this round as well. 4 players found.
Repositioned by Zest, not holding on top of Heaven, just lays down that fragment nade, but look, it's A-ramp that's compromised. The job is going to be on Mako here. How does he play this one? Anti-flash drops down, taking space once more. This nade is going to be causing all sorts of issues, and he chooses to back away. Snakebite though, but the utility traded out, making sure that nobody could really capitalize off of that. Instead, the play is made towards the side. This is where the fight takes place. Zest has to be the man of the hour. Dodge, duck, weave around. Stacks assisting and helping him out. An absolute concrete hold here of the site.
Very nice hold. Very nice hold from DRX, working themselves together. And that one was difficult. Loud's ability to explode through B forces DRX to use util early. Even though Loud were only taking a ramp, DRX have to give them the respect as if that could be a full hit onto A. And they use the pull and they use the nade early. So when Loud go for the re-hit into A, there is no pull available, there is no nade available. They just have to anchor. They've called rotates though and read that very nicely, Stacks and the rest of DRX, and they hold on. But you're getting a glimpse into how dangerous Loud's comp can be here. It takes a lot of preparation and very fast reactions.
So, weaker weaponry. Loud have still been dangerous in the past when they've got just the sheriffs. Pop flash play, smoke to meet them. Snakebite as well, that's laid down at the feet. Mako cannot see a bloody thing, but okay, once more Stacks there to bail him out, bit of danger.
But Mako's there like a rock.
Yeah, and it's just that constant trading, making sure that they relieve the pressure, making sure that one player backs away, there's someone else to step up. And to point, we didn't really bring up too hard, but in these best of fives, it is a different element added. Your map pool is going to get pushed and pulled and tested.
Absolutely true.
In ways that it hasn't done before.
And Loud have been a team that relies on their attack side split. Because of the way that their composition works, they've been bowling teams over in this half of the map. And I think back to the game against NRG. NRG had a decision to run an operator on their Astra defense that I thought smacked of not quite having the right experience against Loud and how to counter them.
Trying to counterplay them just by assuming they'd walk into it.
Yeah, whereas instead the pace just bowled NRG over. RB's not going to be doing that. RB's a very rifle-heavy player, and he's also extremely sensible with how he uses his utility to help his other teammates. He's become a very good site anchor, despite that not originally being his MO. He's going to get flashed in here, an aggressive play.
There's no way you can come out with any sort of kills, and indeed Aspas does shut it down.
Just after I'm talking about how safe RB usually plays. Zest and RB cook up a play like that.
Throwing it into the mix. Seekers was used.
I think that makes sense as a mid-round informational play, but really early on, before you've got any idea that they could be in B main. And this opens the door for Sadak to double blast back in here with his ult.
Showstopper. Zest miles away from getting his knife back online to try and cancel this one. And there we go, Dog. Satchel right up into heaven, the rocket. Oh, it sings, but it doesn't quite land onto any sort of target. And now DRX make the play, they make the call. They want to try and contest this. They want to try and fight this. Sadak, well, his position's known. 41 health. With the most to do. First one found. Crowd roaring. Nade is really good, and no! My goodness. Very close. Too close for comfort for DRX, surviving with just one player, but Stax does shut that down before it got really dangerous.
And while the crowd are oohing and ahhing about the possibility of Sadak winning a 1v3, I want to give crazy credit to how DRX are anchoring these positions. They are playing such safe spots and forcing Loud to overextend into them if they want a chance at being able to take that space. They had a player deep in B heaven, another player really safe in CT. I mean, these guys are playing the most passive angles, passive crossfires you can, and Loud's desire to hunt and get aggressive with their double duelist composition is being punished. I love what I'm seeing so far from DRX. And this was a map thinking way back into the past, when this team was known as Vision Strikers and at the beginning of their time as DRX too. This map was amazing for them. This Korean team had trap plays, they dominated the defense side, their coordination was fantastic, and we haven't seen it as a strength for them in recent times. Perhaps just waiting for this big moment.
What a time to really showcase what you're made of. Remember, this is Loud's map pick as well. They took them here, thinking that they had the right idea about it. And the timeout's taken from Loud, looking to readjust, rethink their game plan.
If DRX deal with this double duelist composition well on split, that's exactly what Loud are going to be playing on Fracture too. You've got to assume. As long as DRX can hold on, maybe there's still hope for them yet.
So it could bode well.
Early knife, the 0 point used towards A, and the Loud players dodge it. Looking to try and take that space in a more slow manner, contacting forwards. And this is the kind of round where Sadak is going to just try to get a feel for the protocols from DRX. If we dodge their knife on A, what is their response? Do they try and re-clear it? Here you see the Trailblazer used from Stacks in Heaven. Second piece of informational utility used.
Oh my, and in the midst of all that, well, guess what? Aspas happy to claim it.
Way further forward than the DRX players were expecting.
Base and the kill, Flick locks on to the cranium. Stacks is going to be calling now from the back seat position, seeing what he can do for his team. See that Cosmic Divide, and Aspas is dealt with, playing so aggressive. Duck and Weed pushing back and forth. Mako just hunting for information. Spike still making his way, but dropped down. And that means Buzz. Let's rip this showstopper, but nobody else waiting for him. In fact, all the targets, Sadak creeping and crawling behind them.
I like this from Buzz, though.
Oh,
question is, can Sadak do something just as good to rip this one open?
12 bullets left, that's Mako. Once more response. Satchel used to dissuade this one, pushing forwards. Mako! Listen, it got dicey. I ain't talking FaZe Clan, but eventually this guy's got safe hands. So Mako making it 6-1.
In that comeback at the lower bracket final, Mako went crazy, map 3, to be able to bring his team back into it. I'm seeing flashes of the same thing again. I love this idea, though, from Loud to really test how the defense looks on an eco round like this, where you can take more risks, because your chance of reward otherwise is very low. That's going to put a bit of pressure onto it. Do they dodge the 0 point again? No. Aiming to break it, but it just doesn't quite work.
Can't quite see where it was placed. The Viper wall in their face.
mean, their own Viper wall as well, right? So, bit of anti-synergy.
Dog spots some zest. He's the casualty. There's a pull though, that's going to be used. Stax, does he still want to take this fight? That's the question. Backs away. Seekers, a wide swing, repositions. Oh, Mako trying to as well help him out. The swing from heaven, readjust though. Repurposeful, and my goodness. 3 kills for Stax. Damage being done. Buzz dropped down in the middle of all of this chaos. And the spike out wide, out in the open. It's Aspas looking to wide swing and take matters into his own hands, but the gravity of it all, it's up to 2 years, isn't it? 2 stars. Does he dare use them? Still out in the open, and there we go.
What a round.
Confidence in bounds from Buzz.
What a round from DRX. Stax and Buzz, magical. In terms of the duels that they win, where was this team? Where were these players in maps 1 and 2? Take a look at these in the replay. Stax taking that first duel off the back of the pull, and then this one. Oh, looking so good. Readjusts to be able to take out the Raze player there, Sadak.
I mean, that's just insane. The entire time, Seeker just chewing at his back. Yeah, I mean, he just has to be constantly readjusting his movement. And this is DRX looking so damn commanding in this map. 7-1, knocking Loud once more onto that weaker buy.
And the 2 newer players, the 2 rookies for Loud, they've only got 1 kill between them, I believe. And on Split, they normally have the vast majority of the trades. They're trading Aspas and Sadak, and that's how they get a lot of their kills.
Mako timing! Oh, the crosshair placement. It's not good. Pays for that with his life, hands a rifle over as well.
But DRX have still been very stable, even in the 4v5s on Split. They just drop back.
Sadak, no, showstopper, that's a direct hit. Almost goes down to the full damage. Full to 2 health, smoke still to dissipate as well, relieving this one. RB trying to anchor. A look at the positioning, is it going to be known? Tries to at least try and take the fight to them. Satchel weighs his way through. Sheriff's making this more than dangerous, but Stax responds. Now he's the last player alive in that 1v2. Seekers though, knows where they are, grouped up, wider swing, will we see it? No trade, Stax left for it, and there, just puts it in the bin. Any attempt of a round win there for Loud, the crowd completely silenced.
Stax looks like a machine on Split. This is his map, this is his home territory. And I'm telling you, it doesn't matter how many picks that Loud are able to get early on, they cannot hold the help retake style from DRX, leaving 1 site anchor, sometimes 2 site anchors, to play and dance around smokes, to dance around the architecture of the map, and then flooding people in to try and help them, is working perfectly to counter Loud. Yeah, break that 0 point. Not a chance. Zest gets the info. And by suppressing Kawanzin early on, he really delays this A ramp take. Kawanzin not able to use his Trailblazer, can't take that side of the map. It slows everything down from Loud.
Boombot used to clear mid, but there's the snake bite and the orb. It's an instant response, a dance between both of these teams using utility to offset one another.
But Zest has been punished. Out of every player on DRX, Zest has looked like the weak spot on Split.
There's no way he takes the fight.
And he goes down again.
That's the Split changes. That angle didn't exist before. And so first player to fall.
But look how quick this is. And Stax nearly has a flashback online.
Just full reclearing it. I mean, the confidence to do this one.
And look how it's drifting all of the defenders back over towards B.
Yep.
Buzz is ready to help RB whenever he likes.
Mako as well, going to be rejoining the defense now.
But there are no stars left online. How does RB anchor without a smoke to play around?
Astral Form, nade at his feet, Trailblazer as well, and it's a flood retake, dropping down. Mako couldn't reset the aim. Repositions though. Oh, too many targets to pick from, and well, they all tumble down. Desperate moves from Stax.
But a very good defense half nonetheless. I mean, Loud have been putting up 7, 8, more on their attack side so far this tournament when we've seen it. So DRX have already got them in a great spot. and their economy's good enough that they should be able to buy for the rest of the map. Big ults to work with too here. Both teams have a Viper's Pit. And split works so that the defenders have map control to start with. Mako's should be difficult to get through. It looks like he's going to use it in mid with a Judge. Or maybe he's just going to play the Judge early on and commit his Pit later.
Yeah, possibly waiting for the right time to use it. But just holds for now, and it's again Loud. This has been their game plan, pressuring towards A. Every time, God, that's good info. 2 players spotted.
It feels like their game plan is bully Zest.
He has been that weak link so far, trying to anchor down the back of the site. Hasn't quite found the right timings for him. Now that util though, drop down, Stars, dash forwards, dog into the back, Zest, yep, nowhere to run. Who can brave, lame him, it's a waterfall move. DRX attempt to just flood back into that side and play fast to disrupt that take, and it's a punish.
And look what happens when the anchor isn't able to stay alive. When Zest falls, those players who are trying to flood in and help him, Loud can put the focus on the retakers, the rotators instead. You contrast that to the round where they're going towards B and RB stays alive for so long. Loud is still hunting for that anchor player, so they can't focus on the players in B Heaven or at CT that are flooding in. I would say Zest has got to adjust, but frankly, it's already late in the half. And I think DRX have done enough to be able to win here. Sure, another one on the board would be great. A 9-3 half. We've only seen 9-3s in the opening halves to these maps, so there would be some poetic irony to it. But I think either way, DRX will be very happy about this. They've already equalized their best performance on maps 1 or 2.
Yep. The work has been put in. Now we approach final round of the half here. DRX make it at 9-3. It will be more than respectable. Happy days for them, considering they're on that back foot. You can kind of feel that stress mounting a little bit. The glimpses we've seen of the coach cams, Frod sweating, wiping away his brow.
Everyone's sweating in here, Brad.
Yeah. And so here we go. Pit now going to be utilized straight down into mid. Trailblazer though, double satchel. It's all the util. Every piece of the puzzle. Buzz has that showstopper. Landing in his face, it's chaos.
He's going for a direct hit.
Yep, not wasting any time. Look at this. Oh, maneuvers away and around. Stacks contains that bit. Oh my goodness, lucky to get out alive, and still no one's looking for RB. Weaving his way around the pillar. Stays alive in this one. Less and 2 years. 2 smokes players with the most to do now. And it's cutting that noise. Spike though dropped up top. Fragment nade pushes it back. All on this one. Les moves forwards, picks up the spike. And still RB uncontested. And where will be that trade? Everything to do. You're waiting right into a sideline, Zest.
What is Zest doing?
You've turned it into a 1v1. You might have just thrown this Cosmic Divide. Now going to be used. Why not? Throw everything at it.
So
Pass
difficult.
around to use it. How does he win this? Spam down. It's just swaths and waves of that utility. Blocking the sightline. 30 seconds. Contacting up, down. Trying to clear it. He's got to know that RB is on that corner.
They're both worried that they could have pushed through spawn at this point. Surely
Spike
RB's got the
plant.
clutch.
Yeah, he hears the timing for it. 2 years. Gambled incorrectly. That wave of disappointment, you could hear it in the cheers of the crowd as it died out. But if you're a DRX fan, I'm sure you're going to be more than happy with that one. Nice and loud as they secure that 9-3 half.
It is so great from DRX, this bounce back. Amazing performance from Stax and Mako. The clutching and the site anchoring, so good from RB. This looks like a different team, and they've got that momentum to be able to bring this back on Split.
Lovely momentum behind them, but we're going to change things up here for the halftime. Let's throw it down to Yinsu, who's on the floor of a special interview.
And Sideshow, I am now joined by Coriano. How's the watch party going?
First of all, hi guys, I'm Criano. The watch party is awesome. I mean, I really like doing these, especially like inside the crowd and everything. The sound is awesome, everything is awesome, and Loud is doing a really great job. I mean, we did a really good job on the first half, but I think we're going to recover this.
Yeah, it's already a 2-0. That's a really, really good job so far. I wanted to ask you, you know, in this crowd, there's so many Loud fans. They have so many chants. Now, I don't really understand Portuguese, so would you be able to explain to me, you know, what are they chanting? What does it mean?
Okay, they just like pushing their chin to the limit every time. They always like cheering for a crowd, like loud, loud, loud. They say like loud, it says like loud, loud, loud. And then everybody's going crazy every time. Like they're like, I don't know, smashing the thing and screaming, shouting. It's crazy.
Can you guys teach me something? You know, if I want to be supporting Loud out there, what should I say?
The best word to say is vamos.
Vamos!
That's one.
Okay, I understand that one. Now, Tarek is actually right next to us. He's also captaining the show match, so have you got anything to say to him? You know, you're going to be playing against him in a couple days.
This game,
bro!
Yeah!
You guys can't see this, but Tarek is right next to there, and I think he's responding to us. And lastly, is there anything you want to say to the players if they can hear you right now? Some words of encouragement, because they are night three down.
I mean, for DRX, I'm going to wish them good luck because Loud is coming really great. The changes on the roster, especially the coach as well, Fraud, is doing a really great job, and I think Loud will close these and play on Saturday.
Oh, thank you so much, you two, for joining me, and have fun for the rest of your watch party. And I'm going to pass this back to Brandon Saito to jump back into the second half.
What a beginning here for Split, for DRX to be landing on this 9-3 half. The possibility of that reverse sweep, the possibility of them to be able to climb and claw their way back into some sort of favorable position.
The crowd has not had much to get excited about here on Split. DRX have been so firmly in control. Their game plan has worked perfectly. The question is just whether they can convert it on the attack side. Because Loud's comp, I think, is designed for attacking, but it also is not reluctant to get up in your face.
What's the answer? Oh my goodness, that's a little bit awkward. Satchels was eating a ton of damage there, and they drop down, and it looks a bit awkward.
In the meantime, too, Aspas and Kawanzin, this is what I'm talking about with this comp. It's so happy to get active on defense.
Walking.
They're hoping that they were going back through sewers, but they definitely heard.
They heard us.
I mean, elephant foot stomps. But so, from DRX's point of view, how do you expect that?
In the meantime, Stax is the one who's also pushing up, getting himself into those favorable positions. And they take the timing. Walking, strutting to contact play, but this is where the backstab will really reign. Aspas spots one, holds it down, waits it out. First kill claimed, there's the second, and finally the third. Stax so much to do, and just not enough resources.
What a play. Fantastic timing from Aspas and Kawanzin, but also the whole reason they're forced to rotate there is because this hit into A was so messy. I don't think it was necessarily Loud doing anything spectacular on their defense, so much as Buzz with a bit of a beef trying to entry, the players getting distorted and mixed up. This isn't a very bursty comp from DRX. It's not gonna group up as 5 in A main and B main and explode. At least, I don't think it's playing to its strengths if they decide to do that. I would like to see them control mid, go for A heaven, run some splits, run some fakes. Make use of the fact that Loud doesn't have a sentinel that can give them information on the map.
Orb collected though. That's DRX making the most of these eco rounds, making sure that they prioritize the ults for the next. Building up to their advantages. If allowed to have any shot of trying to shut down this comeback, this new momentum that's behind DRX. Pistol round was a good start for it, but it's still an incredible uphill battle. And Aspas has not been pushed away once by this angle. Marshall in his hands is deadly, especially when there's no armor. Gotta be careful. Running right into the sight line. Farming up to that Blade Storm. Got it online. So, cute play.
Wow. Okay. Denied the ace. Well, it's the percentage play, you know. Aspas has already got his ult online.
Yeah.
They're all about that. They're all about that. And that's actually dangerous. Of all the ults to get online for a bonus, I think Aspas is number one. You're putting Aspas in a position now where if he plays aggressive in B main and goes for some kind of push, maybe in mid, you know, there's so many places where he can get onto sight lines early and try to challenge these players from DRX.
So it has to be a clean round win for DRX. Don't let this bonus get out of hand. Got that full investment. You got the rifles. Boombot spots the one. Nade's going to be used, and
but Aspas is pushing.
Yeah, Mako pushed all the way back. Aspas is pushing. Trailblazers use this. Good discipline. Tags him. Stunned up. Has to use the dash to get out of there.
Yeah, that's good. So from DRX's point of view, they've managed to take mid and push Aspas a little bit away from B main. They have given up the whole of A, though, as a result of that. And look at those Loud players in A Heaven. They're only looking at vents. They don't care at all. I mean, now they've just started to pay attention to A main again, because there's a timing where DRX could have re-cleared. Oh, a bungle from Stacks on the flash as well. Doesn't even threaten like they could be going back in this direction, but still, Loud, for some reason, going for the gamble stack on A.
Yeah, moving over. They seem to anticipate it.
The wrong read.
It's a, incorrect gamble. Diligence there from DRX, making sure that they clear all the necessary angles just in case, but it's a free site that is afforded to them, so you're going to see that 5v5, the full retake. And Buzz, oh my goodness! Trade is there.
Great trade by Zest, exactly what his team needs. So using the Seekers to push forward a little.
Pushing them back, and so the danger removed as Aspas does fall there. Satchel play, flash. Connecting onto the back, but eventually going to be meeting them with that rifle fire, and it is Mako, Mr. Consistent. 2 years in Kawazine, close to the corner. Great positioning by Zest there. Lovely little off angle, making sure that there's not going to be any crumbs left up.
Really well played, very disciplined. One of the things, though, that I'm slightly concerned about with how DRX are playing their attack side, they're not creating much serious presence towards A. They're relying on this Viper wall kind of setup from Mako, but Loud are playing it aggressively at the beginning of the round, and they know that no one's getting back over there. The other part to this too is, RB is really, really safe in B main. So if Aspas decides to get aggressive in B and hang around there for a while, DRX could run a B split without ever clearing Garage. So a couple of things where you could definitely see an opening for Loud to start getting back into this map and controlling the game on their defense side. And it all comes down to how aggressively they play the outsides, the extremities of the map.
And it's going to come down to this, isn't it? Gun round. An operator in the hands of Aspas. Deep Trailblazer. Spots the one, and guess what? Aspas, of course, he's taking that space. He knows where he is. And this is dangerous for Mako. Juggle Peak fires, dash enabled. Snakebite to try and force the angle up close. They're taking the fight right to him. Buzz bails him out. There is a trade. But did they anticipate this? Aspas still there. 2 years wide out in the open. That's going to be the response. Still dashing right down into the site. Relieving most of that one. There was a pull. Great assistance. How do you salvage it if you're DRX?
Loud can see the spike. It's a smoke from RB. Pull back there, making it look like they could have gone in, but the spike again is just wide out in the open. One little peek from less, and they know there's no threat.
Boombot spammed. Almost every angle watched for. It has to be this site. That's where it's going to be landing, and it comes down to this crossfire. Impossible to break. Lovely by RB to whip it around and somehow return the fire. The players are weak though. Sadak in the danger zone now. Smoke popped up, but time pressure mounting. 11 seconds. Tries to go for the wider swing, but lovely patience by Aspas.
DRX are still grouping up really heavily on the outer sides of the map. I haven't seen them use mid great apart from the previous round. Look at the A pressure. I mean, the Loud's comp completely controls A main, B main. Whether it's Aspas pushing aggressive with Kawanzin, or whether it's that kind of suck-nade combo that they've got going on the opposite side of the map with Sadak and Tuiz, they dominate the outer wings of Split. And DRX need to recognize this in that timeout where they can have a chance to talk to the coach, and they need to be taking mid.
When you finally drop KL but now entire team starts playing like KL. Fuck. क्या मजाक उड़ाते लोग KL 75 runs. खोल सकते हैं भाई ऐसा नहीं.
BO5
would be devastating. It's an opportunity, like you said, Josh, you cannot let it slip. And DRX knocked down to the weaker buy. Still getting the rifle in the hands of Stax and RB, so bit of firepower behind this one still. Could be dangerous. Loud on the right foot now. At the end of the day, the pressure is still on DRX to be able to clinch the maps, the rounds that they should. That's a fast play. Satchel in the face and offsetting the weaknesses of the Stinger if there are many.
And this is where I was talking about earlier. RB plays very safe, very passive, but they've spotted Aspas, so now they've got to go for the crunch.
13 health, okay, that, yeah, I mean, listen, not afforded too many chances there, had to dash forwards because he could feel the players swarming him, approaching him from behind.
But this is so much better executed by DRX.
And they've afforded that operator.
Yeah, using the op. This round is gorgeous from DRX. The set play off the rip to set them up for the opening kill. The crunch on Aspas. Every part of this was lovely. RB even getting thirsty. Main. If this is what they talked about during the timeout, and they continue running this kind of round, Loud are going to be under so much pressure.
Lesh just making sure to make it a bit more expensive, although not going to be doing too much, obviously, to them.
It was a half buy anyway.
Exactly. A wider play by Mako. It's consolation. Stack shuts it down along with the cheers of the crowd.
And this is quite a weird spot, actually, for DRX, because they've saved an op into this round, kind of against their will. I don't think they're going to want to be opping on attack. I mean, look at how much value Buzz is getting when he decides to play aggressive with even a stinger. Maybe RB ends up picking up the operator and plays those kind of safer lines over towards B main. But otherwise, this seems like it might even stunt the attack.
And take a bit of bite out of it, maybe.
Look at how rough the force is from Loud.
That is rough.
Guardian, no armor judge from Sadak. I got to question why they're even bothering to buy. Why not go for the half?
Not wanting to play for that OT, it seems. Feeling like they have to buy up into this one. Maybe with the ults online, they could make the most of it. Look at this. Aspas, again. So much confidence to be able to push back Mako, even trying to pre-aimer it and look at the punish. I mean, maybe with a rifle, Buzz could have got something done there, but misses the shot.
I mean, Aspas was very fast on the reaction to dash out. I think he knew that was coming.
And grouping up into this crossfire.
It slows down DRX so much.
Cosmic Divide, though. Rips its way across. Now you're seeing it. The showstopper. Clearance! It's there. Rocket exchanged. And a life for a life.
I'll take that.
Into the site now. Still. Not really relenting, are they? It looks like Loud wanted to play this a bit more fast, but okay, watch down. Zest this time, his turn with the operator. Sadak has managed to approach his way into this corner, but not the greatest weapon for the job, and no armor to work with, or speak of. 87 health. It's looking like DRX reaching that map point. Critical for them.
I think Sadak probably wants to go for this, and the other two should save. Hello, though. 2Es with a pick.
Zest responds. Satchel playing to the back. How does Mako do that? 2 years. Right through the wall. Smoke drop down. Time running low though. Anything to offset this, pull it back, has to tap it because of the pull. And DRX should know that's enough utility used, enough time pressure bought that is going to land them there. The 12th round, map point for DRX.
What a bounce back split has been. And that timeout so crucial between round 16 and round 17 to get themselves back into the headspace to win here. Loud are going to respond with one of their own, but it's a horribly broken buy. They made their last gamble. The economic...
We are going maybe map number 4. देखते हैं अभी नहीं सो रहा है अभी चौथा मैच तीसरे मैच में कि सोया ही है ठीक है नहीं वो दूसरा था वो भाई उसने केजी का पहना वो चश्मा भी मस्त चश्मा ओपी 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 चश्मा ओपी
Out to the limit.
And I don't think that a quick 3-0 would have been a disappointing performance here. You know, it would have been incredible to see Loud looking dominant heading into the finals. But I'm all aboard for a close semi. And for DRX to keep their hopes alive of making it to a grand final and having a chance to lift a trophy.
No time wasted with this one. Look at the space that's going to be taken. B main controller's theirs, and RB, he's got the stars in his hands, starting to lay this one down. Double satchel. 2 years. Timings it though, and the judge is there. Spam though. Counterplay by the Rifles. Drops down. Less needs to be dealt with. How does he claim 2? Inconceivable almost, but down to that 2v2, and the pressure's mounting. It's Aspas and Kawazin who have to do the most here. The weapons aren't too good for it. Seeker's committed. Dropping everything into this round. One down to the ground here. Start to split the site up. Is there going to be that crossfire? Zest! What is that? Taking the fight to them. Pop flash play. Leaves it up to RB. Can he perform the slam dunk? A tap. Baits out the pull. Still plenty of time, but one of the players has got to hold this, and the Rifles are in the hands of the Loud players. It just looks impossible. It looks just impossible. And Aspas, whew, sweating maybe, but listen, pulls it off.
That might be the most difficult round that Loud have to get through to bring this to OT, because their weaponry was awful, and they still managed to pull out a win. Having said that though, Brent, only keeping one player alive, oh, that is so good, the 2K from Les. But like I was just about to say, keeping only one player alive there means that their economy is still in a rough spot. They're gonna have to keep pulling out round wins, and some of them a little more cleanly, in order to get their economy back into a decent position and face DRX on level footing.
Get it back in that manageable state, but again, similar tale to the first 2 maps in terms of there being no room for error for one side. On the opposing foot, and
wow,
Sadak, that is just spam. I
what
don't know what
a read.
Yeah, what is the cue off that? Not too sure, but it catches.
No idea. Counterplay on the other side of the map as Aspas and Kawazin take A away and make this a bit more comfortable. Having said that, they've got 3 players leaning on the A side. What is this clash?
Pushing forwards, Aspas wins the fight on 8 health.
But Stax has got to call a reactive push into B right now. He knows there's max 2 players there, and Tui's put under incredible pressure.
Indeed he has still. Will a headshot be available to him? Gets the one, Buzz good to trade it. Sight cracked open, wide, less. Back in position, into heaven. But now you're playing right into this Viper's pit. Still 3 players available for Loud. Dropping down already. Aspas with the knives. Flash down, Kawazine bites time, Mako found, no more pit. Crossfire has to be good, dropping, Buzz for the ace. Will it be the finalization? Will he be the finisher? So much to do. And just buying time with a showstopper. Putting it off the clock, RB, what a finish. DRX are not done yet.
There's still life in this squad. We've seen it before. You cannot count them out. They looked outclassed in the first two maps. A massive difference, a tier gap almost. But we've seen it before. Lower bracket final of champions. We've seen it in their run even here. That once you knock the RX, this squad, now tempered by experience, have got more to give. Fracture's going to be another opportunity for Loud to close things out 3-1. The double duelist were expecting to come back out and play again, but it did not work here.
A real tested DRX squad, the history of this team dating all the way back when they were known as Vision Strikers. They do not want to let that opportunity slip.
मजा आएगा मैप 4 पेलमपाल गया पेलमपाल पिक कौन सा है पिक कौन सा पिक कौन सा पिक 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 कौन सा है मे भी फ्रैक्चर है किलाशल फ्रैक्चर है किलाशल फ्रैक्चर है
Is DRX on level footing?
फ्रैक्चर है लास्ट नहीं करंट में फ्रैक्चर है मेरी जान मजा आएगा फ्रैक्चर है अलग ही बीटी है अलग ही बीटी है अलग ही बीटी है अलग ही बीटी है वॉशरूम जाके आया मैं वॉशरूम तारिक भाई फुल उधर से लाइव तारिक भाई
My main fucking man Yoni over here. This one should be number 4 is on. We're good. I'll mute these guys.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Yoni? What are you thinking, man?
Good, dude. I thought it was gonna be a quick 3-0.
I thought so too. I was ready to bounce. It was looking that way. It's all one-sided, dude.
I know.
They're not like one team is owning and the other is not, and it's not what we want in particular, but it is what we will settle for. Do you think there's a chance for DRX to
reverse sweep?
Oof,
It's in the cards.
That would be wild. I'm not gonna lie.
This crowd's not gonna like that.
Yeah,
they're not gonna like it at all.
They wouldn't.
We'll see. I don't know.
What's up, Roden?
Hey, is he muted?
Oh yeah. Honestly, forgot. It's my water. All the waters are all looking the same.
You enjoying it? You guys having fun?
I'm enjoying it. It's been cool. It's been fun. I just wish the game was closer. because that's what is gonna.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Really...
We're gonna get the 3-2.
3-2?
Yeah.
In which direction, Broden?
I predicted 3-2.
In which direction? Has to be, right?
But it'll be a great match.
Yeah, of course. We just want this crowd here on Saturday.
Exactly.
The finals needs to have this type of atmosphere.
I want to be scared by the amount of noise around me.
Yeah. It's sometimes it is scary. We're like trying to keep it low when we're rooting for DRX. But we've got these guys wearing loud jerseys.
You feel the floor shaking beneath you.
Yes. The vibrations are real.
Yeah.
But I fucking love it. The atmosphere in an arena. If you guys ever have the chance in the chat, seriously, if there's ever an event near you, you've got to make time to go, because watching online is not even comparable to watching in person. And the Brazilian crowd knows how to do it right. DRX team is walking out right now and the crowd is booing as they go to their PCs. So I personally think it's cool, but I know that for the players it's like kind of a load, right?
Dude, it's crazy.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. Especially to be visiting Brazil.
Yeah. And the DRX guys are the nicest players ever. Like, they never trash talk too.
लाउड जीतेगी नैक नैक मतलब नेक्स्ट चिराग भाई कैसे हो यार?
एक ऐसी गेम है जो एक्चुअली
वैसे आपका 5000 क्रॉस हो गया, बस
तुम्हारे
करो,
रिफ्लेक्सेस और
लव यू यार।
मेमोरी मसल मेमोरी ना,
हाँ
उसको एक्चुअली बहुत वो करती है टेस्ट।
ले उसमें भी वो है बे, मैं तेरा देख रहा था ना, उसमें टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स सीखना पड़ेगा, समझ रहा?
डिफ्लेक्शन इज द की भाई, बस
टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स, ये बना के मारो, वो बना के मारो, थोड़ा बहुत है उसमें।
This was a major rally back here from the side of DRX.
Yeah,
once again.
मेरे को दिखा नहीं आज, अलग ही बेटी है, अलग ही बेटी है। क्राउड कंट्रोलर fucking ninth, fucking ninth। चलो अपन कप चुप बैठने का कप चुप।
Excuse.
नींद आ रहा है, मेरे को नींद आ रहा है, जरा आया पानी का नहीं मारे क्या है? मैच देखने का तो है भाई, लास्ट तक इतना जितना छोड़ा तो पूरा देख के जाएंगे, रुक जाओ।
RB, because in the past when he plays Neon, there's been this expectation that he falls flat in big matches. I think he's disproved it thus far at this event and at Champions, but on that role where he's had issues before, I'm looking at him.
I mean, Achilles is getting excited at seeing this.
Guys, I hope that this happens if we go to Fracture and we're finally getting to see it. The question is, how well versed is it? It's been a while since we've seen it. Is it still going to be fresh in his mind? It comes down to all these movements, all this tech with the Neon.
The Neon pick tells me it's about to be a change in pace on this game. We want a map 5. Everybody watching wants a map 5. The question is, will we get it? Let's find out as we send it over to Brent and Sideshow.
Will we get that map 5? Well, it comes down.
बहुत सेक्सी मैप है भाई। अभी भी DRX फेवर में भाई। अगर यहाँ से मैच उठा, जॉड मजा आने वाला है भाई। जॉड समझते जॉड मजा आने वाला है अगर यहाँ से मैच उठता। चलो।
And the whole team was great at
यार गाना बंद कर भाई।
that it's practiced enough, because in the run-up to this tournament, they won't have been running this comp. They were playing with... Presumably, he was on the duelist. So maybe they have 10 days of getting back in touch with this comp.
An explosive beginning for Loud. Really separating Aslos from the rest of his team. Shorty, way up, flash play, a little bit behind his back, jiggling, and well, goodbye Aspas. Final boss dealt with. Cloud will go down though without too many problems still. Damage was taken, Sadak low, going for this reflank and positioning timing is absolutely critical. Zest, so unaware of it, but just can't quite get the sideline, the angle. Zest, right behind him. Sadak doesn't kill him. Another fight to be taken though, stun through the choke point, all lining up there for the frenzy, and that's exactly where it thrives. Stun is good though. Jumping, wiggling, but the defuse just goes off with no problems.
Very nice retake from DRX. Pulling a page out of Loud's book there. Pushing players deep, fighting with RB, the stun bolts coming out in order to make space for the spike to be stuck. Very well done. And I would expect too, based what we saw on Split, for DRX to sometimes allow the duelists onto the site and try and push through the smokes to collapse on everybody else. That's roughly speaking their game plan on the defense side of Split too. Allow the duelists to do whatever they like, but crunch down on the rest of the players. No force buy from Loud, allowing DRX to pick up another pistol.
See if they can keep this one moving. Players are low and the util set down onto the sides. Okay, Les! He's dealt with. Did make it that much more scrappy though. A bit more scary as well, so backing into the corner. Aftershock, it's going to be used here. Kawazin committing that plan, but he will fall.
Perfect timing from the grandfather of Breach.
So 2 years with the most to do. Sees round the back, one shot finds, but RB's there with a trade. And okay, listen, not the cleanest anti-eco in the world, but starting with 2 of their players, and so far RB putting up a good performance.
And you're really waiting until RB gets onto the attack side to demonstrate his incredible movement. But on the retake, he's going to be there as well. So now DRX with an opportunity to go for a bonus. Do you do something aggressive? You can certainly push the Neon out of tree, try and push them out through halls. There are many players. Go through a north side crunch. Yeah. There's a lot of different things that you can look at.
Did they even opt into buying as well? That's what I'm wondering. I know that there was only 2 players surviving. So
certainly looks like RB's going to go for this, right?
Yeah. Fast play now. It's going to be that clash. Flash over the top, stun as well, supplements it, but pound for pound, going to be finding it, and a fight to be taken. You just don't quite have the range of that one, RB. Les, once more, trying to meet the match. DRX with that double swing, double face, but a lot of utility being used now. That does push back Loud.
Not even the nanoswarms, but actually an aftershock from Stacks, scaring them off. Zest goes to grab some information on the north side of the map, and they're going to be in a decent position to still try and fight this.
Smoke drop main is a fast reposition. They take control of... That's going to be the name of their game, and well... Back to it, hopefully no more We'll see, though, fight taking place. Gavazin winning it out, and the rifles really do just come out on top. That's going to be the difference maker.
Loud with a commanding presence. Any damage here is good for Buzz, of course. But I think, really, when you're looking at their defense side, it's about finding those opportunities to get up and get aggressive. I think especially on B, when you're looking at the positioning of the defenders, like somebody like Stax, right? He's been playing Canteen, using his Aftershock. And I think if Loud go for some full execs onto B, you'll see Stax flashing through smokes and trying to support Buzz, who's anchoring hard. Early days in this map, still so many different directions that it can go.
Yep. Buzz going down to the spike, so denying any potential ult orbs. Quite important when 2 years is one away, but attack side, it's quite easy to claim up those orbs anyway. We'll see if they aim to do that. Maybe a fast play, taking some area to map.
Bit of a difference here in how Loud is set up. Over towards Arcade with 4 of their players. And one of the risks, actually, of having less play Killjoy in this map is that it's quite easy to get crunched. I wonder if RB's going to apply some pressure and push out of halls here, but it doesn't look too aggressive. Instead, the action is going to be over here.
Yeah. Rapid take now of all this space. Rolling Thunder pushes all the way through onto the side, and guess what? Nobody playing.
Look at the Nanoswarm setups, though, Brent. As soon as this alarm bot gets found, and Mako's just got his ult off the back of that kill.
Beautiful kill onto left there. Plant wall still goes down, but yeah, there's the wall and Nanoswarms at the back, preventing anybody from taking up that space. Reclear.
I am so surprised that they allowed the plant to go down. Maybe they thought the plant had been disrupted by the Nanoswarm setup.
Maybe they wanted to refight this one. Orbital strike in the hands of Mako. Space taken. Couple of players falling quite low. Aftershock as well. Aspas off angle.
Wow.
No way. Buzz just revealing an elbow, but it's more than enough now. Sticking all the way through. Counter spam in action. Half on the defuse. And there is utility there. But already is enough damage done. Orbital strike trying to disrupt it. 2 years of it online. It's all up to RB. Taps it. Trying to force the fight. 60 up. Gets it. Does he have time? Does he have enough? It's half on the defuse. Sticking it. Oh my God.
Heartbreak for DRX, and Tui's with the play that wins them the round. A pivotal one at that, as it drops DRX's economy back down into the dust. Take a look at these moments, good counter spam, but it's the couple of kills that Tui's gets. 3, including enough to get his ult online. And with 4 milliseconds the difference.
Just insane. That's a back-breaking round if you're DRX. You needed that for the swing of the economy. Instead, now it's your team has been pushed onto the back foot, onto the weaker buy once more.
Same play again.
Yeah, Loud not relenting, are they? So much util, faster play. RB forced to pull out the ultimate overdrive. Oh my goodness. Adjustment of the aim. It is chaos though. Inside the smokes. DRX hunting for any and all advantages. Mako does have the rifle, but it's got to be handed an easy kill. Spam down. Just trying to get out of there, it seems.
Sadak's plant gets his ult online. That's going to be useful for the next. I don't see Mako winning a 1v4. Not from this position.
Yeah, seems very, very unlikely.
The DRX are going to have to make an adjustment to deal with this 4-1 arcade push. There's only a single player less coming from the bottom side, coming through tree. And the double duelist comp is just bursting through arcade. There's a lot of things that DRX could do. You know, one holding heaven, one behind the box, run some kind of double face like that. But I think what DRX are worried about is that, sure, they go 2 for 2 in that situation, but then they lose the sight.
That becomes the problem. Mako cowering. Hoping that he gets to save and hold on to this one.
I think Loud could run the exact same strat again and just throw Sadak's ult behind it. And it's going to make DRX very cautious.
So what call is made here? looks like, again, that heavy presence into B main, but for Loud, they've got other ideas. 4-1 split.
Yeah, but
Presence on the south side, but
this time on the opposite side by the look of things, right?
Towards A, towards drop, they want to fight it. Maybe the plan to try and burst through with a showstopper, but it's Buzz that has to try and put a stop to this one.
Les, for the first time, is actually going to be pressured.
Zara taken care of. Les goes down in the middle of all of this one. Sadak, though, pushing forwards. And the fuse run out there, not finding an easy target. And there we go. Lets it rip eventually. Straight into halls, but critically, Spike is going to go down. Planted.
I'm kind of confused why Mako isn't using his ult to try and create some pressure here. They're just letting Loud get into post plants for free.
Locked down close, though. Maybe anticipating they're going to be fighting. Mako once more. This guy with a rifle in his hands. He's a menace. Lockdown's going to be destroyed. That bails out Aspas, but he's inside the cloudburst, and they know it. He's dealt with, down to 2 years. We've seen this rookie player really step up to the challenge, step up to the task time and time again, but that might be a little bit too much to ask of him in a 1v4.
And so DRX managed to pull off the retake there, again, without using Orbital Strike. Just investing the lockdown that pushes the Loud players into uncomfortable spots, and then they wrap around and pinch. This kill is gorgeous. I mean, how on earth he gets that? I thought it was a random spam through the smoke looking at the minimap, but that's almost more impressive.
Not quite.
And I think they might want to be doing that more. If they realize that Les is playing on his own on the south side of the map, look, he's here again. Les is the only player at the bottom of the map. If they do crunches south side, Les is not going to be able to hold on, and a lot of the time he's not going to be able to escape on the rope either. Big ultimates to deny the plant. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike. And RB's hunting for Les once again in halls.
Ball's going to get broken. Dash across there with a satchel, stunned up though, Zest. Up top, is there going to be the common spam angle? Aspas taking damage and eventually will fall there. No one was able to get into the site.
Les is creeping his way through. Good timing. And the Prowler, nerfed.
Spot him. Seems like Zest is aware there was a jiggle. He knows that didn't get a good clearance. And Loud waited out, bide the time.
Les just can't get value out of his ult. I mean, I think this is what Mako is saving it for, right? The Orbital Strike is their big counter to Les's lockdown. So, I think you're going to see that. Oh, what a shot from RB!
And this guy on the neon, just unleashed, isn't he? Flawless round for TRX, 5 surviving. The bank continues to build, and they're going to be happy, they're going to be pleased with this one.
Great stuff. This round, though, Sadak going ahead of the play, causing himself to get completely isolated there. A free pick that nobody could trade. And I'm seeing the same themes that we saw on Split. Perhaps not as dominant a half. We'll have to wait and see.
Another fight.
But this time, a lot of players ready for it on the south side.
Yeah. How's it going to be the response from Loud? Aspas, Blade Storm, good flash.
Look how quickly they bail as soon as they realize the breach is there. Okay, it's not just Les this time. We don't want any part of it.
So backing all the way. Aspas, he's trying to get away with murder. Oh,
Mako's jiggling.
Crawling. They don't know his position. Mako! And yeah, so unaware of that. Rifle picked up. It's time. Looking a bit dangerous.
This puts Sadak on the lurk, and he's got a great timing. I mean, they've got double lurk going on here. This retake could be too fast.
Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder, pushes them back in the cloudburst. There's no way Aspas gets one. But it was the kill, was traded. Sadak reflanking through, spray down by Zest. But still, it's all up to him. Spike planted, what can he do? Offset Kawazine, fantastic movement.
Great control. Kawazine pulled magical rounds out. I'm thinking back to their game against NRG, round 24, the 3K that Kawazine found for them. All of these players are so comfortable on Fracture. But there, in a broken buy kind of situation, again, risks being taken by Loud. The call made by Sadak or Aspas to try and contact in through B main reaps reward. And Buzz is using an operator. That is unusual, but he might spot Aspas.
Yeah.
You just don't anticipate this.
Contact play. Well, head taken straight off.
Great idea from Buzz. He's gonna be in an uncomfortable spot if they actually close around him, but he might be good for a couple.
Yeah, especially if they keep contacting into this one.
What a shot!
Oh my goodness. Pixel handed to him there. I mean, just 0 to work with. You still claims 2 kills. Now we'll see what happens here. In tower, pushing forwards, and Flash gives the perfect timing, but still, the fact that he's hitting them, nevertheless, so impressive. Prowler in the smoke, lights it up. Sadak's lucky to get out alive. Got down to 16.
And Buzz repositions to try to hit another absurd shot.
And all is quiet in Sao Paulo.
Dirac not even having to use many ultimates to be able to get these rounds on the board. Buzz has just handed them that one out of incredibly skilled opping.
And you're exactly right, Josh. You just don't expect the operator to be picked up.
No, not with this composition. The
Buzz
Neon
is good
doesn't
for
really
it, but
op.
yeah, the Neon's not going to be opping, so really no suitable targets.
And we didn't spot it there, but I've got to assume that Buzz probably has a shorty as well. Oh, a bit whiffy there from 2Es.
A round win for DRX, 5-4.
And they take every weapon out of the hands of Loud. It's quite important, actually, because it puts Aspas in a spot where he can't afford another rifle. Let's take another look at this incredible opping, though. Wow!
Oh my god!
Just the barest sliver of less showing. And also, the reaction times to get that. And also Kawanzin peeking just a hair before his flash pops.
That is insanity.
Amazing.
सिर्फ पैर को 120 बाकी पैर के ऊपर मारो और ले जाओ. बाल इसको बाहर छिड़ेगा, लिप्स पे पुरानी तरह के तरफ कर.
To step up on Neon in possibly the biggest map of his tournament life. The biggest map of his career, perhaps. And yeah, for Buzz to rebound too, that just speaks to his mental fortitude after getting bullied map 1.
Yeah, just battered.
So here's another spot where RB's going to look to go aggressive towards Tree, and you're going to get kind of like a cycling effect on the map as DRX push down here.
Yeah, but there's no time wasted yet still. Les tries to hold that one down. Okay, in exchange as well.
Wait, but Buzz went 1 for 1, and the rest of Loud come through. Do they know that Stax is here?
Pushing to the corner. Stax is gifted that one.
But this is chaos as
well. It is chaos.
Look at Aspas and 2Es.
Maneuvering, taking that space into their spawn. They got to know that the pinch was happening on the south side, so a call is made.
Zest uses his Nightfall to get information, and it's going to allow them to get a slightly earlier rotate. Does that help him take the duel against Aspas?
He's got to be careful with this one. No, can't win it out.
Weapon diff, though.
Exactly. The economy playing a crucial element in this one. Stax just walking, strolling. A jaunt in the park is what it feels like as he was approaching Dish. And now they can take their time with it.
And I'm telling you, Brent, DRX have figured this out from Loud. I talked about how Les, on his own, is a prime candidate to do a crunch on. And DRX are looking for it. You see how quickly they bailed a couple of rounds ago when they saw a breach flash? And this time they don't see anything, so they know it's only Les there with the turret. And even though Les goes 1 for 1, it helps DRX control so much of the map. Mako pushing out, punishing. And Loud are forced to play at such a high tempo, they make mistakes on their B hit, not accounting for stacks. The economy is in such a weird place, man. Loud are going for a half buy, I guess, but kind of some of their players investing fully. It's really weird.
Still less holding on to that lockdown as well. Doesn't want to use it when Mako's alive because of the orbital strike just waiting in his back pocket.
I guess they are going to be able to buy next round, so this is just a straight-up save for Loud.
Playing for it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Brent. We haven't really seen a big ultimate clash yet. It's just a game of chicken.
Listen, if your opponents are scared to use your ultimates just because you're holding one, take that as a win.
In some sense, the ultimate value that Mako's getting here.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, you just have to use it and bite the bullet that you're going to be losing it. Lots of players, though, clashing now through sand, over the strike, in a fault line, dash to the side. Reposition, RB stays alive, but into the cloud burst, doubled up and play, and the guns are suited for it.
Wow!
RB can't hit the spray down, and Loud just overwhelmed.
There's the value of the double duelist finally rearing its head. Completely overwhelming. Everybody is weak, though, or rather, I should say, Kawanzin and Sadak.
Doubled up, though. That's a high-low setup. Very difficult to break. So Loud, critical round win for them when it was looking so damn unlikely. If you consider where their economy was at.
Yeah, they get it on the half buy. And Tui is now pulling out 2 rounds where his orbital strike has been incredibly important. The double duelist, though, absolutely dominated Stax and Mako's setup. Both showcasing why, you know, Mimi likes to call it the double dive, because they have that mobility to break crosshair placement and break crossfires. Buzz picks up the operator again.
A much more passive angle from him that's being held. See him deep onto the side, same one as before. And he's hoping that he'll be gifted again. Another contact push. Jump peek, okay.
Dangerous.
Yeah, and Kawazin lucky to get away with just a haircut there.
Taking tunnel makes it look like this is going to end in a B split, although DRX can't know that. It's a little risky, though, because Loud never had any information towards the north side of the map. It's possible that RB could be right behind them in spawn.
Orb grab, though, that's going to be given that rolling thunder. Double satchel play and a lockdown used as a response immediately. Up close, stunned up, though. Buzz, he can't do anything about that. Not with the operator in his hands. And what is going to be that response from DRX? Mako, trying to stay alive. He's aware that there is still that lockdown. Spam through. Plan goes down, and so does Stax. There's the lockdown.
Mako finally gets to use his ult.
Finally gets to use it, and there we go. We'll take it out, but a fight being taken. One after another. Sadak, beautiful placement. And a team to bail him out. That's a 6-6 half.
Finally, the parity that we've been waiting for between these two teams. Nothing but 9 threes in the first 3 maps. And both teams bringing everything to fracture. Awesome response from Loud when it looked like things were spiraling out of control for them. Grabbing those final 2.
6-6 and even half. Let's send it down to Yinsu with once again another special interview.
Thank you very much, Sideshow. I'm Bran. That's right, I'm joined by MCH right now, a streamer. You're doing a watch party.
Not at all. But I think a 6-6 half can go anywhere from here. Their composition works so cleanly behind that Neon engage. And it's not like Les is pulling out a Cypher to deal with it. You know, he's going to be able to get past the Nanoswarms in all likelihood and put a lot of pressure on. And just looking at the minimap to start, DRX seem primed to try and challenge B early. Does RB have enough support here to get through Sadak?
Fault line close and across. Does he hit a skip and a dodge there into tunnel? Feels unlikely because he's got his back wide open. He thought it was free. Thought it was available to them. Fantastic opening, and now the plan can start to go down, but a fast play. Dash forwards into the smoke out, and the open spike plan denied, still responding in kind. DRX shutting down that approach. And it's up to Les. 1v3. Fully reloaded in the clip with the frenzy. Maybe he can do something still. Sight's going to be given to him, but Buzz with his reposition. Not quite planted for him. Turret now. Tap of the spike, needs to try and bait out the positioning. It's good from Les, doesn't open himself wide too. The choke point takes the fight anyway, and Buzz will win it. There's the pistol round, and DRX can get themselves at a fantastic start here in the second half.
Really important, imperative for DRX to pick up their second pistol in this map too. Getting both on the board is massive. And neither of these teams have been willing to force, go for it. Doesn't make too much sense from Loud at this point. You know, no plant money, not really that many kills either, but just something interesting to note, because that pistol round has always been able to be converted.
Okay, deciding against it. I thought Aspas was just going to be egoing buying a Marshall there, but no. He sold it. And a comp from DRX, RB is going to be at the forefront of all of these push attempts. The spearhead honed to a deadly level. Part of that being his movement, being able to weave in and out. And as you mentioned as well, Josh, you know, there's no trips there. Les is playing the Killjoy. There's nothing to slow him down.
No, RB will be extremely comfortable playing against the Killjoy setups, I think. And it's slow and patient for DRX, wondering when the duelists are going to get aggressive. Very safe setup from Buzz here at the north side too. He's heard that ult.
Yeah, being picked up makes him aware.
And I think that this is going to give a ton of info and mean Sadak's under a massive pressure.
Good nade, does split up the rest of DRX, so RB pretty far ahead, but buying the time, and well, Buzz. Oh my goodness, almost getting punished for that one.
Oh, that's...
Trigger discipline was there, after shock stun into the corner, gotta be backing out. Damage is definitely being done here, Molly at the feet.
It's a great Molly.
Yeah, no one can push past this one, but Mako is taking a couple of stray shots, and damage is definitely being done still. Disrespecting and moving forwards, flash play, dodging, juking, side to side. The guns are good, just to make it a little bit more dangerous there, but Tears doesn't quite pick up any of these weapons. This guy is currently making the most of his classic. Getting head after head. RB puts an end to it though.
Clean follow-up from DRX. And you can see how their composition is designed to work. It slowly prods around the map, gathering information about where Loud are, and if Loud decide to go for anything aggressive, they can instantly pivot in a different direction. Because the speed of that solo Neon is just as quick, if not quicker, than running the double duelist Jet Raze comp. Both teams are going to be able to turn swivel whenever they like. Stax is building up to his ult again as well. It's a game plan that they have in almost every map. Just get Stax the ults.
Vital now though, Loud winning this one. Stun at the feet. Wow. Okay, RB. Doesn't even pick up the weapon. Instead, it's left down to Kawazine. Buzz still, he's worked his way into their spawn, and this is really just sowing that kind of chaos. The discord within the enemy ranks, and Loud silenced.
And I love this decision. Great pivot, deciding to go all the way over to B. Kawazine has been a danger on this map before. You do not want to give him a chance at the 1v2.
DRX are going to be so happy with this situation. The bonus bonus round for them. They picked up a couple of rifles, and now it's flipped entirely. Kawazine, everything on him, seeing what he can do. Saw the turret being set up though, so he's got to know the Buzz is positioned there. That's a little bit awkward though. Eventually getting that turret down and waits it out, but his crossfire setup, look at this reposition. It's all on timing. That's what it all comes down to.
He knows that Buzz is somewhere in his spawn.
Yep.
But that doesn't make it any easier to deal with.
So just trying to clear it out. Horn across, lovely flick of the wrist, 3 in the round. But a tap on the spike, and this is ice cold from Zest. He doesn't overpeak it. Getting back on, the wider swing is impeccable. And Zest, that's a shutdown.
That really is ice cold though, Brent. Not even thinking for a moment that Kawazine could be sticking it.
Yeah.
That is impressive stuff.
Insane.
This round got really chaotic, but I think it showed a couple of things. That DRX are willing to push spawn if they need to, and that RB's still got it on the Neon. I was a bit worried when he slid into, I think it was 2Es to begin with, but his reposition after the stun was perfect.
And that horn is just immaculate. Reveals Aspas, pushes him back, another stun as well. Lands its way across, he's close, Zest will fall. You can't let this get any more out of hand if you are DRX. You've been handed a great opportunity to secure that 10th round. Plando going down, Wall in their faces. Arby doesn't even seem to be aware of it. 2 players waiting for him, and he's put that ult online. Exchange one for another, back and forth. Aftershock as well in tower. Moves forwards though, Mako
with his ult.
Trying to get out of there, and yeah, he's got it online. He can buy the time for it, but they've handed over the rifles still. Sadek and 2Es, they don't have them. Running backwards, tap at a spike. Over the strike just to make sure that nobody is on it, and Mako so damn diligent. That's watched for. Sadek taps it, spam into the smoke, not offered an easy angle, not offered an easy kill. Beautiful play by Mako, 4 in the round.
Showcasing there why people have him, myself included, as the best smokes player in the world. 16 and 8 on the map, and finding so many moments to have impact. All of the util beautiful as well. Don't know if you caught it, but a little stim beacon play to be able to get both of those kills. Crazy stuff. Always sets himself up to be favored. Great player, and now the pressure really is on Loud. Notable too that Aspas, after having a greatest of all time potential performance across the first 3 maps in a BO5, map 4 comes around, and suddenly he's not quite able to have the value that he was showcasing earlier. 6 and 14.
It has slipped. Forcing out that final timeout now for Loud. Yeah, you can feel it. They really did just glide their way through those first 2 maps in this, but listen, this part of the tournament, lock-in, it's not just that pressure and heat rising, but it just gets that much more difficult. Best of 5s from here on out. Your map pool really getting pushed, and not only that, just the mental game. Can you hold on? Can you close out a series in this fashion?
Aspas picks up the operator. It's a great tool to have if you're not facing the tip of the spear from DRX. He'll be able to find people that are playing slowly on the opposite side of the map, but if he comes up against the relay bolts, the stun from stacks, he just can't hold on.
No.
And I think he's picked incorrectly again. He was forced out of position last time when he was defending B.
He feels uncertain.
I just don't think he's going to get an opportunity. Look at the utility.
Yeah, that recon bolt is immaculate. Pushes him back, stunned up. Inside it, no way!
Clearly I underestimated Aspas.
One way to shut it down, but goodness gracious me. DRX not letting anything get unsaid and undone. An immediate take there of Halls. 2 kills for Mako. He has been the difference maker. He is almost set up there for a bit of a collateral play. 2 for the price of 1, but no, traded. So it's that 3v2, and Aspas forced to retake with the op in a forward position. Lockdown's there though. This time nothing to break it. Out wide. There is a gap at the back of the site where players are not going to be caught by that lockdown, but the pressure's on less. He has to take this timing, but util out in his hands and just so unaware.
Doesn't think there could be anybody back his lockdown, leaving that little gap. Only assuming that there was one. Wow. Ridiculous way to open the round. But in the midst of all of this, it wasn't really a heavy commitment. You can see here that that entire play was to bait this kind of reaction. RB is sent in as a distraction, while the rest of the team just holds for the flank. DRX are one step ahead, and they look right back where they were at the top of the world on Fracture. This team with their fast play and Na'Vi with their slow play, both looking insane.
Horde spotting! No bailout. Nana Swarm Stow, that's an adjustment. This time placing it at that connector, making sure that RB can't get away with it.
Another fast flank coming up behind Mako.
But will Mako contain? It's all on that. And he's favored.
He's normally so good.
Rifle nade though, well, it's gonna push him away. Yeah, okay, Buzz.
Yeah, a Buzz just comes to help.
Yeah, straight from tunnel.
It was a half-buy round from Loud, so they are kind of playing to get to OT. But it's gonna take them 6 rounds in a row to get there.
And that's DRX finding themselves on map point. We put it up in the air, didn't we? The question, could DRX do it? Could they do it again? Bringing a top contender to that 5th and final map, could they get that reverse sweep started? Listen, 1 round is what separates them from going to that map number 5, so still anyone's game, but it's a DRX that's been tested. They've been prodded and made angry, honestly. An amazing answer back.
And once more, map 3, map 4, Mako is unreal. Every spot on this map, Mako owns it.
Just always seems to be the playmaker. And even when not as well, containing safe hands from him to be able to finalize closeout rounds without too much danger.
Another great timing here from DRX, who have all the ults in the world to play with. Clearing dish. Do they commit to this? It could be a fake from RB. It could be real. They have their pick of the litter. Controlling so much of the map. And now Loud prod back towards halls. They don't want to overstep themselves, though, because that's where Mako is. Feeding yourself into the Sharks more. They know exactly what that feels like.
Aspas with the knives. That's what they're worried about. Blade Storm. Nightfall. Scatters, lays waste. I don't think it tagged onto anybody. Still, the sun will catch onto this target. Aspas disrespects it. Stands his ground, eventually dashes back, but it is just going to be that 1-for-1 play. 2 years 4, still, reflank attempt. Mako, close. Stuns there, wants the refi positioning. Revealed, beautiful by Kawazine. Down to Zest. And cannot withstand that, not when the Blade Storm's in his face.
Finally, the flank finds value. And nice work from Aspas playing around it too. I was amazed at how accurate the relay bolt is. I'm just in awe whenever I watch RB play Neon. But it's this play that really wins things for them, right? Being able to evade the utility, and also Stax and Mako not really fighting together in the way that we've seen them before. 5 rounds in a row now, still required for Loud.
Can they do it?
At some point here, surely the ultimate economy is just going to become overwhelming for DRX. Loud not only need to win rounds, but they need to win them and draw out ults from DRX at the same time.
Looks like a heavy fight. What are they waiting for? Fault line, push them back. RB taking all that space, right past the boom bot! Glides through. That's our 1-for-1, so contained. Kawazine will get that trade.
It takes some of the punch, some of the sting out from DRX's exec. The wall, for example. Mako might have to save his smokes just to do that. And the spike makes the intrepid trip over the pit as the rest of DRX regroup around the bottom side. So this to me looks like they're going to try and go through sand. It doesn't require as many, you know, smokes, angles being cut off. You don't have to be as explosive. And Loud are gambling on the other side.
That's where they've got the heavy presence. Kawazine just playing, but that retake does have his Rolling Thunder though. That can disrupt this plant. Call made by DRX to just contact. Smokes drop down though. That's gonna signal it. Fault line. Brilliant waiting, held. There we go, it's an orbital strike into the fault line, and oh, 2 kills!
But an instant response. Buzz realizes he has a free lockdown and puts it around. This was the mind game that was happening in the first half. A different option being chosen for 2Es.
Still so hard for them, isn't it? Mako looks like he's playing a post-plant lineup there. Yep, Molly's going to be coming over.
And he has the ult too.
The onus is on Buzz to buy time here. He has to be the difference maker. 1 kill found, second found! 2 years with the trade, and the orbit strike held. Molly's good for it. Mako holding, listening, waiting for that sound cue. And he knows it precisely, right in his head, and there you have it! Silence sweeps across the stadium, and Mako will not be denied that 5th map.
Immaculate play. Unbelievable. The layers of the postman utility to be able to win that in a 2v4. Buzz and Mako combining together, the top of the scoreboard as DRX walk off. And that is a confident swagger to their step. And take a look at this. Even if 2Es got onto it, there was no chance. Checkmated from the very beginning. Impeccable stuff. And DRX do the same to Loud as they did to Optic in the lower bracket finals of champs. They put themselves in a position where they might be able to pull off the first ever reverse sweep in a BO5 in VALORANT.
Would be just astounding. That's that veteran presence, this roster of DRX, they've been through it all. To be able to really just keep the mental in check as well. They push Loud, in particular as well, like a lot of these rookie players into such uncomfortable territory. And the Des was wishing for it, we will be heading to that map number 5.
Five rounds in a row now, still required for in time.
Looks like a heavy fight.
अरे per month बहुत होता है बे 10,000.
What are they waiting for?
भाई duelist diff तो है. RB
It
हर
takes
बार
some of the
जाके एक
punch,
duelist
some
को
of the
मार के आ रहा है.
sting. His smile makes the intrepid trip over. It looks like they're going to try off.
It's going to signal
अपना
it.
का बात हुआ था ये से.
Fault line.
इसी का भी बात होगा.
There we go.
Combo! 2 जन!
उसका एक
ये क्या किया भाई?
क्या combo दिया?
Realizes he has a free lockdown and puts it
Stun
around.
और
क्या
This was
combo
the
दिया?
mud game that was happening in the first half. A different option being chosen for 2Es.
Still so hard for them, isn't it? Mako looks like he's playing a post-plant lineup there. Yep, Molly's going to be coming over.
And he has the ult too.
The onus is on Buzz to buy
भाई
time
लेकिन
here.
वो लोग ने
He has to be the
मेरे
difference
को ये है
maker.
जानने का उन्होंने default plan क्यों किया?
Alt भी तो है, alt भी.
And the orbit strike held. Molly's good for it. Mako
Oh, by
holding,
TikTok
listening,
lineups.
waiting for that sound cue. And he knows it precisely.
Nice.
Right in his
Oh my
चले।
God भाई.
Silence sweeps across the stadium.
मारेगा ना.
And Mako will
बाप को तो मार दिया भाई उसने. बाप को भी मार.
मारा भाई.
immaculate
map.
play.
After
expect
2-0
नहीं
to
किया था
come
मैंने.
back to
Layers
2-2.
of the post-on utility to be able to win
पता
that in a
है
2v4.
Audience तो जा रही है.
Buzz
एरन ने
and
अगर
Mako
पहले
combining
जवाब
together,
दिया
the
ना,
top of the
Mako
score.
would have been
हाँ
दोनों का साथ में ही बात चल रहा था.
मेरे को लेकिन stacks बहुत अच्छा लगता है पता नहीं. As a player ना stacks भी काफी अच्छा.
मगर गोल्डी भाई अगर आप ये रीजन से उठाओगे ना तो लैंग्वेज बैरियर आएगा ही क्योंकि उनमें इंग्लिश बहुत NHK है.
हाँ तो वो
इसलिए
लोग भी ऐसा आते
जो
हुए रहेंगे ना.
रूसी ने जो प्लेयर्स उठाए हैं ना, वो उसमें सबसे अच्छी बात ये कि तीनों की ना इंग्लिश बहुत फ्लुएंट है, तो वो भी एक की फैक्टर था दोनों लेने के पीछे. और
Vamos!
पूरा रीजन, ऑल ओवर द रीजन, ऑल ओवर द ग्लोब प्लेयर्स है वैसे.
50 gifted beings cube है.
तन्वाय क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा.
आज का हो गया 50 गिफ्ट गाइस.
तन्वाय क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा. अगर
कल.
आपकी एक वैलोरेंट टीम हुई तो क्या नाम रखोगे?
फाइनल्स अभी.
ऑल इंडिया बकचोद. This is me and Tanmay का personal joke, okay? Nobody else.
ये वो नाम की कंपनी बंद हो जाती है भाई।
नहीं सक्सेसफुल भी होती है, ऐसी बात नहीं
वो भी है, वो भी है।
ऑल इंडिया बॉट्स सही रहेगा।
ऑल इंडिया बॉट्स AIB।
ऑल इंडिया बॉट्स।
वो कंपनी लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को इंस्पिरेशन देके जाती है।
He's wearing trousers.
कुछ भी बोलो, था तो वो एक मेमोरी अच्छा। क्या बोल
बताओ ना धनवे भाई।
हाँ क्या मेरा वैलोरेंट टीम का नाम?
I'm a believer DRX will win. Stuff.
What army ऐसे कुछ तो नाम है।
I think Loud will come back stronger.
तो है।
What sports है already?
वर्ल्ड बैक का आवाज बढ़ाओ। Only 200%. इससे ज़्यादा कैसे बढ़ाओ?
जिसका ओनर है started to invest, so yeah.
अच्छा।
ये is highest paid.
S9UL.
Not tens. क्या कर रही है हेडफोन के साथ?
लग रहा है?
हाँ।
इसके लिए कर रही थी।
अच्छा एक मेरा सवाल हो जाए सब लोगों से, आप लोगों ने वो देखा ई स्पोर्ट्स लाइनअप्स, ई स्पोर्ट्स की गेम्स इन ओलंपिक्स 24?
वो मेरे को डाइसी लग रहा थोड़ा सा।
डाइसी?
क्या लग रहा है?
क्या गेम्स है ये?
वो एक्चुअल में सच है वो?
आप लोगों
गेम्स हैं, वी
गेम्स है, WII गेम्स है, निंटेंडो बेस्ड गेम्स है सारे। एंड
तुम्हें क्या पता वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीमर्स, हेलो।
अरे बट
बेसिकली आई टेल यू द आईडिया,
एक सेकंड, क्या GTA वाले ने कुछ बात किया?
ओ भाई 4 डिफरेंट मैराथन है, घर जाएगा तेरा।
रागा तेरे घर पे तेरे पीछे कोई खड़ा है।
अच्छा वो मैराथन जो जिसका वो देख के मैराथन
ऑब्वियसली मतलब
और 2 दिन में हो जाए,
अलग-अलग होना चाहिए बट दोनों, बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई।
हां
इट्स आर्चरी,
फाइनल्स के दिन हो जाए।
बेसबॉल, चेस, साइकिलिंग, डांस, मोटर स्पोर्ट, सेलिंग, टेनिस एंड ताइक्वांडो।
साइकिलिंग?
हां
मैं कर
वी गेम है
निंटेंडो पे।
अच्छा
वो होता है
हां,
जैसे रेसिंग व्हील आती है ना बिंग्स, वैसे साइकिलिंग भी आता है पूरा।
वो है क्या? वो वाला गेम है क्या जहाँ पे वो ऐसा फ्लिप फ्लिप मारते हैं वो लोग पॉइंट्स के लिए?
अबे नहीं, नॉर्मल ओलंपिक साइकिल।
जो ओलंपिक ने ट्वीट किया उसमें फार्मूला 1 और बहुत बड़े-बड़े ऐसे डेक्सेटो जो मिनी ट्रक ब्रांड है उन लोगों ने
मैं वाला वीडियो देख, मैं बाकी कुछ चीज पे रिएक्ट नहीं करता, जिसका परमिशन है बस वही
उनकी ट्वीट पे लॉन्च कर दिया। हां
ये तो फुल निंटेंडो का फायदा हो गया भाई। अब तो अलग-अलग सब देश को खरीदना पड़ेगा निंटेंडो।
और इंडिया में तो कल्चर ही नहीं है निंटेंडो का, मतलब ऑनेस्टली
बिल्कुल नहीं है।
इंडिया में पालिका बाजार में निंटेंडी मिलता है भाई।
उसमें भी कैसेट डालना पड़ता है।
आडिबास, नाइकू,
पूमा।
बेस्ट ओपी स्किन अकॉर्डिंग टू यू? मतलब बहुत ओपी वाला है ऑपरेटर वाला?
ऑपरेटर वाला। ऑप स्किन
ड्रैगन
नहीं, एल्डर फ्लेम।
ड्रैगन वाला स्किन।
हां एल्डर फ्लेम
वही ड्रैगन वाला स्किन।
एल्डर
हिंदी में उसे ड्रैगन स्किन कहते हैं।
ड्रैगन इज नॉट अ हिंदी वर्ड
मेरे लिए है।
आप बचो मत।
क्या बोलते ड्रैगन को हिंदी में?
ये राका तेरे पीछे बस ऐसे ही बैठा है क्या? ऐसा
राक्षस बोलते ड्रैगन को।
अभिषेक नहीं अपना मतलब आए हैं ना वो घर पे।
तुम बोलो ना क्या बोलो।
तो वो
बट हाँ अच्छी रैंक जाके एंड करेंगे तो नेक्स्ट टैग अच्छा आएगा ना यार। अच्छी एक्ट जाके अच्छे रैंक पे जाके नेक्स्ट टैग में फिर अच्छे से रैंक खुलेगा ना। नहीं 1 मैच ओल्ड रैंक अनलॉक। और यार टच करना
the timing just not good.
Bury them under them.
It's going to be good for Loud.
चालू हो गया भाई, जल्दी जाना पड़ेगा।
Together.
भाई तुम मेरे को छोटा भाई मान लॉक हो गया। पीछे पीछे आ रहा है साला मेरे।
To follow as well.
ही होगा।
पार्टी करने खेलेंगे। अब बंद ही नहीं हो रहा वैलो।
Buys them that kind of
क्या? First international reverse sweep. भाई हिस्ट्री बनेगी फिर आज.
Seems like DRX event after event create history, right? You think about their last event, best placing ever. This time they've met it, and they have the potential to do more. Not just in their best performance ever, their best placing ever, excuse me, but as you were saying, the
हिस्ट्री बनने वाली है आज.
reverse sweep in Valorant history. You're writing textbooks out here. Yeah, Achilles, they brought themselves to the precipice, but that means they still
सुपर चैट मिस आ रहे हैं बहुत लोगों की सुपर चैट मिस हो गई.
carry through this kind of momentum. We go to Ascent as our decider. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, previously this
तुम बस यूएस वीजा ले लो और आ जाओ, बाकी हम है ना. पहले सिद्धार्थ भाई मेरी जान जरूर आएंगे यार. पहले के टिप एंड ड्रिल वीडियो डालो बिगिनर्स के लिए जरूर जरूर. और किसी की सुपर चैट तो
They go. Grand finals on Saturday.
It's all mounting, and Dash has set that up beautifully. Listen, between both of these teams looking to try and crown that title as king of the alpha bracket, but so much to play for, man. DRX hunting for that revenge storyline, and it is that singular final map 5 that stands between them and that.
An absurd situation. I love the fact that it's come to 5, and DRX are on the precipice of pulling off the first ever BO5 reverse sweep in Valorant. We've seen a bunch of these BO5s back and forth the entire way. And what a crazy composition for Loud to pull out in the final moments here to keep themselves alive and head into, again, this would be their third grand final in the last 12 months, which is absurd with two different rosters. And I mean, you can already see that these are two different rosters.
Yeah.
They're playing weird compositions. They're not picking the same maps. Loud used to be absolutely the best team in the world on Ascent with their old roster.
Timing with the knife wall gives them a bit of a gap to play around, but it goes down, and well, Buzz aware of it now. The space was taken. And how do you push back this onslaught? Buzz inside the cloud burst. Well, that's what's tried them. You know, match him pound for pound, take the fight right to him, flash over the top. Stax is bailing out his team, and it's Loud who are crumbling. The gamble being played with the composition, pushed to the limits in map 5. It all began with a pistol round, and it ends in a whimper for Loud.
Wow. DRX pick up another pistol. And after Loud got the first 4 in a row, the momentum in this series has been showcased by the pistol round wins that we've seen DRX get on the board. It's not just the gun rounds where they're getting favored, they're also starting out each of the maps more favorably. I think also, the Des mentioned it, but DRX have undergone a team compositional shift too. They've been playing triple initiator pretty much since they formed that composition, since they invented it in May of last year. And now they're back to just playing the standard stuff. This is the most meta comp you could possibly come up with on this map.
Oh, the paranoia is good. Gotta be careful of the counter-attack though. Spam from Aspas was decent enough to drop Mako down to 32 health. No kill claim though. Drone dodge for now.
And a bit of a battle happening in B main actually, as these two Killjoys try to use the Viper wall against each other. So that's something to keep your eye on later on.
Yeah, control of that B main going to be so important with the way so far it's being played. Just cutting up the side in that manner. It's an unusual composition, unorthodox from Loud, and moments like this, Josh, listen, map 5, you get pushed to your limits, you've got untested players newly added to your team. It's moments like this where sometimes that gambit just crumbles beneath you.
Kawanzin's been on the big stage before, but never in a moment like this. And Tui's pretty much brand new to it. As Aspas was, as Les was, the year prior. And pressure formed those players into absolute diamonds.
They had the whole year to get up to that point. For 2022, this is a different tale. First major event of this 2023 VCT season, and it comes down to this. Weaker by Pistols. Cannot withstand it. Mako denied the ace, but it matters not. Listen, spread the ult orbs. Make sure that you start building up those ultimates onto everybody else.
And one of the big ways that Loud won on Ascent in the past with their former squad was by absolutely dominating the defense sides and then going for very simple executes on attack. This looks different, right? They're going to be more complex just based on the composition that's being played. And it doesn't look as defense-sided to me, the comp. Maybe it will play out like that. We'll just have to wait and see. Very much unmarked territory here. The DRX on a bonus buy. Spectres across the board as Loud take A main.
Mako TP'd into Wine. Angles watched for.
He was here before.
Yep. He's doing the same play twice in a row. Paranoia being held. Off-angle play. Aspas contacting. Knows he's there. No way does Mako get away with that. Paranoia. TP smoked across. Sadak making the most of it.
Good
running
punish.
and gunning.
And Sadak investing the same Viper Wall in all of these rounds. You can see the response that it's had from Zest. He's trying to get information over there. Everybody from Loud, though, grouped up, ready to go for an A-site hit. But without the Jet, how do they actually get in?
How do they get in?
Does 2E's go for some kind of TP play?
Turret destroyed. Dog gonna be used. Trailblazer trying to carve that path. Fragment nade is good for it. Knife as well, no abilities. Time being bled off the clock. 40 seconds. What is the play to be made? Well, rifles in their hands. Nice dodge of the flash. The call is made to just barrel through and take the space. Brute force.
The gun really making the difference there in terms of those duels. I think the DRX players would have been good for a couple had they had rifles in their hands. But that's the way that this round 3 plays out.
Shots are landing there, but okay, crosshair placement slightly off. Dashing into the cloud burst. The rifle spam enough. Loud too well there.
Yeah, another thing that Loud are doing fantastically is that when there isn't a smoke in A main, they're holding angles and slowly walking into the site. And that's actually something the old squad did fantastically too. Making sure that they post many players up as they scale into A means that you have players naturally anti-flash from door, players holding heaven, and you don't get caught out by the anchors swinging. Certainly a glimmer there of Old Loud on the A hit. Mako fakes the teleport into Wine this time.
That's that conditioning. If anybody's close, they want them to think that he's there. This dart tagging up Kawazin. Actually broken. Drone. Zest now clearing some space into mid. Another tag. Kawazin, you got to respect that one, so leaps away.
And what a smart turret position here, actually, from RB. It's going to be able to get a bit of information behind the Viper Wall and towards mid. So it lets them stack 3 players from the defense on the A side. They don't have to be worried about the Viper.
Making the most of this one, though. Smoke dropped down and the fragment nade. They thought there was going to be a bit more oomph behind that push. Loud happy to wait it out. Setting themselves up now for a bit of potential attempt here at the split. Sadak just holding this space. Dodging, juking. Smoke drop down at the feet of Buzz. Has to respect it now with a snake bite there. Moving forwards. Trailblazer. Dash forwards though. Aspas. It's the man to watch here. Gain positioning into Jenny and he opens it up. What is the response? Any sort of answer? The answer is no.
These 8 site hits are still looking immaculate. It's the same strength that the former Loud squad had, but the way that they hold for each other getting into the site is perfect.
Could still get dangerous though. The 2v3, door broken. Enough done. Dart now online. Goes across and he tags!
What is this tech?
That? I don't even know if they revealed, but it's left it down to the 1v1. Zest drops down. Silence enters the arena. Kawazin claims the kill. With bated breath, the audience watch. But this time, no disappointment.
Great 1v1 to win for Kawazin. One of those rookie players, like you said, Brent, stepping up. What was the... Oh, that is absurd. I thought there was something weird happening with the recon dart. I mean, the recon does look really interesting. Seems like it would clear quite a lot of the site. But that is just all intuition from Zest. Nevertheless, a round on the board from Loud. And demonstrating really good performances from their newer players in terms of the teamwork and the clutch ability. DRX's attack side really let them down earlier on in this tournament. It was with a different composition, but they lost to BBL. That's not the kind of team that DRX should really be losing Ascent to, based on their prior record. But they just couldn't get an attack round going. And that means DRX, the pressure is on this half.
Yep. Definitely is, but with the weapon difference here, should be easy pickings. Indeed it is. Wider swing of Stacks. Uproar from the crowd. Silence for about a moment. And so, the round that was necessary, or at least should have been going Loud's way, they do get it.
And now Loud start to build up to some big ults too.
Timeout forced.
Yeah, DRX take a timeout here. Looking to adjust. And I think at this point in the game, if DRX have looked at any of Sadak's VODs, and I say Sadak specifically because this roster doesn't have Ascent VODs, right? But if you look at the old roster and how Sadak calls on this map, there's a huge amount of explore the map, end in an A exec. Take A main early, 4-1 split into A.
They love it.
Huge amounts of that. And then they get like 4 or 5 rounds on their attack side and win almost everything on the defense. This roster is going to play differently. But so far, Sadak's calling on the attack side is quite similar. And so this timeout might be useful for DRX to make some necessary adjustments. And I think one of the big adjustments is from Mako, A main has got to be smoked off all the time. None of this playing aggressive in A. The one way is not even really that useful because you can't stop Loud from taking A. And if he uses smokes early in the round, they're not going to be there when Loud tries to hit into the site. And that means Loud are going to be able to set up many people, 2, 3 people with guns holding angles as they get into A.
A lot of parity between these two teams. Will DRX have the answer to bring us even? Timeout was taken just for this. Buzz has that operator. Could be part of it. Close knife, dart over the top. Very passive from Loud. I think they're scared of a potential tiles push, but look at this drone now. Buzz happy to take the aggressive angle.
No! The spray control, so good from Les. That's the 3rd or 4th bullet that connects with the head of Buzz.
And a call is made as the Viper War goes up. Guys, let's take some of this space back. Great opening pick. Moving their way across. Smoke drop down at their feet though. It's going to be putting a stop to this, but still the Viper War lets them get in. Updraft, up and around. Stacks, will he be the difference maker? TP into the back of the site. Reinforcements have arrived in the form of Mako being there, but
they're leaving.
They're leaving. It's a cancel.
And this now puts everything in the hands of RB. He's the sole player on A. Looked like he wanted to cut them off at Catwalk, but instead, just playing around his Nano Swarms. No smoke on the side to play around. Where's that from Mako?
Entire team is just funneled right now from Loud all the way into the site, straight through. Paranoia. RB not caught by it. Off to the side. Spray, the right click misses. Lustbuster's not come up with the goods. Viper's Pit, though, might do some damage to it. Stun caught. This should be a kill, surely. Pushing forwards.
So much damage, though.
Yep, Kawazine not going out unscathed. Dart. Possibly a bounce there into hell. Broken. See Zest is hunting for it.
Wow.
Aware of that. Les being caught with just a bit of a punish play, but no attempt.
Nobody else looking like they want to go for the retake. Kawazine on 1 HP, a 3v3, and DRX save. that quickly after a recon dart and the droner expended to set him up with the operator, and yet he still died first.
Say main control. Just that snake bite that it just adds so much difficulty if TRX even try and disrespect it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying you just have to give Loud A main every time. And that's why I think Mako just needs to keep A main perma-smoked.
Jumping from RB, spots 3 heads. Smoke laid down and a nano swarm pop, so pushes them back for now.
And this cancels the hit into A, and now maybe Les. Oh, they're going for the re-hit perhaps. Les has a lockdown. They could fake like they're going somewhere else on the map, maybe even ult in mid and clear tree. They could do something really unusual here.
It's the Viper Wall going up, obfuscates where they might be going. And that's watched for Les. He could have been that extra element, the backstab into this one. Now, let's look at these anchoring players, RB. It's a deafening across onto the site as every single player of Loud will fall. RB with 3, Prime Gaming flawless. The weapons still in their hands, the bank can start to get built.
Very nice play. Look at Buzz here. Finds the player in mid, immediately recognizes it's an A hit, and he's there to help. Double facing. Allows RB to get into a sneaky spot because they're worried about Mako and Buzz, and they shut that down. How many rounds, though, do they really need on defense? I can't say, because I have no idea of whether Loud's composition is going to trend attack or defense-sided. Buzz creeps into an advanced position here.
Push deep. He's got the backup of Zest. Flash over the top, and a recon. Broken though, doesn't reveal anything. Yeah, that's a lockdown used. Looks like trying to fake into that A pivot. Forces out the Hunter's Fury. Is it too high? Looks like it's directly on target, so remove 4, and Buzz is watched for. Really diligent from Kawazine. Easy collection there.
But now you have to get through Mako. An absolute rock, the foundation of the team in the last 2 maps.
Trailblazer's good though. Stunned up, I believe, onto Mako. What does he want to do? Still holding on to the paranoia, smoked off. Now using the Seekers to try and push their way through. Heaven still being held, and they cancel out that ult. Re-clear. Les, oh my goodness. It's getting tenuous.
Les really wants to get into an advanced position here so he can fight the lockdown.
And he finds the right angle.
Picks off Zest. Does RB even choose to go for it? 3v5 and DRX is saving again.
Backing away. They have money to buy. They could have gone for it if they wanted to, but
I'm surprised. At some point here, you're giving up too many rounds. And remember that their defense side was good, even in the game on Ascent where they lost. They were still getting value on defense. This is very different.
It feels like DRX are struggling to get a grip in terms of how Loud approaching the map. The Viper Wall is doing a great job, I think, of hiding a lot of this. And Loud are going to go hunting for these weapons.
Most of the time, I do feel, though, that DRX are getting good information behind the Viper Wall. I don't think it's threatening too much. What's really going wrong for them is that they can't stop the A splits. They run out of utility. And maybe part of that, Bren, is that Stax is getting pulled away from A. Right? He feels like he's forced to play B, forced to use his 0 point there for info. So maybe that's some kind of like passive value that the Viper setup is getting. When you watch, for example, Leviathan play this map, Stax is always, or at least, sorry, King is almost always going to be over towards A, where he can use that fragment grenade over a catwalk, stop a hit from coming through. It's a little more difficult when you play sat back in the site. And your player over a tree just gets smoked off.
Yeah. Second timeout used for DRX in the first half here. Bit of an indicator maybe that they're starting to feel it. The gravity, the weight, and expectations. Do they fall? Do they crumble again like they did at Champions? Bringing it all the way. Making that reverse sweep a possibility, but just faltering at the final step? Or is this going to be a different chapter? History being rewritten.
both of the semi-finals that we have in this tournament are the same story. One team hunting to be the first team ever to lift 2 trophies. The other team wanting that long-awaited chance at glory. DRX in the same vein as Fnatic. So many times they've been close. And it feels like this, they've surely never been closer.
Viper Orb in mid is so good. Pushing back any deep pressure. Drones there, wow, cowers in. Watches it. Buzz as the first death yet again.
He just can't find value against this. Loud know exactly where he's going to be, and that is massive value coming out from the Viper Orb, right? It can stay up for so long. He doesn't feel comfortable pushing through it necessarily because you take so much damage. Very difficult for Buzz to play around this when Loud is so slow and diligent at the beginnings.
Trailblazer, Nano Swarm up close, cancels it actually.
Nice.
Pretty nice play indeed. Snakebite into the back. Lockdown gonna be used. RB just can't quite evacuate Zesto, weaving in and out. He does get one for his efforts, but eventually dealt with, and there's a lockdown, making sure you get a little bit too dicey still.
It's a nice 0 point, clearing out B main. I think Stax and Mako should have a decent idea that everybody's on site or playing a very deep position. But at some point here, you just gotta go for it. Yeah. 2v3. This one is not the round to save.
All players on the side. Flash, rebound, up top. Paranoia as well. Player close. Crossfire's good. In fact, it's excellent.
What a retake from DRX. That bounce flash combined with the Paranoia is everything. Oh my word, these guys have been drilling their utility combos. Woo, that is good.
And they knew exactly how to play in that moment.
I mean,
beautiful stuff.
It is a lifeline for DRX to hold on to. Because otherwise, this map has been getting ripped out of their hands. But the retake looks nice there. Perhaps playing retake B and stacking players more towards A would be the solution here. But coming out of the timeout, we still just ended up in a fairly even situation. Stax drifting over to A, uses the fragment grenade early though, to try and establish a main presence.
Very early.
But surely they can't hold on to this. It's just to get Buzz set up with the operator.
I mean, surely he doesn't get away with this. Oh, contact peak, dash, disengaged. Snakebite at his feet, vulnerable, but just one more tick of damage might have done it.
Paranoia used as well though, and Mako forced to smoke up.
Pushes it back, spam down onto the Trailblazer. Sadak, you're lucky. He does survive in the midst of all of this, unless is that backstab. Extra layer as he puts that pressure down. There was a no command popped off though. So let's see if they can get a resurrection there onto Stack, smoked off. Mako wants to take the risk while the rotation is happening. There was no punish.
And this looks like it's going to be another A split. Mako has used one of his smokes here on Catwalk. So Sadak's going to have an opportunity to support the rest of his team. Mako's just got to go huge.
I mean,
and this smoke, it's not going to last forever.
Smoke's going to fade away in but a moment. Stack's jump peeking just in case they pushed. Kill found. Does not claim the second. The trade online for 2 years, but Buzz still back at the site. Knows that they're going to be coming and misses the shot. Unconventional. Sadak returns. Snap though. Wrist. Locked on and players are weak the time. The pressure is mounting. Just down to less. Afforded an easy plant. Shock darts going wide. Maybe a bit of a blunder there by Zest. Pop flash Play-Doh fully blinded and Stax not willing to give any opportunity.
What a round from Stax, bailing his team out after Buzz missed a pretty critical kill. DRX are just about holding on here. We can see their macro game is really getting tested. Stax as an IGL is struggling at the moment to find the right answers, but Stax as a player still makes all the right moves, gets himself in position to rely on his gunplay. And as Mako buys time, wow, that is nice. And then swinging off the recon dart that Zest throws in. Good stuff. And it draws things level at 5-5. It's still a great attack half.
Yeah, it is. Feels like DRX haven't quite earned enough rounds to bail themselves out just yet. They're still in that danger zone when the sides end up swapping. This time it's Mako who with an attempt into mid. Deep push. Different angle. And look at that, holding for the commandant position just to pre-fire it. Stacks. Just a cat there, Mako backs away.
That's crazy. They were going for a mid-crunch off Mako's paranoia, and Stax was supposed to be trying to contest them from Cat. He just got blown up. And now Mako's got no utility. Smoke will come back online shortly, but drone forced to be used as well. Louder set up for another great A-split.
No one to offset this one, is it? Trailblazer. Aspas not making any noise, but the alarm bot now is going to be notifying them. DRX are aware there was a player pushed up behind that one. Looks like Laudo trying to fake like it could have been just a bit of presence. Dash still online. Turret broken. It's now going to be the time to strike. Angle blocked off. Cloudburst going to be fading though, and a re-smoke as well so that they can cross. And Mako, will he be the player to watch? Will he be the difference maker? Snake bite! Oh my God! And he holds it down in the smoke. Pressure at his back. Les will respond in kind. RB, wide swing, the players contain.
The spike is on the other side of the door.
No way.
They've got to go and break it.
Have to break it, and they have retrieved it. What can Buzz do? Rifle, drops down, stops the blood, can't claim the kill.
Despite those heroics from Mako, Loud answer back. He's just one man. What more can he do? 3 kills inside his smoke. Should have shut the round down, but a response perfect from Les, from Tui's.
Look at the timing there. That re-swing just as the door's coming down.
It's great, and there's the frustration rippling through every part, every bone in their body. Can DRX make it 6-6? Give us a half with the same level of parity as Fracture and give themselves a chance heading in. At the moment, it feels like everything is with Loud.
Managed to recover. Thrown slightly off of their footing, at least in map 3, map 4. Drone from Zest, spots a lot of players. Now to Killjoy, lockdown. There's nothing to offset this one. There's no Hunter's Fury. Zest looks like he's trying to break it with shock darts. He might get punished here. He's trying to evacuate out. And it didn't break that lockdown. Still doesn't get detained. Has to be the full retake. Sadak going to be planting. Oh no, not quite actually. Potential misplay. They could have had the Viper's Pit online. Instead, DRX not wasting any time. Moving forwards, B-Main. Watch 4. A little bit too late. Buzz doesn't recognize the threat that was coming his way in 2 years. A very smart reposition. Has to be the committal. Flash. Push them back. Sadak lines it up. Tumbling, falling, this way, that way. It's Loud on top. Mako unable to stand up to it.
The crowd can feel it, and I'm sure the players can too. Loud have set themselves up in a winning position to head forwards into the grand finals. 1 half remains for them to seal the deal, or for DRX to answer back. Bit of disrespect there towards the end as well, as Cowanzine lands the final kill with a shorty of all things.
They knew that he was low, and still, we'll send it down to Yinsu on the floor, who's got another special guest.
Thank you very much, Saito and Brand. They're all special guests, and I'm joined right now by John. Welcome. I know you're an IRL streamer, and this is your first ever time at a Valorant event. So what's it been like? Have you been having fun?
Yeah, I've been having fun. It's an amazing time, amazing energy out here in Brazil. Like, fans are going crazy. You know, everybody here rooting for Loud. But dang, it's wild what they made here. The craziness, all the people coming up. I like it.
Is this what you expected? Because I know, you didn't really know what to expect from a specific Valorant esports event, but what do you make of it?
I know Brazil is huge on FPS games, so for sure, I knew it was going to be packed. And if Loud makes it to the final, it's going to be even crazier.
Yeah, I mean, you were also speaking to me before we went live that it's really special for Brazilian fans because esports out here, it means something different to them. So would you be able to tell me about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge meme on the internet. It's like, come to Brazil, come to Brazil, come to Brazil. Yeah. They throw it everywhere. And it's literally like, hey, we love the sport, we love the music, we love things from around the world, and we want some love as well, you know? Give us your energy, we're gonna give you energy back, and it's gonna be something wild. I think you guys are gonna like it, you're gonna rock it, and you can see everybody's rocking it.
You're wearing a Loud jersey, and they're struggling a little bit in the last 2 maps, so channel your energy to them. What are you going to say to them?
Man, they've got this.
They've got this?
They've got to make it twice, you know? Bring it home, and they're in their house, you know? It's their home city.
The script is written. Back-to-back champs?
Back to back. Let's go.
Okay, well, John believes in them. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the second half, but Brennan Saisho, I'm going to throw this back to you because I can't wait to find out.
There is that pressure building. Feels like it's pushing Loud forwards to deny that reverse swing, to make it inaccessible for DRX, to make them repeat history once more.
And insane that if they win this half, if they close out this map, that they would have gone to 3 grand finals in the last 12 months. And I mean, look at this. Loud have only lost 49 rounds on the defensive side of Ascent across 20 maps played all time. They do not lose. The former roster, that is, they did not lose on Ascent defense. Is the same going to be true of this squad? Fast push out for Aspas, who's struggling at the moment to be able to generate kills, but his team's got his back anyway.
I'll be close. Spam play, one-way smoke behind him. Where's the swing? Where's the attempt? He just waits it. It's a call to be made. DRX are very fast with this. With that many players, they know that it's going to be an accessible A site still, that util. Placed down, Nana Swarms on the one side of Jenny. Stacks is in trouble, and it does offset that plan. Crucial time being bought. Loud, 5v5 now in the retake, and they're starting to swarm all the way in. Opening kill found, jumping right clicks, and it's DRX who just cannot withstand it. The tempo that's been brought to them. Tap of the spike, Vibro blocks it.
Wow, what is that?
Denied, smoke, dissipates. Reset of the aim, RB. He's buying time right now, and he just can't get the kill. 10 out for Mako. Needs another miracle. And a miracle will not be it. Despite making it close, it's Loud to take that pistol. And it does Josh feel like momentum, like history is on their side.
Could we be witnessing another tragedy for DRX, where they claw things back to a 5th map, just to tumble at the final hurdle? It's one thing to defeat your demons and get over the choking problem. It's another thing to go from title contender to trophy lifter. It really is a long way up to the top of the mountain. Maybe DRX just aren't quite there yet. Or perhaps they've got some more to give. Let's take a look.
Disrespect shown.
Sanak's going to be controlling this area of the map with those snake bites very often. It's going to bleed a ton of time off the rounds. You can, of course, go across and over them, as Buzz has just done, but it means you're dropping from a height and not favored in any gunfight that might happen. And looking through the eyes of Aspas here, Brent, he's 4-11 right now, but it just doesn't matter. I mean, over the last 2 maps, across Fracture and now Ascent. Across Fracture and Ascent, he's currently 13-27, I think it is. But the rest of Loud has stepped up. It is not Aspas carrying the team anymore, like it felt like on the first 3 maps. It is now everybody on Loud. The game plan working, the team play.
The burden and responsibility of carrying the match spread across the shoulders of all the Loud players. For some so young as well. They've set themselves up magnificently.
Cowan Zeen's been on a stage before, but he is an incredibly young guy. So the way that he's been playing in this series, I think is just insane. Bad weaponry though for Loud on the bonus. DRX have got to stop this one. At the very least, if they have a chance here of pushing some attacking rounds through, they've got to be able to convert when they have an advantage like this.
Needs to happen here. The advantage is on their side. It's around it they should be converting. Dire circumstances. They're unable to grab this one. Aspas pushed away. He was forced to try and receive that heal as well, so he's going to be brought back up to 94 health. The layers of this utility Loud are just able to really control most areas of the map. Smoke gets dropped, Snakebite inside of it. Jiggle Peak now though, regrouping up, and well, 2 years he misses the timing.
A flash into middle from Kawanzin. Doesn't see anything. And Lauda going for a gamble over towards A. It's correct.
Smoke drop, Paranoia, that's ripped its way across. And so Sadok does have to back away, but he's still alive inside this smoke. Eventually those spammed out. Shots rattled, one after another. Lauda making this dangerous. Bulldog now. Upgrading a weaponry for Aspas. What can he do? Reset there, just not quite. Can't manage the spray transfer, can't quite wrangle control. So the 1v3. Les would love to make the most of this one. Drop down to 6 health, beautiful kill. But it's just nigh impossible. We'll try to make it expensive, but he gets brought down. So DRX winning the round that they were supposed to, but my word, was it expensive.
Yeah, very expensive. They keep 2 rifles in it, but have to rebuy armor on one of those players, and everything on the other 3. Aspas is going to pick up the operator for this next round as we just take another look at how that A site worked. Aspas with the operator loves to get aggressive, and he's got a great feel for when to take these aggressive timings. You saw it before. The former team that had Aspas still as the tip of the spear, unbeatable essentially on this half of the map. And a lot of it down to how he plays.
Close to the corner. Bit of spam, drone over the top. Aspas still not cleared out of this corner, by the way. But space in mid is going to be gained. Aspas trying to get on the high ground approach. He's missed his chance, though, because guess what? DRX barreling through. No time wasted. Sadhak. Good Paranoia is ever so slightly delayed, though. It does return the fire, and it returns the kill.
Really good trades by DRX here. They've pushed everybody from Loud out of the site. The question is, can they reposition into good post-plant spots?
The emphasis is going to be on Mako. Holding down in B main. Smoked off now. What kind of timing can he take here? Needs an indicator from his team. Spam just chooses it. Sees the alarm bot drop down, doing some damage. Deeper smoke now, pushing forwards, but is held. Covers in claims. Paranoia rips its way through, and it's all up to Stacks. The Lavered spray down, dropping down still. Planted, Tapovic.
What a great smoke.
There, 58 health, has to do so much. Repositions. Back four.
What an insane clutch by Stacks! Playing around the smoke beautifully and got the lineup of his dreams.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
You are never favored there. But Josh, you made the call as well. I believe that was his smoke, right? At the back of the side that he was playing around here. No. Doesn't look likely.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not exactly sure. I missed it in the moment.
Either way.
I think it might have been too easy smoke.
Looked like it in the replay, but who knows? It doesn't matter. But the way he weaved in and out.
It just ended up being perfect for him because he could see every time the tap was a fake. Not intentional, but that's partly due to the great plant spot that they found.
That round should have been finished. Oh my goodness.
But this one is gonna get dangerous. A lot of ults here for Loud to convert a 5v4 despite the fact that they have sheriffs. And sometimes the utility can be way more dangerous than a rifle. And Aspas is gonna have one of those anyway.
Trailblazer was broken though, so he feels like, well, maybe he can't quite pick up that rifle.
He could smoke this and probably get over to it, especially if he burnt his dash. I think the question is just whether or not he wants to take the gamble, take the risk.
Such a narrow margin for error. The off angle. Seeker sees it and it obfuscates his view. Can't see a damn thing when those are in his face. He will fall. No one onto the back of the site. Dart's going to be making sure of that one. So the dash engage gets him that space. Spike needs to get planted. Stacks even letting rip with his own command, spreading through them, making sure that there's not going to be any chance of letting this one get out of hand.
Mako in his classic position, playing P main. So difficult to root out of that spot, but Kawanzin was looking for it last time.
The timing for it is going to be so important. Good smoke. Splits that one up. Buzz was handed an easy angle. Once more found the head. Ow! Are you grabbing that one? Turret broken though. Bit of spam still. 2 players left standing and 0 at the end of the round here. And so DRX are getting the rounds that matter, the rounds that they should be.
You want to talk about a round that matters, Bren? This next one coming up. So many ults for both sides. A lockdown available on both sides, including a Hunter's Fury to counter it from Zest. So you're expecting the one from RB generally to be getting more value on the attack side, with no counter on the opposite. But crucially, the economy is so close to being broken for Loud. And they're already struggling on this defense half compared to what you'd expect from the former roster.
Set up play from DRX. Looking to the sky. Canceling the approach though. Opting for the lockdown. It's going to move close. Louder not obviously running any of the usual counters that lockdown, so it's going to be buying them some space, but all the players ready and waiting up there in heaven. Aspas dash forwards off to the side. Lovely util. Nanaswarm pushes him back, but common angle. Flash play. Just trying to survive inside the smoke. Blade whizzes past his head, but they haven't dealt with Aspas. Moving forward, no way! Stunned up. The dog in his face. Zest has to use his Hunter's Fury now to respond. Take out the lockdown. Will Mako survive? Tries to counter spam, but can't quite do it. And this retake has more than legs. It looks just far too strong. RB and Zest. Lone players holding down to just Zest. Half on the defuse already. And it's converted.
The grand battle between Loud's retakes and DRX's post plants continues, but I think Loud have had the advantage basically for the entire series. DRX play too many players off site. How are the players supposed to survive here, pushing heaven and in hell, when there are 2 players in A main that are doing nothing until the very end? Loud's way of getting in and applying full pressure, full aggression, all gas, no brakes, it splits DRX's post plants up into 2 fights. First you fight the people on the site, and then you worry about the people afterwards, baiting their teammates.
And you can feel it. Former champions of 2022 with a couple of changes, but they've got their eyes set on that prize, that grand finals appearance.
DRX and Loud were doing a bit of content together recently, just during the break, during the last 10 days. And DRX had a fun little, Twitter video where they went and stole the trophy, all funny. Loud responded with, yeah, don't worry, we'll just win another one this year. I mean, the quality of this squad, by the look of it, they might be aiming for multiple.
To really try and set up a dynasty. Before we get ahead of ourselves here, it's on Buzz. Updraft play. Nanaswarm down, less. Oh, it's so awkward, and the knives go wide. Uproar in the arena.
And the crowd on their feet, more so to throw it in the face of Buzz. But they can feel it. Loud can feel it. 2 rounds away from getting to another grand final.
There's not much that can prepare you for this. Your DRX might be reliving another nightmare. Full investment with the money. 8-11. Loud with 2 opportunities. Try and get all the way.
It's a good 0 point. Suppresses Aspas, but he's still going for the peak. This guy's confidence is unmatched.
Dodges the drone. Dog going to be used as well. Updraft, tags him. Has to use the dash.
Mako has still fallen though. Loud put some pressure into Gelato, and Mako wasn't in a great spot to be able to hold on. He goes down. That seeds the whole half of the map there. What is Kawanzine up to? He still hits it!
Man, he does not care. He had to readjust his aim, and it's just shambolic for DRX. Left to desperation, contact plays through mid. Seeker's going to be meeting them pound for pound. The re-peak is there, the damage is done. And Bounce falls to his knees.
Look how Mako goes down there. Loud just applying pressure everywhere on the map. As soon as DRX go towards mid, they push on both sides. And Loud have 4 chances of going to the grand final.
4 chances, and there's never been a better one than this. The money for DRX, it's desperation. If they're able to convert this and at least bring it back, I don't know what to say. It looks primed and ready for Loud to send the uncrowned kings all the way back to their region.
With how aggressively Loud have been playing, it could all be over in a flash. DRX are in.
Flash forward, supposed to drop it, but it's going to be util used in kind. Still Les is alive and waiting at the back of the site. No one dealing with him. Dodging this one, the reposition, RB. He finds it. Mako with another 3v3, but the weapons are still not good. And it's all on the line for Loud. One opening is all it takes. Aspas and RB is just tearing heads off. 2v2, Stacks letting loose, drop to his knees, no command does nothing, and the lockdown broken, reposition is not there, and Loud have done it. Unreal mental resilience.
घंटे गाइस, चलो गाइस, जीजी निकलते अपन, जो तो देख रहा लाइक कर दो।